before our next two make their way down the racetrack. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. Am I going to need to just kind of restart this? I may just restart this. We'll restart. At least for me. All right, looks like we are live. As Gene Herbold rolls up, dialed in at 666, the 62 Nova out of Texas, and Russell Rowley. Had a nice little run yesterday. Went deep into the rounds in that pro category, dialed in at 661. Ended up down in our last four. He's 034 on the tree. Gene Herbold puts up the 046 line. And with Herbold on the 046, he goes 6663. Puts the number right where it needs to be, just didn't have the reaction time to play along with that one. So the next two, again, we are in the Brodic's run for the called. Again, racers, if you are not running the million, you are still eligible to play along with us here in the Brodic's run for the $50,000. Is Cole Herbold, 15 green and 554 on a 554. Herbold, 24 total for Cole Herbold. Lisa Thomas had a 66 reaction time and goes 619 on a 615. This is not yet round number one of the million. So chasing aces, not quite there yet. This is the Brodic's run for the $50,000. Again, Brodic's coming on board here, going to be awarding the top three best packages. And right now, Cole Herbold with a 24-pack has been the best of the bunch so far, as Brian Cerruti is 34 green and on a 657 goes 657.8. Chuck Elder missed the perfect reaction time by just 8 thousandths of a second. And then ends up with a 736 in the Chrysler Cordoba. Going back to the whole wine and cheese thing last night. If you are racing a Cordoba, you should have wine and cheese in your pits. In the car, like in the center console, you got your little wine goblet, all that. Is that what it is? It's a wine goblet. Maybe you could have your chalice, your cane, your big fuzzy hat. Heck yeah, it's got to be a jewel-encrusted chalice. Because you're big pimpin' riding in the Cordoba. You got to be big pimpin'. Tim O'More, Austin Hockaday. Austin goes red by 12 thousandths of a second. O'More goes red by 25 thousandths of a second. Racers, again, if you are not running the million, and if you were one of those double-entered cars in either the Wednesday, Thursday, or Saturday event, and you're not running the million, we do want you to come up with Group A if you are going to be participating in the Brodic's run for the 50K. So again, if you are not entered in the million and are double entered in the other event, basically in the Spring Fling, You're going to be taking a swing at the 50K. Please come up with Group A, and Group A, you have been called. So again, Group A, door cars, dragsters, you have been called. 006, the reaction time for Kelly Hockaday. Best light we've seen so far in the morning. Can Hockaday put a 6-6? Nope. Goes 6:53 on a 6:60. Scott Taylor did put up the 6:72 on the 6:72. So Taylor was 27 red, dead 3. Kelly Hockaday was 006 and under by 67 thousandths of a second as we bring out Cliff Hall and Henry Roberson. Henry, the UPS dude from North Highlands, California, in the Mustang on the right side, and Cliff Hall in the Falcon. I know. Out of Carmichael, California. The Falcon down 6:42. 009 reaction time for Cliff Hall. All right, Cliff. 6:42, 6:42, 6:42. 6:46. I figure if I, put it out there into the universe, we'll see kind of how well it does. Still looking at a 24-pack, best of the bunch. We know that is not going to hold up. I don't even know that it'll make the top 3. Matter of fact, I can almost guarantee it won't make the top 3. But, hey, at least for now, you're, leader in the clubhouse. Craig Marilees, thank you for the grapes. Thanks for the memories. And Ricky Duschel. Duschel in the Camaro. Over on the right side. 31 the tree for Duschel, 29 the reaction time for Craig Marilees. Duschel's going to go 6:209. Marilees goes 6:50 on a 6:49. So Duschel put it right on the number. Had a 31,000 reaction time to end up 40 total here in the Brodic's run for the 50K. Racers, remember, the $1 million tech cards are still available. If you're out there wondering, do I really want to run for that much money? I mean, is it really something that would make my day to maybe win the $1 million? If you're out there him-hawing about, and there's a word I want to use, but it's a little early in the morning. Something footing. Just do it. Get your $1 million tech card. You never know. You never know. You could be the one standing in front of that Spring Fling Million banner today, holding up the trophy, joining the ranks of Bo Butner and Scotty Richardson, Peeps Pennington, Randall Reed, Luke Bagaki, and Jeff Verdi. Jeff Verdi, the OG of the Spring Fling Million here. He is the original gangster of the Spring Fling Million. We'll see where we get here. Monty Beagle was red by 28 thou, goes 590 on a 589. Brian Lapire was 008 on the red side. Goes 654 is John Tripp and Steve Jaslovsky. Tripp in the Dart out of Colorado, 575 is the dial. Jaslovsky in the Mustang. Out of San Jose, California, Jaslovsky goes red by 14 thousandths of a second. Tripp was red by 53 thousandths of a second, goes 576 on the 575. Jaslovsky puts up an 809 on the 797. And we are going to pause un momento. So again, racers, the $1 million tech cards available up here at the Diva Desk. If you are interested in getting into the game, and I think you should.
And why would you not be?
Guaranteed at minimum, $250,000. At minimum.
What would you do with a $250,000?
What would I do with a $250,000?
Yeah.
Probably several responsible things.
That's
and a few very irresponsible things.
I like the last part.
So, like responsible things, it cut a chunk of it out, put a little bit into savings. Maybe take another good chunk of the money, and I don't know if I'd worry about refining the house right now because the interest rates are going way up.
Yeah.
So I don't know that there'd be much savings there, and I'm already like a really low interest rate, so I'd probably stick with that. Which then, of course, would mean that I would leave more money for irresponsible
Yes.
things.
I like where your head's at.
I can tell you one of the very first things I would do with $250,000. I would immediately go shopping for a 1967 Chevy Nova 2 SS. That would be a nice little trophy that would sit in my garage that I would take out putzing around. That would be my to and from the racetrack car.
I like
so
that.
That would be one of the first things. What about you? What would you do with $250,000?
I think the first thing I would do is I would probably take like 40 grand of it and just go golf for like, just play a whole bunch of cool golf courses. That'd be like the first thing. That's
I
like the
it.
irresponsible thing.
I like it. I like it. That's semi-irresponsible.
And then I would take a moment and I would go see a Major League Baseball game in every stadium.
There you go.
And then I would do some type of responsible thing, which is boring.
See, I love the way that these folks are going after it. Steve Kelly and John Tabak. John on the left side, dialed in at 690. They both missed the tree. Kelly's red by 11 thou. John's red by 63 thou. And I got to get out my old man reader glasses because I'm going to be paying attention to what the chat bleachers have to say here as well. Terry Lee says that adulting is overrated. Live life and have fun with the money.
Can't put a price tag on a good time.
You cannot. You cannot. Troy says he'd have JBR build him a dragster. Barn just flat out said that he quit adulting years ago. So, Barn, I'm with you. I really wish I could do that. And unfortunately for the moment, we're going to be on hold as we've got one pulled over to the side down there. And Steve Kelly is just kind of creeping up along the wall. Troy says, if you're going to be out golfing, Mike Eames, says meet him at Bandon Dunes.
Actually, I'm working on a Bandon Pacific. I'm working on a trip.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm working. I think that's not my next light golf trip, but that's the one after.
Where's Bandon Dunes?
Up in Oregon.
Oregon?
And like when you list like the top 50 golf courses you can play in the country, 4 of the top 15 are up in that area. It's just incredible.
There you go. Oh, Chad. He said the correct answer is I'm going to buy an Optima battery. Okay. Brad Hawk just logged in, says how many are left? The answer is all of them. All of them are still left.
Where, I know Brad Hawk is doing the adult thing.
He is.
Working.
He is a responsible adult.
He is.
Which I really wish somebody would have maybe sent his teacher a Brad's going to be out sick for the next few days note so that he could be up here. And
Brad has the sniffles.
Brad has the sniffles. Oh. This is going to be cool. So, again, just kind of holding up here for a second. So, again, Group A, you have been called to the staging lanes. Group A. Every time we start calling them like Group A, B, C, D, keep thinking of Reinhardt's story about being in Group 2.
Yeah.
You heard Reinhardt's story about being in Group 2?
I'm pretty sure I was in Group 3.
I was in Group Hope You Survive.
I was in Group Needs Improvement.
Right, Group Needs Improvement. Not much I could do with that.
I know you're going to find this as a complete shock, but during my parent-teacher conferences as I was growing up, my mother was always told that I was too much of a distraction in school.
Who would say that about you?
Pretty much
Who
everybody.
would possibly say that about? I could see him saying that about JJ. I could definitely see him saying that about JJ. So we'll see. Steve Valdez says, I am working and listening. Is that adult enough? No, Steve, see, the whole idea is anybody that is adulting today is getting voted off the island. The objective here is to be as least adulting as possible. Well, Jeff Devy, 41 green. Jay Greiner was 40 green and then goes 692 on a 691. Devy ends up a little bit off the mark.
That was odd.
Little bit off the mark. As the Cavalier decided that it was not going to participate in today's event. So again, we are getting our way, or working our way through Pro in the Brodic's run for the 50K. Super Pro Group A. Super Pro Group A. That basically is anybody that's entered into the event that decided they are not going to run the million today, regardless of whether you are double entered or not. But if you are entered in the event and are not going to run the million and want to participate in the Brodic's run for the 50K, we'll take Group A, that's you, to the staging lane. So Wyatt Ezell, 637 on a 635. Rob Strong, 6903 on a 691. Ends up 34 total. Mike Eames. We've got a lot of folks in the chat bleachers, or at least one, that's cheering for Team Matassa.
You know I'm a roadster guy. I would look so incredibly good in that.
Justin Lamb, 003.
All right, Mr. Lamb, let's go 562 here. Oh, how about Justin Lamb? That's 6 total.
Hey!
We got it right. Okay. As 5 time goes 6 total.
Oh. All right.
And that's pretty good.
So the 6 has got a prayer. I'm just going to say the 6 has got a prayer.
And on Good Friday, maybe that's good enough.
Maybe. Oh, come on. John Floyd Jr., the Duramax pickup truck, right side of the racetrack. Come on, John. John was tearing some people up on Wednesday in the pickup truck. I'd love to see him snag 50 grand. Come on, John. Oh. 0.66 the reaction time for Floyd in the pickup truck. Still, give us a 929 on that, babe. 930 with a 4. That Duramax is just, you know what? I'm going to quit being so politically correct. That thing's badass. I like that pickup truck. So, Zeller, listening in on the chat bleachers, here's kind of the deal. This is the Brodic's run for the $50,000. Everybody that gets into the game is paid $50 to play along. If you put up a perfect run, trip, zip, dead zero, you could walk away with $50,000, and the only reason I say could walk away with $50,000 is because should more than one individual put up a perfect run, there'll be a runoff for it. So, I mean, it's pretty much like you got a great shot at $50,000 if you are trip, zip, dead zero. If more than one person does it, we go to a runoff. But for the person that is trip, zip, dead on zero, you could win $50,000. If we do not get a perfect run, then essentially at this point we've got the top 3 best packages. Best overall package, which right now is a 6-pack. That was Justin Lamb, who was 003, dead on 3. You could win a set of Brodic's SR20 heads valued at $5,500. Second best overall package gets $2,000 in cash. Third best overall package gets a 2023 Spring Fling Million entry. Let me try that again. 2023 Spring Fling Million entry valued at $2,000. So our top 3 best packages here in the Brodic's run for the 50K will get some amazing prizes and cash. If somebody goes perfect, we're going to be handing out $50,000 here today. Kyle Fritz taking a swing at it. 29 green for the racer out of Mesa, Arizona, looking for 666. Goes 6669. So 29 dead 9 for Kyle Fritz. Kyle Lepire was 003 red and goes 716 on a 710. So again, this is how we are starting off the Million Day here in Las Vegas at the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Pro bracket is on the track right now. We are. I mean, we're still looking for the K&N dragster that needs a scoop the most. We handed out the door car that needs a scoop the most to Mr. Jackson. And so Markel getting that one, and I'm sorry, Miss Jackson, but Markel ended up getting it. We still do need to find a dragster that needs a hood scoop the most. We're going to keep our eyes peeled on it, as Jeff Jones was red by 53 thousandths of a second. And I believe that was Ryan Mangus in the Nova, red by 63 thousandths of a second, as Jeff Jones goes, wait, I don't think it's Jeff, wait. It's Trey Summers driving Jeff Jones' car, that's right. All right. Can Sean Lang, or Kyle Rizzoli, excuse me. I just glanced and saw the white Mustang, or the white Camaro. I'm doing this all wrong today. I am doing this all wrong today. 11 red and then 629 on a 627. Terry Lee, can you vote on who needs the scoop the most? Absolutely. If you guys see somebody that you think needs a scoop, let us know. Okay. So, pro bracket is evacuation complete. Evacuation complete.
With Mr. Lamb setting the standard at 6 total.
6. I think we're going to, like, blow right past that number.
What do you think you got to be in the top 3?
4 or better. You're going with 3 or better? Okay.
I'm just saying 3 and 3, there's some synergy there.
I'm going to go with 4 or better. I think we're going to end up with like a couple of 2-packs and a 4-pack.
Well, no, because we want somebody to be perfect.
Oh, I do too. But I'm just saying, I think that's probably might be where we end up. All right, so Group A, once again, if you are not entered in the million and are going to play along in the run for the 50K, final call, Group A. If you are single entered in the million, again, that's we'll get all of that squared away. But again, Group A, final call, Group A. Let's get you headed this direction, please. Is Cody Robinson, 23 green, Sean Reichenbach, 567.0. Hey, got dead on 0. The rest of it didn't quite work out. You think they're Mike Eames?
I think that running dead on 0 is impressive, but 139 is not good.
Well, I wasn't going to sell him out that way. But if you choose to do so, then that's up to you.
With Brian Watts and Michael Johnson. 14 and 47, Brian and Michael. 14 dead 7s, 21 for Brian Watts. MJ out of Arkansas is 47 green and under by 1,000, which is no good. As Steve White and Lorene Rogers. Lorene out of Seligman, Arizona. In her Pontiac, 499 the dial. I shouldn't say dial because we're not, I mean, it is the dial, but we're not
It is.
racing.
It's the target.
The goal, the
goal.
objective.
There we go.
The standard. So the object, I mean, speed 00 down here and dead on down there. White misses green by 4,000. Lorene is Michael Jordan at the start and 6 above. Steve White is 4,000 in front and also 6 above.
All right, once again, racers, Group A. that pretty much is anybody not in the million. We need to get you up this direction if you are going to be taking a swing at the $50,000, which I don't see why you would not. So Group A, we need you into the staging lanes. Please, this is your final call. Group A, which essentially is any of our cars that are double entered into the million or any of our cars that are not running the million. So there should be a whole lot more Group A cars out there. Stan Essery and Rob White. 002 for Rob White, 008 for Essery. Essery is going to go 464.1, under 9 thousandths of a second. Rob White, 002, and under 6 thou at the finish line.
Rob White was very promising for 5.15 seconds.
All right, so Justin Lamb coming out of the pro camp, still leading the way at a 6 total. That is all. I understand. Oh, I was going a totally different direction with that. About being promising for 5 seconds, be like, we can do it. Oh, never mind. Dalton Garreau and Dave Jackson. Jackson misses the tree by 2 thousandths of a second. Dalton Garreau, 492.0 on a 491. He's one above. Dave Jackson, 498 on a 497. So, yeah, I like that, Terry Lee. Lamb is leading the flock. Like lambs to the, all right, so we've got the Ferrari. We've got the dragster. The dragster is being piloted by Jason Pad. The Ferrari is being piloted by Ted Seipel. 617, the dial in up on the right side. Jason Pad down 458. Basically, for those of you that are watching along, this is like watching a game show. Right? We watch the reaction time. If the scoreboard lights up with a trip zip, we got a shot at 50 grand. We got a 002 like Jason Pad, though. 458 playing match game. 455. A little bit too quick.
So I don't know why, but like you talk about game show. I feel like we need the mountain climber music from Price is Right.
Or match game. We need the match game theme
Yeah,
song.
that too.
Which I may end up finding that here in a minute. So again, Group A. If you are thinking of getting into this deal, where else but Vegas, $50 could win you $50,000. I mean, okay, yeah, maybe Bristol later in the day, or later in the year, but we'll see.
Dave Secondi and Diane Pettit. Dave out of Washington, Diane out of Washington. Taking her up here at 50 gur. We are looking for double O's and nope and nope. Diane and Dave. Diane's 23 green and 16 thou fast. Dave is 58 at the start.
I really wish we could put this out over the PA.
Diane Pettit is so green. How green is she?
Oh, goodness. Man, I wish we could play the match game theme song, but I think YouTube doesn't allow it. Oh, Nacho Rivera and Carl Jones. Carl's got the green dragster out of Kansas on the right side of the track, dialed in at 463. Morning, Gator. Group A is that French for first group to the stage. No, we haven't busted out the French yet. Oui, Group A, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Group A. 007 on the tree for Nacho. 10 light, 462 for Carl Jones. 637 on a 635 for Nacho, coming in out of Huatabampo, Sonora. I don't know how to even say that. It's Huatabampo? What?
I like Huatabampo.
Huatabampo? Huatabampo. All right, so essentially, again, it's match game. We're playing match game on the racetrack right now in a run for the money type format. Brodic's sponsoring this. Top 3 best overall packages. You got a set of Brodic's SR20 heads going out to the best overall package. $2,000 going out to the second best overall package. A 2023 Spring Fling Million entry going out to the third overall best package. Perfect run. $50,000. And, if we don't hit the 50,000,
what do we do with it?
we take 10,000 and roll it over into the million.
I
And
like
if you get
that.
a perfect run in the million, you get a bonus of 10 grand.
I like that.
How about that? How about that? Well, an 18 thou line for Brian Kennedy, a 16 thou line. I believe it's Lucas Walker, who ended up winning Wednesday's event yesterday. Walker goes 560 on a 559.
And Lucas Walker will have the bounty on him tomorrow.
Yes, he will. He
As
will roll
we-
in with a target on his back. Come on. Come on. Group B. Group B. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes, please. Group B. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please.
Yeah, tomorrow Lucas Walker will have that bounty. The APD carburetor be awarded to the driver who will take out Lucas Walker. As we had to move that around with
If.
Wednesdays. Yeah, if. Yeah,
If.
Yep. I think that's how it should work. Like, if the bounty's on somebody and they win the event, they should get the prize.
Yeah, they should. So, Blake, to answer your question there in the chat, please, is yes. Anyone on property can get into the Brodic's run for the fit. You do not have to be entered into the million to participate in the Brodic's run for the 50K.
You just have to be entered into the event.
Yeah. As long as you're entered into the event.
So if you're like a crew guy that's been hanging out for a few days, you can't just jump in a car and
True. True. But
with Michael McQueen and Kyler Hugemiller. Hergemuller. Colorado right side, and Nathan Hershey's almost favorite city in the entire country left side. All right, Michael McQueen's double up here. Let's see, 488 down there. 488.4 as Michael McQueen joins the Hi, my name's Justin Lamb, and I was 6 total earlier today club, which is now a member of 2. Michael
All right.
McQueen throws 6 total down, which is currently looking down upon everybody else.
so with 2 at a total of 6, I mean, I really think we should have a bunch more cars out there that are trying to make their way through this, but we'll see where we get. So J.J. Cook and Blake Johnson. Johnson right side, J.J. left side. Cook dialed in at 497. Johnson dialed in at 460. And Terry Lee, yep. It was Lightning Quick's brother. All right, Blake Johnson with a 003. Got a shot at taking over the lead. 461-1 on a 460. Ends up with a 14 pack. Ends up with a 14 pack. JJ goes 499 on a 497 after an 043 reaction time. And Mike Eames, we've got our next 2 rolling up here. And I will say, I know we're still kind of early on in this whole thing, but I am shocked.
I'm not overly shocked that it's 006 right now leading the way, but I'm a little more surprised that there haven't been more, like, 9 total, 10 total.
What I'm shocked at is we haven't even seen a perfect light yet.
Greg Christensen here's 004 in the Vega and pulled over by, that was odd. Christensen got down there and went way over to the left and is 7 above. Carson Wheeler was 12 green, the drag strut of Kansas, and then under by 18 thou and no good.
And Dragon, to answer your question, no, they are not necessarily running against each other in the group. The group is just a way to call them into the staging lanes. Everybody is running against everybody else. looking to see. Really, when it comes down to it, you're running against yourself. How good can you be on the racetrack? How good can you be on the tree? How good can you be on matching what you've predicted? It's everybody is all in here as far as the Brodic's run for the 50K. Top 3 best packages. Oh, here we go. Matt Lee 002. 479 on a 488. Way quick on what they thought it was going to be. Michael Otis goes 485.6 on a 486 after a 007 reaction time. We just need more perfect lights. Peter has not really been sweating this very much, and it's not fun for me if Peter's not sweating. I mean, Peter is kind of like the brother, and you always got to give your brother a whole bunch of love. And
I think Peter was just saying he wants the next pair to be 001.
I think so. I think so. But I'm just saying, I mean, come on, people. We need to really kind of twist this around on Peter a little bit.
All right, Dustin Wirtz and Madison Payne. Dustin in the Corvette Roadster left side has 522. As I see our safety team responding, heading down this way as they are investigating something down there at the top end. They're Mr. Hershey.
No, we'll let them kind of take a look at what they need to take a look at. Again, Group A. We are right in the middle of this. Essentially, our first group of super pro door cars and dragsters. Again, kind of reiterating the fact that it is not like World Cup. It's not like you got to win your group to advance, or it's not a group thing. That's just how we organize, separate, keep people back in the staging lanes, know who's supposed to be where, when. Overall, this comes down to run your best lap that you can possibly put up right now.
Set up.
What's worse than a backed up toilet or no running water? Not being able to find a plumber to come and fix it. Fortunately, Silver State Plumbing is available 24/7 with same-day service. For a small fee that's applied towards the repairs, Silver State will assess the situation and get it fixed as soon as possible. And if you have a quote from somewhere else, Silver State will beat any written estimate. Plus, you can find money-saving offers on our website. The next time you're looking for a plumber, you'll find one at Silver State.
Near Greer. Well, that's his home racetrack, if I'm remembering right. I think he said he races in Greer. Races out with us on a regular basis at Bristol. Has got one of the coolest setups in a race car that can possibly be to help him get in and out of the car. I mean, it's just awesome. Patrick, it's good that you're listening in and watching along on a Spring Fling Million Day. Thank you very much for the message, sir. I appreciate that. For everybody that is chiming in on the chat bleachers. See, this is where I need help from the racers. If Peter has time to chat in the chat bleachers, he's not sweating it enough.
Yeah.
He's not sweating it enough. All right.
So Madison Payne and Dustin Wirtz here. Maddie getting the expert tutelage from your two-time Super Comp World Champion, that Sean Langdon guy. Saw Sean up there talking to Madison, walking away back here under the arch. So let's get some double O's to start. I mean, perfect is better. I mean, perfect is most bestest. But let's start by being good right down there.
Barn say the colors were hard for that. No, we didn't switch to the group thing because the colors were hard. We switched to the group thing because we had the double entries, and so it was like, you know, if you were double entered, A was your first entry, C was your second.
And nope and nope on both sides. Wirtz was 2-2 at the start. Maddie was 25 cents and under by 3. Wirtz was 22 and under by 2. No good and no good is Andy Taylor and Kevin Shear. Andy in the S10. As we look down there, we see 6 flat. On the left-hand side, look down to the right-hand side in the Pennzoil lane for Kevin Shearer, 461. Again, that is just the target. First things first, let's be good. Ripping your finger off the button. Red and red. Nope and nope. Kevin Shearer off the gas for the dragster. But Andy Taylor's red and then under by 9 thou. Kevin Shearer.
Did you see that? Kevin Shearer took your advice, Mike.
Was red and got off the gas. It was very
Don't
nice.
listen to Mike.
I'm telling you, red and then dead zero. Like, just.
Huh.
That's just the most worstest when you're running for 50 grand.
All right, so our next two, Ryan Gleghorn. Spent a nice little amount of time with us up on the microphone yesterday, and that is going to be good to see what he can do here in the Brodic's run for the 50K.
One of the Tom Bear School of Drag Racing machines.
Just trying to figure out who's in the Bear car.
Is it? I think this is the one that was our friend from Australia. Over on the left-hand side.
It's not Shane.
No.
The other guy?
Yeah.
The other Australian? Now 15 green for Gleghorn, 22 green for the dragster. Not going to be enough to crack into the top 3. Gleghorn, though, nice lap, 6:59 on a 6:59.
So, green and on the number on both sides, but just not toit. Not toit enough.
Not enough.
Was not toit like a tiger.
Not enough.
Smoking a pancake.
Bong and a blinks. Dennis Lithgow and Scott Holbrook.
Cigar and a crepe.
I like gold. So we'll see what Dennis can do here. 466. I wonder what it's like going through life. You know, you put down, I'm Dennis Lithgow. I'd like to, people are like, wait, are you like the Dennis Lithgow? Like Third Rock from the Sun, Dennis Lithgow?
That's John Lithgow.
I don't care.
I know. Which, by the way, Third
You
Rock
could say
from the
he's my
Sun.
brother.
The tipping.
Oh. Scott Holbrook missed it
Just
by
get off the
one.
gas.
Oh.
Ugh.
514 on a 516. Dennis 006 dead 3. That's going to be 9 total for Dennis. And I believe, looking at what we got here, that 9 is going to end up second best so far. I mean, we got 2 at 6 total, 1 at 9 total. Okay.
With Alejandro Diaz for Team Mexico and Don Sefton. So there's an episode of Third Rock
Yes.
where John Lithgow and Jane Curtin go to dinner, and John Lithgow discovers tipping, like how you tip your waitress, and he ends up coming back with a stack of money, and like every time they do something good, he puts more in it. When they do something bad, he takes money away. It's amazing. Don Sefton is red by 3 and under by 9 thou. Alejandro for Team Mexico is 19 green and 3 above and no good. With Toby Payne. And last night's Mosier Engineering $30,000 winner, that Chris Whitfield kid.
Do you want to know who my new favorite racer is? My new favorite racer today is any racer that puts themselves in a position to take $50,000 from people.
Yes.
That's my new favorite racer.
Which we're still searching for.
Yep. Hey, racers, just a quick little announcement. The water truck is on site here now. If you are in need of getting yourself filled up, the water truck is on site. Flag them down if you need to fill up with water. And Group B, you should be making your way to lanes 7 and 8, please. Group B. Oh, yeah. Whitfield 001 and 471-0 on a 472 dial.
Nope.
Damn.
Toby
Damn.
Payne. Toby Payne was good up front, 003 and 3 above. And nope.
Damn. All right, so 003 and, like you said, 3 above. Dang it. You know what we need up here for this? We need Manny.
Yeah.
We need Manny.
It's Howard DeVore.
Got to be up here. Vominos!
Howard DeVore and Mark Lalonde, 17 on each side. And 2 above for Lalonde. Howard DeVore puts the number on the scoreboard that we don't speak of. 17 green and 3 above going 669.
Wait, talking 666?
Yee!
I say that all the time.
It was Austin Williams and Steve Williams.
Okay, racers, I need your help. Peter Biondo has just stepped in here and said if anybody puts 666 on the board and goes 666 with a 0, everybody that does it, he's putting $100 in the swear jar.
All day.
All day. So Team Racers for Christ needs your help.
Yeah. So Steve Williams is 12, Austin is 18, and both. Steve Williams a couple over, Austin 18 thou over, and will be no good.
Oh, that's awesome.
Jeremy Heffler and Chase Learcamp. Chase in the dragster. Out of Washington. Heffler out of Texas, 616 is the one half of the equation for Heffler. 463 is the one half of the equation for Learcamp. I'm surprised that we've gone as far as we have with nobody putting 000 on the board.
I am too. I think it's about to change. I have faith that it's going to change. All right, well, we got a 006.
So Heffler needs to be dead 0 to be in there and is not. 615.6. Chase Learcamp was 30 up front and under by a bunch.
See, even Terry Lee's on it. She's like, do it. 666-0, do it. All right, so McQueen, Lamb, still leading the way with those 6-packs. 9-pack second best. Aaron Steinke, Dylan Howe. .004 on the tree for Dylan. And 454-0 on a 453. So 004, one above, ends up 14 total. Aaron Steinke, 18 red and 455 on a 454. I do like it. Peter actually mentioned that Kyle, and I am with him 100%. Kyle just confirmed to Peter from up above that that's a new rule at all fling events. 666 with a 0 and a 666, we put in money to the swear jar. $100 going in there. I love it. I'll even help cover some of that, Peter. I'll throw in $5.
Mark Kidd and Jim Glenn. Nathan, you're so generous. Mark out of
every fling all year
Falls.
long.
You better flip me some money for Galat since you won't be at Galat.
That's right. Mike will cover my part for Galat.
All right, Mark Kidd's 005. Let's go 4630 to get to the top. Kidd 468 misses it by 5. Jim Glenn was 26 down there and out right off the bat. Jim Glenn's like, I already won a dragster this week.
Yeah, but now you got to put it together.
All you got to do is put the freaking motor in it.
Uh-huh. And you think
That's
$50,000 wouldn't help for that?
I mean, It would, but I mean, but then he would just be like greedy. As Doug Johnson and Tony Burton. Doug out of Pleasant Grove, right up there on I-15. 474 is his half. Tony Burton out of Washington, 463 is Tony's half of the equation. All right.
So Dragster Jeff Kreider says 666 equals the devil and 777 is the Lord's address. Why do we have 777 on every slot machine here, man? I don't necessarily know that that's the theory. How about 463-2 on a 463 Tony Burton?
He just needed 11 less in the box. As
That's
Tony was
true.
11 green, Doug Johnson was 20 up front and 4 thou fast at 660 feet. All right.
Hi-ho. Hi-ho.
JBR.
Johnny Ezel here.
Great interview. I mean, great interview. If you haven't caught it yet on the live feed, you go back, take a look at it from previous events. Peter Biondo and Johnny Brackett Racer sitting down, a little mano-y-mano. Really, really good amount of time spent together, and it's really a cool conversation. So if you haven't seen that, you can go back and find it. As Johnny rolls up here left side, dialed 458. Chance Parker dialed in at 481. Nope, Johnny's 009. Chance is 30 on the tree, and Johnny 454 on a 458. Chance goes 4806 on a 481.
Chance Parker had a pretty good run yesterday, made it down to the ladder during Moser Engineering Thursday. Before he turned it red at 16 cars with Gene Heaton and Chris Northup. Chris raffled his way into the million.
Sorry, I'm mesmerized by one of the greatest sounds on the planet right now.
Woo, woo, woo.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I could stick the mic up to the glass and just let everybody hear it. I don't know.
I just
Let's see.
from my position as I look over to the right, all I see is the wing.
I don't know if you can hear it or not, but that's awesome.
Northup is 11 and 2 above. Gene Heaton was 11 times 2 at the start and 4 over. And nowhere close. Spencer Massey and Mo Trujillo.
Hey, Mo. All right, Mike. Guess what else is now open?
Apparel.
Well, that too.
Okay.
But the Fig Speed Last Man
yes.
Standing Calcutta. So if you are wanting to get in on the Fig Speed Last Man Standing Calcutta, $75 per ticket, maximum of 5 tickets. Random draw to be assigned your driver in today's Spring Fling Million, but the Spring Fling Million Calcutta, last man standing, $10,000 to win. If you want to grab your tickets, they are now available under the tower.
Can we get in on that?
Technically, I think you could, but I've always kind of held off just because, I mean, granted, the drawing's already done long before the race starts and all that. I mean, it's legit, but if you want to get in on that.
I'm just saying, I have just as good of a chance in that one versus
Right.
our unofficial one, since somebody, I'm not saying who, is picking last.
Listen, man.
I know. You pick like 5th or something.
How many, like seriously, like how many quote-unquote non-drafted quarterbacks go on to be superstars or undrafted players? Like just because you're picking last in the draft doesn't mean that you've got, you know what I'm saying?
I already said I get the field.
No, you don't. Cheater.
Megan Molinari was 004 and 6 above. Hank Pramoff was 13 green and a couple fast. Is Marco Abruzzi.
Of course. Of course. 002 and under by 0.005 of a second. Shoot. Shoot. See, this is one of those things where there should probably and is or should be like significant donations going into the swear jar right now. Because you got your $50 out there. Everybody's taking a swing at the potential of $50,000. You're 002 and under 5,000. I know your mouth is getting a little filthy. I know this. And I know this because mine would be too. 457.6 on a 457 after an 019. Reaction time. Chris Galitti. No, Mike, you can't take the 6th out red and 6th out above and come up with 0. No.
So 6 red for Galitti and then dead on 6. Are you sure we can't like move those little numbers around?
Youth Rock, if you're looking for that interview with Johnny Bracket Razor, just like last night, I think, what was it, just before the quarterfinals?
Yeah, but I also think it's posted on the Fling Facebook page.
Is it on the Fling Facebook page as well? The Fling Facebook page?
Fling Facebook.
Fling Facebook.
So Justin Lamb and Michael McQueen, 6 total, is what's leading us right now for that question. Posed to us. Got to be better than 6 total. As Ramiro Rivera is going to be 12 and 2 over and no good.
There's a couple of Team Mexico racers. And the air show begins today.
How about that one yesterday that literally, like, went under the arch?
Dude, I think it's I split the light poles. I mean, it came through so damn low. That one was high compared to the other one.
The one yesterday was definitely buzzing the tower.
It was crazy.
It was Robbie Gear and Scott Hess.
They're local.
Robbie, Adam is.
There we go. Calvin's going to give a donation to the swear jar. If anybody dials in at a 70 anything, 570, 470, hell, dial a 1370. If you run 70 with an O, Calvin's going to drop into the jar.
All right, Robbie Gear's 004. Let's see, 449 down there. And Robbie Gear joins the Justin Lamb, Michael McQueen. Hey, I was 6 total this morning, club.
Guess what? Guess what we have leading the way as far as packages is concerned now?
Oh, there you go.
Hey, so right now, guess what we have leading the way as far as best overall packages?
6,
a 6, a 6, and a 6. So 3 6-packs leading the way right now. We've got basically a 3-way tie. Somebody's got to break up the Satan party at the top of the chart, man.
Evil. Taylor Strange.
The voice is holding up great, Youth Rock. Thank you.
And George Lewis.
So the Calcutta entries are available down at the bottom of the tower. You want to jump into the Fig Speed Calcutta, those are available. We've got 3 6-packs leading the way in the Brodic's run for the 50K. Group B has been called to the staging lanes. We got a 007. That's close, but ain't going to break up the party at the top. 476 and a 477 for Tyler Strange. George Lewis goes 601 on the 605. So again, Group B, Group B, Group B. You should be in lanes 7 and 8, please. Group B, you should be in lanes 7 and 8, please. Mike Eames.
Yes, sir. David Beckwith over on the right side. And Steve Shear. With their opportunity in the Brodic shootout, Shear misses green by 7 thou. David Beckwith was 17 on the start and 745. Steve Shear, after being red, was then over by a bunch. We've yet to see 0-0-0. Why?
I don't know, but we got to get it figured out.
It's Michael Otis. Left side?
Potentially. George Mayer on the right side, 621 in the Malibu.
All right, Myers 005. Let's see 6210. 6227. Nope. There's a race kid and Chris Nafziger. Race kid left side. Yeah, 590 is the half. Chris Nafziger's 003. Let's see 486 down there. Nafziger misses it by 3 thou. 003 and 3 thou under. Race is 18 green, 4 over. Nafziger just barely misses. As Jeff Serra and Gary Roost. Rooster in that just unbelievable 55 Chevrolet. So again, as Justin Lamb, Michael McQueen, and Robbie Gear are leading the way, with 3 competitors being 6 total so far. Again, that Fig Speed, last man standing, Calcutta is open down at the bottom of the tower. $75 a ticket, and if the driver that you are assigned goes the furthest in today's Million main event, you get 10 grand. You could turn 75 into 10. Is Roost is red by 9. Sarah is 15 green and quick by 3. It's Gary Roost.
Oh, sorry.
Red and 1 over. And no good there, Nathan Hershey.
All right, so Jeremy Waterman and Gabe Torres. G Money. I mean, if your nickname is G Money, you got to make that money. So again, Group B, you should be in lane 7 and 8, please. Group B, you should be in lane 7 and 8, please. Fig Speed, last man, Calcutta. Again, tickets are available at the bottom of the tower. Limited, we're only taking 160 entries. You can buy 5 apiece.
I mean, you can turn 75 into 10 gur.
Absolutely. Ask, what, didn't Hicks do it last year?
Hicks did it one. I can't remember if it was,
Was it last year or the year before,
yeah.
but either way. I know they were like off property getting dinner. When they walked back in, they're like, wait, we did what? We won 10 grand? What? Waterman and Torres both red. Torres red by 9 thousandths of a second. Waterman red by 8 thousandths of a second. And to answer your question, or come back to the question that you asked earlier, what would I do with $250,000? And I told you I'd go hunting for a 67 Nova. I might go have a conversation with Waterman. Like, hey, you got plans for that car in the future? But we got Larry Pittenger rolling up here alongside Vinny Domino. Domino dialed in at 454. Pittenger dialed in at 655. Heck, with $250,000, I may even be able to be interested in having a conversation with Roger Sauter or with, you know what I mean. It's good stuff. 13 green for Vinny Domino. 21 red for Larry Pittenger. As Domino goes 452 on a 454. Pittenger 659 on a 655. And let's see. I'm going to agree with them. The fact that we've got 3 cars, 6 total, all tied at the top right now, I think, yeah, that is Kyle messing with Pete.
Absolutely.
That is totally Kyle messing with Pete.
Bryson Scruggs and Gordon Boven. Bryson out of Tennessee.
Case in point. Case in point, man. You see the light tower?
that was light
you see the
towers.
light tower swaying down
Yes. Bovin. In the Barracudas, 26 green. Bryson is 5 in front and 1 above. And nope. Bovin in the Barracuda is 26 green and 5 fast. As Ryan Harem. And
So they're saying it was
I think it's-
2021 when Jeff Taylor and Greg Hicks won the Calcutta.
Glenn Dilday.
What's that guy doing way up there?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody else is
boring.
coming in here low and fast. He should be. All right, so Group B. This is going to serve as your final call. Group B, you should be standing. Group C. Oh. Come on down. 41 on the tree for Ryan Harem. Goes 560 on a 559. Right side at 15 green and 553 on a 551.
And that was Glenn Dilday.
So Group C, essentially, these are the double-entered million racers. So if you're double-entered in the million, you're in Group C. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Group C, come on down. This one's Trey. So are Jeff and Trey like playing musical chairs
Yeah.
in the seat? I'm
Yep.
good with that.
And
Well,
Trey
dang.
did jump in the million.
Well, dang.
But they're both red. That is both as in Trey and Jeff Broussard, which makes it anticlimactic right off the bat. It's Terry Wilcox and Mike Coltrane. Wilcox out of Lake Taps in the Corvette Roadster left side. Coltrane in his Camaro Roadster over on the Pennzoil side. So 3 competitors so far, have been 6 total. Here in our Brodics run for the 50 GER.
Oof.
I would say that Wilcox might have had the numbers in the box, but Wilcox was leaving first. Coltrane 16 green, 1 above. And not good enough is Sid Sumner's and Myron Street. Sid out of Rexburg, Idaho. 599 is the 1/2. Myron, 693 is his 1/2. The other half is right down there at the starting line.
All right, Mike.
Street is red by 5. Sid Sumner's is Reggie Jackson at the start. And 596 quick. Myron, after being red, is 3 quick as well. And no good, no good. Yes, Nathan Hershey. I mean, Peter hasn't even had to remotely
He hasn't
sweat.
flinched.
No. He's just back there going, psst, whatever.
Oh, hold on. I'm being summoned. It's my turn to pick my driver. Don't worry, Mike. You'll get it in about 20 more people.
My pick's going to be simple. I get the field. It's Pete Booth and William Dykes. Pete in the Porsche is 18, and William Dykes is 34. It's no good, no good. 575 on the 574. William Dykes was 34 green and quick by 3. George LeBlanc and Gary Mignaka. Gary in the Roadster. Gary and Nancy in that group out of Lawndale, CA. George LeBlanc out of British Columbia over on the left side. So Justin Lamb, Michael McQueen, Robbie Gear are all leading the way. LeBlanc is 12 green, Mignaka 1-5 at the start, which is nope and nope. But Gary goes 544, 1 over. LeBlanc is 573, 1 over. It's Lloyd Flatham and Parker Theobald. So to start out, I mean, you got to be 005 or better to even be a part of the equation. And after you're 005, you got to go from there. Lloyd left side, Parker right side. Parker just misses green, 002 in front. Lloyd is 17 at the start, 2 over. After Parker was 002. He's 4 over in the Barracuda. It's Kenny Snow. And I believe it's Rod Taylor. Kenny Snow is 008. Rod is 30 and 1 above. Kenny Snow 008, dead on 3 is 11 total, which is good, but not great. As Justin Lamb, Michael McQueen, and Robbie Gear still sit on top of the heap, being 6 total. It's Karen Schneider. Here on Silver State Refrigeration, Spring Fling Million Friday. We are right in the middle. The Brodic cylinder heads run for the $50,000. I mean, we're still patiently waiting for our first perfect reaction time of the day, which is absolutely staggering. Object of the game, those of you just joining the live feed. Perfect light, run right on the number. Karen Snyder, 2 thou in front. Turns on the red light, 22 green right side and a lot above. After Snyder was red by 2, goes 524-3 quick as Rodney Snyder just saw his wife turn on that red light right in front of him. And Richard Price from right down over here in Vegas in the probe. 565. The estimated performance for Mr. Price. All right, Richard Price is 001. Let's see, 565 something. No, 565.7. There for Richard Price. Rodney Snyder joins wife Karen in being red. And our Brodic's run for the 50,000. All right, 001 right side. And 545 2 above. It was promising for 5.45 seconds. It needed to be promising for 5.43 seconds. As Randy Cloud left side. So our Brodic's run for 50 grand. Justin Lamb, Michael McQueen, Robbie Gear. All leading the way, being 6 total, as we are 0 for 2 here. 23 green for Randy Cloud, 45 green right side. My Group C door cars. Oh, sorry, Group C, everybody. Door cars and dragsters. You should all be up in lanes number 1 and 2 for the Brodic's run for the 50K. Again, 1 and 2, everybody in Group C. As Zach Clark in the Nova is 14 green, right side's 008, which is already out of the equation. With John Cazzetti and Kevin Brannon. Brannon and Jerry Lone's ride. Their Big Chief, 591. For Mr. Brannon. Cazzetti in that 66 Nova out of Whitewater, Colorado. So, it'll be 005 up front. All right, Brannon's 004. Let's go 5910. 5919 for Kevin Brannon. Misses it by that much. Because that he was read by 7 and 2 over. It's Kobe Lewinsky and Travis Ringeth. Travis from Canada, who puts on those great classics events up in Canada. That 3-race Big Money Bracket Series up there at Mission and Edmonton and Medicine Hat. All throughout the summer, definitely. All of our competitors are up there in the north, Washington, Idaho, Montana. Definitely should go rip across the border and go take a look at one of those great events up there. Travis with 661. And red by 10. Kobe is 43 green and took his shot and absolutely missed. All right, Group D. Let's get you up in the lanes, please, as we are 0 for 2 in that pair. Eliminated right when the tree turned green as we're 008 and 16. In Group D, Group Dog, Group Delta, Group Dilapidated. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. For our Brodic's run for the 50,000. Group D up in lanes 7 and 8, please. Group D. Get you up in lane 7 and 8 as Gary Smiley and Justin Lamb in the Roadster. We are staged. And away, Smiley is 4 red. Lamb's 19 green and 1 over. After Smiley was read by 4 thou, 3 over. And not what we're looking for. We have not had a single Perfect reaction time. Which is totally surprising, as Lynn Horrob and Cool Hand Luke. Luke in the Corvette for Team Osier. Luke, 008, 2 over. Nope. Lynn is 16 green. And not going to be part of the top 3. Again, Justin Lamb, Michael McQueen, Robbie Gear are all 6 total. As Larry Scarth and Sean Page. So it got to be 005 down there on the starting line to be close. All right, Sean Page is 003. Sean Page is 613, 2 over. Larry Scarth was 007, already out by a thou, and then 624. It's Paul Edens and Don Buckwitz. In Group D. You up in 7 and 8, please. Group D up in lanes 7 and 8. Don Butkowitz is 18. We are 21 green. There for Paul Edens and No. Niete. Greg Dreher and Troy Williams Jr. Tristan, if it is a tie, it is a random draw for the prizes. They're in the chat bleachers. That was one of the questions. It's, again, the best package. All right, Troy Williams Jr. is 002. 474, nope. 470 for T-Rock. Greg Dreher was 006, needed to be dead 0, ended up being 2 over the number. Nathan Hershey, you left. And can I tell you what you missed?
Yes, please. Did we get close? Or are we still tied at 3 6-packs?
I'm telling you what you missed.
Got it. All right, then. Let's see what we get here. Well, not much. A 20 and a 25 on the tree, and then 632 on a 629.
Troy Williams Jr. was 002 a couple pair ago.
Okay.
We've yet to have perfect.
Yeah.
But we do need Group D up in lane 7 and 8, please. Group D up in 7 and 8.
All right, so Mike Bloomfield with a 632 and a 629 after the 025 light. That is going to bring up David Cook rolling up in the Thunderbird over on the left side with a 574 dial. And Cook is 003. He's got a shot at breaking up that 6 party at the top. But goes 576 and a 574. All right. Dragster was 18 green and goes 469 on a 471. All right, so everybody in the chat bleachers, apparently we need your help. We need all kinds of positive thoughts because we've got to get at least a few perfect reaction times up here on the board to give us a shot at this 50 grand. So we need your help. Please, please help us. Hello. There we go. I should have something here. But I'm getting nothing over the... Oh, I know what's going on here. All right, hang on. So with Roger Sauter and Stan Essery lining up here, Roger, who's had a very, very good couple of days, in the Barracuda.
Do you really know what's going on?
No, I'm just saying that. Stan Essery at a Sherwood Park, 464, dial right side. 004 for Roger Sauter. Can we play match game on the 560? Oh, 559.9 for Sauter. Had a chance at taking over the top spot. Essery was 009, goes dead 4. And a 13-pack not quite going to get it.
So this right here was very similar to when Peter Biondo last night sent us a message that said that, quote, he had it all figured out. As Peeps Pennington and Dalton Giroux out of the Duke, Alberta. So first things first, right down there, you got to break the stage beams a minimum of 005 after light turns green. And both drivers are 15. Ba-bum, ba-bum, boom. Dalton had the number correct, 492, but 15 up front. Pennington had 465 on the scoreboard, 466 on the racetrack, and no good is KJ Dessa and Jason Pad. And Nathan Hershey, I am proud to report that you did have it figured out.
Yep. I know that what we're going to have to do here in a minute is probably some...
Shuffling?
We're going to need to get some tools out here in a minute because I can see the little light fading again. But we'll see.
You know, I'm standing right here. You don't need to talk about the light fading.
Mike, every time you walk into the room, the light gets brighter. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. All right, so Pad dialed 456. KJ dialed 488. Come on, KJ. Nope and nope. $28 green and 457 on the 456 for Pad. 43 green and dead 4 for KJ. So had the dial in just about right. I believe what we've called Group D. Group D. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Group D, come on down, lane 7 and 8. Group D to lane 7 and 8, please. Let's get you headed this way. Michael Pennington and Michael Johnson. Johnson on the right side, Pennington on the left side. Still looking for somebody to break up that six-pack party. At the top, we've got Lamb, McQueen, and Gear, all at 6 total. And neither one of these drivers is going to be able to crack inside of that as a 009 and 469 shows up for Pennington. A 60 and dead on 5 for Michael Johnson. So we'll get into the Camaro. Rolling up on the left side, and Kevin Shearer rolling in here on the right. Again, racers, remember those Million tech cards are available for sale up here in the tower. So if you want to jump into the Million, tech cards are still available. Again, guaranteed to be at least $250,000. 006 and a 005. Shearer. Can we get a 719.0? 716.6. Camaro goes 597 on the 596 after a 006 reaction time. We had a chance at least breaking up the six-pack party at the top. And the six-pack party up at the top, again, currently right now, it's Lamb, McQueen, and Gear, who are all tied up there with the sixes. And looking at this, if we've got a tie within the best three packages, that's going to come down to a random draw. So we'll break up that tie by way of a random draw, but I think we need to get a little bit better than that. Oh, Leslie Grissom misses the tree by 1,000th of a second and then goes 688 on a 684. Laureen Rogers, 25 green, and goes 684 on the 685. And that's going to get a couple of dragsters backing up this way. And I'm trying to see, is that Thompson's car? I know Dave Mazier is taking over the driving duties in the dragster. Zach standing alongside of him here on the right side. So the Mazier Enterprises car dialed in at 486. And then a 463 over here on the left side. No, Mazier's going to miss it by 11th thou. It's an 031 reaction time on the left side. And we are drawing closer and closer to round number 1 of the million. So again, million tech cards available up here in the tower. If you need to get your tech card, come on up here. Let's get that taken care of for you, as well as the Fig Speed Calcutta. So the Calcutta tickets are available. They are $75 a piece. Last man standing. Basically, you come up here, you buy your entry into the Calcutta. By random draw, you'll be assigned your driver, and the last driver standing, if you happen to be holding that ticket, you could be going home with $10,000. What? Danny Hoff? Wow. 003 on the tree for James Higgins. And 6506 shows up on a 649 dial. Leroy Duran was 5 thou too quick, letting go of the button. Goes 499.9 on a 499 dial. As we got G-Dub, Gary Williams rolling up left side, and Donnie Burleson rolling up on the right side. Come on. Come on, come on. About that much. About that much. Mike Ames, you missed about that much. I really am kind of just like confused. Slightly.
Perplexed.
And not and I mean that's a normal state for me.
Oh,
here we
okay,
go. Here we go. Gary Williams getting the 469.
Oh, but he goes to the top.
Oh, Trip Zip was up on the reaction time in a 469.5 on a 469. Oh, the first perfect light of the day, and we end up dead on 5. Gary Williams will go to the top right now. He is the current holder of the Brodic's SR20 heads. But our first Trip Zip of the day, and Peter was nowhere to be found. I just want to see him in the back room somewhere going, all right, so we need more of those. We need more of those. Donnie Burleson was red at this end of the racetrack. No chance at it. Here's Donovan Williams now.
You know, my heart rate was kind of going down a little bit until we saw Treat, and then you got like, okay, all right, let's go.
Let's 002 on the tree for Donovan. Can he also help break up the six-pack party? 474.3
total.
Woo! So Gary Williams is 5 total. Now Donovan Williams is 5 total. Gary was Trip Zip dead 5. Donovan was 002 dead 3. So we go from 3 at a 6-pack leading the way now to 2 at a 5-pack. I mean, if they're getting a set of those Brodics SR20 heads, maybe one gets one gets the other. We'll see. We'll see. All right, now we're getting after it. Sefton was 14 green and 443 on a 442. Aaron Steinke and Carl Jones. Steinke left side, dialed 456. Carl right side, dialed 463. 007 shows up on the scoreboard for Steinke. That's as close as we're going to get. As Aaron goes 456 on a 456. So 007, dead 7. For Aaron Steinke. Carl Jones was 32 red. That's going to bring up Trip West and Bill Bathello. Bathello in the Grand Am for the farmer out of northern Nevada, racing with Aloha Specialties. 508, the dialing up on the scoreboard. That's what he's going to be playing match game with. Trip West dialed it at 506. And I know we are getting closer and closer to round number 1 of the million. The Nellis Air Force Base Color Guard is here on property. They're going to be presenting the colors for today. Those guys are cool. All right, 2 of the 3 of them are cool. You guys decide amongst yourselves which 2 it is. All right, no, they're all cool. 507 to a 507. Trip West, 14 green, dead 3. Bill Bathello, 078 on the tree, and 9 thou under the 508 dial is Andy Schmall and Carson Wheeler. Going to be our next 2. I mean, I'm serious. Like the Nellis Air Force Base Color Guard guys, they get to go out and they're watching the air show every day. We get to see it out here when we're racing at the track, and man, has it been a good one so far this weekend. 596 the dial for Schmall and the Nanner. And Carson Wheeler with a 459 dial on the right side. Let's get another trip zip. Gary has been the only one to be trip zip so far. There we go. Second one, Carson Wheeler, trip zip on the tree. Come on, 459. Oh, 4600. Carson Wheeler is 1 hun away from a $50,000 payday. 10, not going to get you into the top 3. So Wheeler's trip zip, 10 thou off the mark. Andy Schmall was 11 on the tree and goes 597 on a 596. Come on. Come on. What we got? Bill Kidd, or excuse me, is it Joe or Bill? Can't remember which one. That's Bill Kidd Jr. in the pickup truck. Joe Kidd, 622, misses it by 9 thou. We got a 003 reaction time on the right side, and we got a 443 on a 442. More trip zip. More trip zip. More trip zip. Here's Dylan Howe coming up on the second entry, and Rose Izell. There are a lot of folks in the chat bleachers rooting for Rose.
I know that our friend Bob Unkefer is up there watching, and he's looking for, he wants more triple zipple.
He does. He wants a lot more zipple in the triple form. Come on. Rose red by 2 thousandths of a second. Dylan 32 green and 454 on a 454. Close, but not close enough. Hey, look, it's Mike rolling up into the water box. All right, so Chris Whitfield, last night's winner, rolling up here with a 467 dial. And Grady Johnson out of Saratoga Springs, Utah. They're giving Grady the sign to turn it off. They look unhappy as Grady is going to get backed up here. I think that's unfortunately the second time for Johnson that's been happening. They've got an issue down there underneath the race car. They're going to back him up. Have to do a quick cleanup on the starting line, but Chris Whitfield gets the solo shot. Oh, this is killing me. This is killing me. Because of the single shot, because of the true start, we don't get to see the reaction time until after the run is over, and Chris Whitfield was 52 green and then goes 463 on a 467. Ooh. So as Grady gets backed up, we got a quick little cleanup happening here on the starting line. Once again, Group D. Group D. We have called you into the staging lanes, please. Group D. So again, million tech cards available up here in the tower. I do not know what the current count is. We need to find that out. Where are we at? What's the purse so far?
It's a minimum of 250 gur.
It is. I mean, it's a minimum of $250,000 up for grabs here today. Geez. I wish I had like a really tight relationship with one of the divas back at the desk who might be able to tell me. Oh, geez. It's not going to be that long. Let's see. Hold on. Something is about to happen. Okay. Austin Williams rolling up here in the Bronco on the right side, coming in out of Texas, 5.90 seconds to dial. And Renault Martinez out of Marin Nuevo Leon rolling up on the left side, 476 to a 590. Austin Williams is 007, won't quite crack the top three, and goes 589.8 on a 590. Renault, 476 on a 476. So be it.
Do you hear that?
I do.
Hector Hernandez out of Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico. 637 is the 1/2, and Jeremy Heffler, 617 is his 1/2. But you got to be technically you got to be 005 or better still, because you can be 005 and dead zero to be 5 total. But let's just be perfect. Ooh, near miss and near miss. Which we're going to come back to near miss here in a second. Heffler was 4 in front. Hector was 002 and dead on. Heffler was 004 and 617.4. There was the great bit with George Carlin talking about, like when 2 airplanes get too close in the sky, it was considered a near miss. Why is it a near miss? Why is it not a near hit? It's Greg Christensen over on the left side. So 507 over on the Pennzoil side. All right, let's be like 00 like low on each side right here.
We got like 2 perfect reaction time. We need more. And yes, I am going to be greedy.
There's nothing wrong with that. And we are no and no.
Let's be greedy.
I mean, 16 green dead on 4. But they missed the most important part right down there at the starting line. Greg Christensen's 19 green and 5 fast.
So Andy Taylor rolling up here against one of the Howe machines. So with a $435 on the left side for Andy Taylor, a $458 on the right side for the Howe machine. It's an 024 reaction time on the right. Taylor jumps really early and goes 438 on a 435. Well, that'll be that part. All right, come on. Everybody refocus, recenter, take that deep breath. Get everything ready to go. And again, I do need to reach out and touch someone at the Diva desk. Where are we at? Entries for the million. A few. All right. I know there's more available. I'm just saying we need to get the money flowing. We got to get the money flowing. It is $1 Million Friday. Those tech cards are available if you want to jump in. Dustin Wirtz, 16 green, and then goes 458 on a 458. 16 dead 5 for Wirtz. Bill Kidd was 12 green and 665 on a 663. And again, the text message just went out. Just a reminder to all of our drivers who have been in competition this week, even if you are not entered in the million, and you would like to take a swing at the Brodic's Run for the 50K, if you have not done so yet, you can. You do not have to be entered into the million. To grab your $50, head into the staging lanes and take a shot at potentially picking up $50,000. Or maybe getting in there and sliding around the Williams boys, getting a better than a 5-pack, get yourself a set of those Brodic's SR20 heads. 459 the dial for Cortland. 457 the dial for Riley Learcamp, and Cortland Carter is just going to cut it a little bit too close. 003 red goes 460 on a 459. Man, I got to get like caught up here. I got to be live. What if I missed? Hang on. I'm like way off even in the wrong spot. Hold on, Mike. I'm all kinds of messed up here.
I was going to say, you're like...
I'm always all kinds of messed up, but...
Just keep hitting buttons. Thomas Bear and Dennis Lithgow. Our next two. As everybody's chasing both Gary and Donovan.
Now I've got it.
$18 and $18. No good, no good. And both under as well. As Jim Glenn and G Money.
So for those of you that are watching along on the Jags and Hoosier sponsored live feed, you're sitting there going, wait, the audio, yes, the audio disappeared for a second. We had something to take care of up here in the tower, and, well, you know, let's just say it may find its way onto social media.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. I think we may live to regret that. It was Glenn. But ended up winning a dragster here, won the Winter Nationals. He just keeps racking up like win. 002 Jim Glenn. 478-3.
And Jim Glenn joins
the 5-pack party.
The Gary Williams, Donovan Williams. Hey, I was 5 total. So with Gary Williams, Donovan Williams, and Jim Glenn now being 5 total.
I'll show you where to get that.
That means Justin Lamb, Michael McQueen, Robbie Gear are officially eliminated. As Scotty Richardson and Johnny Ezel. Scotty left side, Johnny right side. Ezel is 005. He's got to be 4560. And is 4548. Scotty was 007 and dead on 5. And 12 total is no good. It's Brian Kennedy and KJ Desa. So Gary Williams, Donovan Williams, and Jim Glenn are the current standard bearers with 5 total. KJ 009. Canada is out in front and too slow. KJ. Double 09 and 12th out too fast as Michael McQueen.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I realize what the problem has been.
Yeah,
We didn't have the M&M's
Yeah.
bag open.
Yeah.
Since we're racing for 50,000 M&Ms, we needed the M&M bags open. Michael McQueen, got to be double entered here in the million. Mark Kidd rolling up here on the right side. McQueen, who was one of those that was like helping to lead the way in the 6-pack party, has since been replaced by the 5-pack party. And the 5-pack party is what? Williams, and Glenn.
That could also be a law firm.
Yeah, it could. I think we should also open another racetrack called Williams Glen. Nope. $25 green and sorry, I'm eating M&Ms. $5.97 on a $5.99 for the Kid Mobile. McQueen $4.91 on a $4.89. That's going to bring up Sean Langdon. And then we'll see. Is it Sarah in the blue car? Jeff Sarah? So Langdon down 630. And his 30 on the tree. I don't know. With the no 24 reaction time, I don't know if that's Sarah. So again, racers, even if you're not entered in the million, want to take a swing at the 50 grand, you still can make you into the staging lanes. If you have not entered the million, you've already had your swing at it, well, you're good. You're good. But if you've decided you're sitting back there going, well, I don't know if I really want $50,000. Okay, I mean, I get it. If you don't really want $50,000, well, then so be it. But if you do want $50,000, I'm going to have to add, okay, so I think Chad can hear us up there in the scissor lift. We'll see as Doug Foley Jr. and Mad Max McLaughlin. Out of Texas, 503, the dial-in left side. Doug Foley dialed in at 468 on the right side. Both of them miss it. 003 red. 2-0-11 red, and then Foley's going to go 469. McLaughlin's going to go 6 down under. All right, Chad, so I just want to make sure, like, on the whole YouTube thing, I know we can't play music on the YouTube thing, but what if it was like a sound clip from a movie? Like, if they heard a sound clip from a movie, are they going to get mad at you? That's just my curiosity question. Kyle Rizzoli, Ryan Zermano. Rizzoli dragster right side. Zermano dialed in at 477 on the left side. I agree, Rod. Everybody needs to hit the like button. There needs to be way more like, uh-oh. Ryan Harem's dragster is getting backed out of the water box. We don't like that. We don't like that at all. Rizzoli 10 green and 483 on a 485. Sounds like the issue was Ryan Harem's car would not engage the reverser, and now it seems like it's going to do that just fine. As David Beatty in the judge. Waiting on the starting line, so a 6 flat dial for Beatty. A 461 dial for Harem. And our 3 leaders in the clubhouse essentially giving away like the top 3 packages. Well, no. Apparently Ryan Harem's trans brake is just not wanting to cooperate here this morning. So an 074 red light for Beatty. He goes 603. Harem, after rolling into the water box, seeing a couple of issues there and not getting the car to be able to back up, got it to kind of behave that way, got it up to the starting line, and then it decided that it was just going to say, nope, I'm not playing along. All right, so the question, and to be very, very clear as far as who is leading the way so far, for a little while we had 3 drivers tied at 6 total. We've now got 3 drivers tied at 5 total. Gary Williams, Donovan Williams, and Jim Glenn have all put up 5-packs. And Calvin, who comes all the way in here from Hawaii on Million Day, basically on the run for the money, always likes to come in and he wants to put a little side money down with me. He was very optimistic. I mean, very optimistic that it would be 2 or better. I went ahead and took that. Said, all right. I mean, he might be right. But as of right now, I mean, we've still got staging lanes full of dragsters, full of cars that have an opportunity to get this done, and I would absolutely love to see us get this done. Well, we'll see what's going on here. So as Jeff Taylor rolls in, lined up left side, 009 red for Taylor, 34 green over on the right side, and then 4709 on a 470. Well, all righty then. Shane Carr, who obviously has been enjoying Vegas to the fullest this weekend, along with the photographic evidence that proves such, rolls up here on the right side, 454 the dial for Shane. For Nick Hastings, Nasty Nick. That's a term I've never heard before. I'm wondering if it's a typo. You ever heard of beer giggles? I've heard of beer goggles.
Yep, beer giggle, yep.
You've heard of beer giggles? I've never heard of beer giggles. Nick is 006. 006, not quite going to get you into the top 3 here as he goes 611 on a 610. Shane Carr was 19 green. And then goes 456 on the 454 dial. Jason Mercer rolling up here. Robbie Gear over on the left side. Gear with a 450 dial in the dragster. Mercer with a 646 dial in the roadster. I see a screen name in the chat bleachers that I think we should have here this weekend. Mr. Bistro Chef. 002 red for Gear. Jason Mercer goes 30 green. Mercer runs 634.0 on a 646. Robbie Gear goes 449 on a 450. So, I mean, I'm serious, right? Like, I don't know if you've ever heard this story, Mike Eames, but at one point, one night that we had a race here back when a previous management was running the place. So it's been plenty of years ago. This room right behind us that's got the conference table in it and all of that kind of stuff. The conference table, the chairs, all of that stuff was taken out of the room. And 2 stations were set up in there to do mani-pedis at the racetrack. Like, we had a full-on manicure-pedicure station set up in the conference room.
Why don't we do that right now?
We would rotate in and out of there so you could actually sit in the chairs, watch the racing. You could see the cars going by, and as the drivers would come by, they'd look up in the windows, and we had people sitting up there getting manicures and pedicures. It was by appointment. You could get your name on the list, and I'm dead serious. We had like 2 chairs set up in there where you'd do manicures and pedicures during the race. I would, I don't know that we had a massage station set up, but that might be another thought. I mean, we were talking about yesterday how bougie these races can be. So if we've got a manicure, pedicure station and a massage table set up in the tower, so maybe that's the way to go.
So Troy Williams Jr. was just 10 total in that pair before and no good. Again, Gary Williams, Donovan Williams, Jim Glenn.
5s. See. 5:15 on a 5:13 after an 0:23 reaction time. 007 on the left side, and Ringmaster, I can't always see past screen names to know who is who. But Ringmaster of 3 said, see, confirmed. Those were good times. They know the deal. They know the deal. So, Race Kid, what you got? Nick Craig, we did say bougie. Double 04 reaction time on the right side and 4:48 on a 4:47. Could have broke into that 5-pack party at the top, but not quite. And no, Jack, not that type. Not like that. And you know what? I'm not the first one that used the word bougie here this weekend. That was actually Ryan Gleghorn. I didn't know that word existed in Gleghorn's vocabulary, but he was the one that called it a bougie race. Because we were talking about we got like a couple of Ferraris and a Porsche that's racing here. I don't know if the Calcutta's full yet, but I know that the tickets are available down here at the bottom of the tower. And let me tell you something. We got a very special guest that's made their way up here into the tower. As Mark Kidd goes 002 red. Clinton Fife was 11 green. So everybody knows Peter Biondo. But I don't know that people know the power behind Peter Biondo, and that is Peter's Uncle Mike. Apparently, from what Peter is telling me, that Uncle Mike is like having a magic rabbit's foot in your pocket or whatever it is that brings you luck. He's the man that does that. And what he's saying is that as long as Uncle Mike gives his blessing, gives everybody a few words of encouragement, man, things are going to turn around here, and we're going to see somebody hit like 50K.
Hi, this is Mike from Canarsie, originally from Brooklyn, living in Vegas. I want to wish all you guys a great race weekend and happy Easter to everybody. And thank God for my family and friends. I come to see them every year. I love it. I wish I was 18 again. But you know what happens when you get old? The bones start to go on you. Guys, have a great weekend. Make a lot of money, and thank you again.
Well, thank you very much, Uncle Mike. Self. And again, with the words of encouragement from the Lucky Charm himself, things are going to turn around here. I know we're going to get it done. Yep. Gleghorn said it first. All right, see, that's what I'm talking about, Mr. Bistro Chef. That's what I'm talking about, right? Mike Quinteri rolling up here, dialed in at 489. Chris Gallitti dialed in at 446. We can get the Manny Petty station set up. We can get the Bistro Chef up here kind of doing the on-demand chef station. I mean, if we're going to call this thing bougie, we're going balls to the wall. We're going all out. 488.9 on a 489. Mike Quinteri, 16 green, missing it a thou. Down at the bottom side as Chris Galletti was 12 red and goes 445.9. Woo! Galletti 1 thou under. Quinteri 1 thou under. See? The groove is in the house.
Uncle Mike shows up.
Uncle Mike.
How great would it be, like late at night, to break bread with that guy?
I want to know if Uncle Mike goes to the Italian American Club, because there's a whole bunch of folks that hang out there. I've been told that is like the best
place.
food in town.
Yeah.
Jeff, I think you've eaten at the Italian American Club a time or two. All right. I think we do. We've been to Chicago Joe's. We need to go hit up the Italian American Club. Leslie Grissom, 46 green, and missed it by a thou on the right side. 001 red, 495 on a 493. We do. We need to go hit up the Italian American Club. Is there any way to get into the Calcutta from the chat bleachers? Unfortunately, unless, I mean, you could maybe find somebody here on property that you could Venmo the money to, have them, like, buy in for you. That might be a way to do it. I don't know how many tickets are left in the Calcutta. We'll try to find out. I know we've still got room in the million because essentially there's no cap, right? The more cars we get in the million, the more money we throw out onto a potential payday for somebody, and the better somebody's life is going to be. High Life and Benedict's for all. You talking about Miller High Life, like the banquet beer? A 005 shows up for Mike Rock left side, and he's going to go 493-1. Right side, we were 006 and goes 486. As Jeremy Wilson backing up from the burnout here, and I'm waiting for a little smoke to clear to see if I can identify who the dragster is on the right side, but nope, Louis. No perfect lap yet. And Arizona Snowman wants it. No, we don't have Daddy Dave, but we do have Uncle Mike. And we got Ryan Gleghorn, and we got Mike Eames. We got JJ, Jonathan, excuse me. Queen Jaylene. All the divas back at the diva desk. Yeah, Chad Reynolds, Warren Evans. Big names. Big names. 4608 on a 457. Jeremy Wilson was late. Yeah, of course, Jeff Foster's here. Of course, Jeff Foster. Is Jeff Foster ever not here? I mean, on a rare occasion, but no, we don't have Daddy Dave. We've got Uncle Mike. I need to reach into the M&M bag again, because last time I reached into the M&M bag, we saw a couple
things
of like
happen.
perfect
That's
reaction
right.
times. So
With J. Scott Ball and Colton Aragon. Gary Williams, Donovan Williams, Jim Glenn. 5 total. J. Scott Ball, 004. Let's be dead zero here. No, 4702. Said it's going to run 472. So it was promising there for a moment. But J. Scott Ball ended up being 18th thou under. Colton Aragon was 4-5 at the start. And 2 over. As Tim Parton and Todd Robinson. Tim left side out of Montana. Todd out of Corpus Christi. They're in Texas. Red and red. So far, the M&M's Nathan Hershey is 1 for 2.
yeah, they're not working out for us.
So Todd and Tim, no good, no good. As Jim Reichenbach and Jacob Stolworthy will be in today's Friday Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Spring Fling Million, as he won raffle number 1
Yes, he
a
did.
couple days ago.
All right, so 66. Here's the deal. This is essentially a run for the money. Best overall package. We're actually taking the top 3 best packages, which right now all happen to be 5-packs. Best overall package gets a set of the Brodic's SR20 heads, as we are in the Brodic's run for the 50K. As Jim Reichenbach and Jacob Stallworthy take a swing and both miss. But that is going to be that. So again, the top 3 best packages. Best overall package, set of Brodic's SR20 heads. $5,200 worth of Brodic's heads for the best package. Second best package gets $2,000. Third best package gets a 2023 entry into the Spring Fling Million, valued at $2,000. So essentially, we've got Gary Williams, Austin Williams, and Jim Glenn all tied with a 5-pack, and the tiebreaker, it comes down to a random draw. So we need somebody to get out here and like break up that tie at the top, and so far the racers have been uncooperative. So let's see. We're going to let them keep going here for a minute.
So a couple pairs to go. Alexis Thompson was 6 total, and nothing since. Brandon Umberger and Nathan Thornsley. Nathan out of Alaska, 536 and 11 up front, no good. Umberger's 52 at the start and 1 above. Todd Coltrane and Chevy Reeves. Todd and Chevy. The first part of the deal here this morning in our Brodic's run for the $50,000, you got to be better than 005 at the start, and Todd Coltrane is way more worser than 005. Chevy Reeves was 10 and 4 over, no good. Todd Coltrane, unfortunately, was 175 as Todd got down there and went 4650 on the 465. is Misty Unser. And Cooper Chun. So we got to start by being at least 005 at the start. All right, Misty's 001. Let's see, 4680. 4687. Rats. 8 total for Misty. That was very promising until the last number of the 4 came up. That's Tim O'More and Bruce Johnson. Bruce out of Minnesota.
Timo's won 50 grand already this year.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it.
He had to make a lot of runs to win that 50 grand. This one, he's just got to make one run.
It'd be a lot more efficient.
One run. Baby! Oh, I wish the
That
camera
was
would have caught
rad.
that one.
That was close.
That was as it should be.
Man, the air show from Nellis this morning has been on point.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that last one, I mean, seriously, Nathan Hershey, from our vantage point here in the tower,
Dude, he crossed the track at the finish line.
we literally saw the entire plane through the front window and didn't have to bend down to take a look. That's how...
It was low. It was
great.
low, crossed the track at the finish line. I think it flew over the suites, man. That was killer.
Mike Brundage left side. It's 008. Nope. 20 green right side. And under by 1,000. Brundage. 008 under by 7,000. So we're still looking to have somebody shuffle around the threesome of Gary Williams, Donovan Williams, Jim Glenn.
Somebody's got to break up the party. Nick Axtman and Dylan Winters. Dylan over the left side, dialed 456. Axtman on the right side, dialed 421. Was that called Wanna, Washington? You wanna? Do you wanna? All right. 006 reaction time for winners. Nick Axtman goes red by 17 thou as Axtman goes 423. Dylan Winters goes 457. So again, racers, just another reminder, if you want to jump into the Calcutta, the Fig Speed Calcutta, they are selling those tickets for $75 a piece. You can buy up to 5 tickets. And by purchasing however many tickets it is, you're essentially going to be randomly drawn, assigned a driver. And whoever has the last driver standing
Gets 10 gur.
10 grand.
Sawana, Washington is a census-designated place in Pierce County, Washington. The elevation is just staggering. A total of 16 feet of elevation. Kevin Johnson left side, 30 on the tree, and dead on 9 is nope. 14 green, 1 above, no good right side.
Next to Allison McCone. Rolling up here, left side 475 dial, right side with the 435 dial. We'll see what we can do. .436 and a 435 on the right side.
Allison, 2 red, dead 0. Ouch.
Mike, your theory did stand up there.
If you're red, like 1 red, 2 red, just get off the gas. Just don't do it. Allison McCone's going to be like 7 years from now is going to be, God, remember that one time in the run for the 50K, I was 2 red and dead 0.
That's one of those that'll wake you up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat.
Jake,
2 red, dead 0.
Jake Guadagnolo's like, yeah, I talk about that all the time when I was 1 red and dead 0. Off the bottom. Jason Thomas. Out of Idaho, left side, red and red. Red and red.
Redder. All right, so Jake Jones rolling up here now. And again, if you have not yet had the opportunity to make a run at the 50,000, and we're looking to do that, you got to make sure that you get in there. $50 in the lanes. Your chance, your shot, your hope. It could be you. 006 reaction time for could be Mark Campbell, Jake Jones. Woo-hoo. So a second dead on 0 in the last couple of pair. Campbell dead 0 was 006 and 466. 0 on the 466. Jake Jones was 008. And then goes 459 on the 461. Oh, we got Timmy Marker Glue and Dale Taros in the water box. We got David Meyer, the dragster out of Sheridan, up on the starting line. And I'm trying to see who is the dragster over on the left side. 491 the dial left, 478 the dial on the right. Red light start left lane by 25 thousandths of a second. Meyer was 16 green and goes 477. On the 478, we'll bring out, as we mentioned a moment ago, Tim Marker Glue with a 455 dial. And Dale Taros, the front engine ride, coming in out of California. Dialed in at 542. .003 Dale Taros. How close can you get to a 542? 542.7. 10 total for Dale. And good, but not enough to break into the top 3. Tim Marker Glue was 009 and then dead 2. He's 11 total. So 11 total left lane, 10 total right lane. And neither driver with really a whole lot to show for it. Seriously? Are you serious, Clark? Willie Flores, 14 green. And then 493.0 on a 490. All right, we're starting to kind of close in on it. We've now had 3 dead-on zeros. In the last, 8 pair. Flores, 14 green, dead 0 this time. As a Vinny Domino and Tyler Smith. We got to get closing in on this. Really, 2 perfect reaction times. That's all we've had. That's all. We need more. We need more, we need more, we need more. So if you haven't yet jumped in there to get your Calcutta entry available at the tower. If you haven't yet bought your Million Tech card, those are still available here in the tower. I do see the staging lanes kind of starting to empty out a little bit. But again, racers, if you have not yet had a shot at the 50K, bring your $50 into the staging lanes and let's go. Let's go. How about that? We're watching along on the Jags and Hoosier live feed. And a very special text message just went out. It's going to be shared on the stream as well. But this week, and this week only, Jags, who is continuing to show their love and support for Spring Fling Racers, is offering a special discount for Fling Racers. There's a URL, basically a link that you'll be going to. But come on, a special just for those of you that are racing here at the Fling. That is cool. Or for those of you that happen to get the cool link. 642 on a 640, or excuse me, 442 on a 441 right side of the racetrack after the 011 reaction time. Spencer Massey, 004 red, 1 under, 643 on a 644. As we continue the $50,000 Brodic's shootout. Still tied 3 ways at a 5-pack.
Donovan Williams and Hannah Cook had a lot of fun with Hannah up here yesterday in our practice tree personality segment that we did. Hannah up alongside Jeff Foster up here in the tower on the practice tree, which was a good time. Donovan Williams earlier today was 5 total. And here, he's 005. Now we got to be dead 0 to duplicate the feat. No, 474.4 under by 6 thou for Donovan. Hannah was 22 green and 13 thou fast. No good. It's Elliot Franco. Elliot got into the Million via a raffle yesterday. And Keoki Desa. Elliot. Ouch. Ouch. 541 is Elliot's half on the racetrack. Keoki's 456 is his half on the track. But I mean, to be even in the ball game, you have to be 005 right down here.
It'd be so much better to be perfect.
I agree. It gives you a little bit more wiggle room down there at the top. All right, Keoki's 003. Let's see, 4560. 4534, under by 3, no good. Elliot's red by 9. And OUT, at least for the 50K.
Well, well, well. Is it Justin Hoff rolling up here out of Nampa, Idaho? Okay, you drive one of the old Vandermeer cars. 459 the dial for Hoff.
Who just celebrated birthday number 21 with us a couple days ago.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Showed up in Vegas to celebrate his 21st birthday?
What crazy idea.
Who 2, I mean, that'd be something that like a race kid would do. Maybe like, 4 or 5 years ago. 486 dial here on the right side. Come on. 006 is going to fall just outside of the range where you need to be in 486.0. That's the second 006 dead zero. So what, I think we got like 9 racers now that have all gone 6 total. 3 racers have been 5 total. We haven't seen anything better than that yet. What do we got?
Yep,
5 at 6?
5, 6 total, yep.
Yeah.
5 at 6 total, and then 3 at 5 total.
Yep.
You know, my prediction was 3 is what you're going to have to be to get into the top 3 in. You were 4, and I like your chances. Unless something spectacular happens with our last
I may have
50-ish
ended up
cars.
being totally wrong. Oh, here we go.
All right, Gary Williams is 001. Freaking Gary Williams. First time was 5-pack. Gary Williams second time, 001 dead on 4 and 5 total. Gary Williams is just obscene. 005 first run, 005 total second run.
Oh, my goodness. Peeps Bennington,
I think-
009, 466 on a 467. Are you serious?
Gary Williams is like really upset that he was runner-up last night.
I think
He's
so.
like, I'll show them.
Like, I'm going to go be a prize hog. Okay. So a little Vega rolling up left side, 630 is the dial. Brian Cam on the right side and a 498 dial.
Hey, Gary Williams, nobody likes to show off. But that was pretty impressive.
That was pretty awesome. Vega 17 and 633 on a 630. Brian Cam was not 17 and 499 on a 498. We're going to continue to just kind of fight our way through here. What are we going to do? Ah, got it. Okay, fair enough. Shane Thompson over on the left side. Dialed in at 458. Scott Lemon on the right side. Dialed 468. Come on. I don't want to say I'm losing hope, because I know we're not losing hope. No, I am not deflated yet. Lemon was 35 green and 500 on the 468. Shane Thompson was 008 early. And then goes 457. Down the racetrack is Nathan Martin. I'm trying to figure out if that's Megan. No, Megan's standing there. Not sure who's in Megan's car right now. So a 428 dial over on the left side. Come on. Come on. Car's not going anywhere. Going to pull over here. 006 and 4606 for Nathan Martin. Unfortunately for the Molinari machine. Left the starting line. Car goes silent, pulls over, and we're going to have a little bit of time while we get that one headed back this way. Dragster Jeff Kreider is rapidly becoming Pastor Jeff Kreider, as he is, giving that whole tell your friends, get everybody watching, smash the like button. I like it, Jeff. I like it. Preach, my friend, preach. All right, we got just a quick minute. They're going to be pushing one back. Again, racers, get up here, buy your Million Tech cards if you haven't done so yet. Get up here, get entered into the Calcutta if you haven't done so yet. 10 grand up on the line on a $1 million Friday here at the Fling.
So Nathan Hershey.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mike.
You want to talk
Ames.
about dragster Jeff Kreider?
Yes.
So true story. 2018, my lovely wife and I are in Hawaii. We're at this like oceanside just bar, beautiful setting, and we're sitting at a table, and out in front I see like a Summit Racing hat. I just thought it was odd. Jeff Kreider. Like of all the places to run, like
That's cool.
in Hawaii,
That's
was
cool.
A plus. Well, I turn around, I'm like, what? We could have done this closer to home. But it was a beautiful setting.
K&N has been a proud sponsor of the K&N Spring Fling since year one. K&N Engineering is the world's leading manufacturer of washable performance air filters and revolutionary nut-driven oil filters. Whether you're looking for a filter for your daily driver or your hot rod, K&N has what you need. Keep it clean. Choose K&N. With a 40-year history of technological innovation and engineering, Optima batteries offer unstoppable power for extreme enthusiasts and others who require the ultimate power source. Optima batteries were the first high-performance AGM automotive batteries in existence and revolutionized the industry with their unique spiral cell technology. Look for the distinctive Optima 6-pack shape and get the ultimate power source. Silver State Refrigeration is your source for all of your refrigeration needs in Nevada, Arizona, and California. Starting in 2003 with only 2 employees, Silver State now employs over 150 people servicing both commercial and residential customers. All Silver State technicians are both Silver State Refrigeration is your source. Refrigeration is your source for all of your
Todd Zeller, 67 green, goes 455 on a 457. Trevor Larson ends up 462 on a 454 after going 26 red.
So Richard McFarland over on the right side. What's up, Donnie Saban? Hey, buddy. All right, Donnie Saban just reported the Fig Speed Last Man Standing Calcutta is sold OUT. As left side 15 green, McFarland 36 green, and nope. And McFarland, after being 36 green, goes down there and runs 5910. Which is like the 4th or 5th dead on zero, but did not have the appropriate light to accommodate what we need to be doing. Is that open right side? And so Gary Williams, Donovan Williams, Jim Glenn, and Gary Williams again. All right, opens 005. He's got to be 4820. No, 4799 for open. Left side is 46 green. And that's already eliminated. Sean Hart and Jessica Bogacki. Jessica for Team Mosier. So Sean out of Layton. Jessica, Layton as in Illinois. Like, as I say Layton, and I just assume that everybody in the world knows where Layton is. Jessica out of Illinois. So 005 is the first objective. All right, Jessica's 005. We need to see 4680, 4665. Sean Hart was 007 and already eliminated. And 24th how fast. Jessica was in contention for 4.66 seconds, but needed it to be 4.68 seconds, as Lindsay Meserve and Dan Northrup. Lindsay, it is not Lindsay, because I see Lindsay standing by the wall on the left-hand side. I'm going to say, if I can get a glimpse of the... It is Parker Theobald, as I see the helmet. And Dan Northrup. And the Buckwitz machine is 009. Parker is 15 green. And 1 over. Dan Northrup, after being 009, was 12th how fast. It's Neil Pressimone. And Troy Grant.
So you know the weird thing about Neil? Maybe not weird,
I
but
was going to say the
lucky thing about Neil. Yeah. During one of our bracket races here, Peter Biondo actually put up a 3-day fling entry that we raffled off to raise money for our juniors. We raised a whole bunch of money. Neil Pressimone entered the raffle, won the entry into the fling. And then yesterday, you know what Neil did? Won a raffle to get into the million. You know what that means? Neil is probably paid to be here racing this weekend?
Yes.
Like about $140 to get a 3-day fling entry and a raffle, or and a million entry. Like, seriously, bro?
But you talk about the weird thing about Neil Pressimone is that's almost like saying, hey, so you know the weird thing about Greg Hicks? Like
you got me.
Like, which one of the 80 weird things about Greg Hicks?
Yeah.
It's Mike Fuquay. Over on the right side. So we're still 5 total is what you got to be inside.
3 times.
4 times.
Oh.
Fuquay's 003. All right, Michael. Iron Mike, 4 quick. Had 461 on the scoreboard, 457 on the track. 007 left side and 7th out quick. But you've already said that we can't take the 7 and the 7 and make it.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The new school math, that might work out, but in this scenario, it just does not.
As I take a look to our left at the screen showing the staging lanes.
They are getting very empty.
They're getting vacant. It's Pat War for Pete's Diesel and Warpath Racing. And Austin Schoenfeld, the front engine dragster, over on the Pennzoil side. First things first. You got to show me 0, 0, 0, or 1, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5. I mean, I'm giving you all sorts of options. All right, Pat Wars 001. Got 438 down there, survey says. Ba-bum, ba-bum, boom. 439.7. Austin was 15 red and dead on 3. So it was promising for Pat War for a moment. But then that moment disappeared as Val Sr. and Tyler Murrup. Mr. Torres over in the left lane. The young man who finished number 7 in the world. Super Comp Eliminator last year. Yes, that.
We may have to use that here in a moment. I would much rather use the ding, 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 but we haven't quite got there yet. Val Torres, Tyler Murrup. Ooh, 001 for Val Torres. Can you get inside of 5? 472-1 on a 471. Tyler Murrup with 16 green and goes 497 for Val.
Disappointed.
Dang it.
Tyler Murrup with
Dang
16 green and 3 fast. Boo.
Shoot. Well, shoot.
Shucks. Jack Sadler and Jeff Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Talked about it before. Like, we need somebody with the last name of Smithers so we can have Burns and Smithers.
Yeah, when they showed up, you could sit up here and go, "Idly ho, neighbor." Or something to that effect.
0 for 2.
Well, booger.
As Burns is 7 green and under by a couple. Foul, that is. Jack Sadler, 63 green, and that was not good right off the bat. As, let's see, Zach Mazier.
Mazier. We saw Don Mazier up in the car earlier. I don't
And
know.
Josh Ludke.
Don's floating around back here somewhere in his tops. I don't know if he'd bring out the tops. I mean, why not bring out the top sportsman car? I would do it. I don't think we got to see him do it, but so Don and Zach kind of doubling up in the dragster. Josh Ludke, Danny Nelson build car, 444. Scoreboard needs to light up 005 or better right off the bat. Oh man, Zach Mazier, trip, zip, perfect, and Mazier is going to go 486.6. Dang it. Oh, fudge.
Only that's not what came out.
Nope. Had the trip, zip, and goes too quick. 486 on a 491. Ludke was 11 on the tree, goes 443.
The queen mother of dirty words.
Do you know where he said that? Do you know where he heard that?
Probably from his father.
From his father. He heard it from your son.
What I do?
What? Oh, my goodness. All right.
I can honestly say I didn't think we would have Christmas story references today.
Are you serious?
I mean,
Fa-ra-ra-ra-ra.
it's smiling at me.
Oh, okay. Oh, 469, 036 on the tree. And then 469.3 on a 469. Had the 45 light over on the left side, 519 on a 518. Darn it.
What was the... I always found that... Was it Palmade had a nice after dinner? What was the...
Life Boy.
Life Boy?
Life Boy. No. It was... I always found one of them, but Life Boy, on the other hand. A freaking commercial? All right, so 461 to a 491. All right, Larice Insurance Pro. Your attention, please. 006 on the tree for Logan Moore. And then 4608 on a 461. 491-1. Opposite side of the racetrack. Again, Larice Insurance Pro category, round number 1. Larice Insurance Pro category. Round number 1. If you are entered in the million, we are ready for you to start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Larice Insurance Pro category number 1. You're going to be the first ones out. The million is about to get underway, so Larice Insurance Pro category. Go ahead and make your way to lane 7 and 8, please. 7 and 8. Group A. Group A for the million, you are on standby. Group A for the million, you are on standby. But pro cars, let's go ahead and start making your way to lanes 7 and 8. Jerry, the swear jar should be overflowing. That's absolutely true because everybody's been out here going, well, you shucks, darn, fudge, frick, frack, whatever it is that they're saying. Not too many cars left in the Brodics. Run for the 50K. 534 dial in left side. Cortland Carter's got a 461 dial on the right. Pre-staged. Now staged. Well, 004 gives them a sliver of room to work with, and 541 on a 534. Not going to work out. Okay. Let's try it again. Come on, somebody can do this. Somebody's got to do this. It's got to be done, yo.
And could it be Donnie Burleson or Elizabeth Salmons?
What's up, Mr. Crockett? Miss you too, man. I hope it's either.
Both. So Donnie and Elizabeth there, no good, no good. Sugar Shane, hashtag 26. Over on the right side. Once again, we've got to be better than 5 total as Gary Williams did it twice. Donovan Williams and Jim Glenn. Shane Carr is 001. Let's see, 457. Oh, Shane Carr. 001 under by 1,000. That was almost spectacular. 001 for Shane at the rip and under by 1 bleeping thou. 004 and 1 above over on the left side. As 005s are still setting the pace. Red and red. And no good, no good. With literally a few left in our Brodic's run for the 50,000. My Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro, round number 1 for the million. Up in lane 7 and 8, please. And my Group A door cars to lanes 1 and 2, please. So again, Group A door cars for our Canon Spring Fling Million main event, presented by Optima Batteries here on Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Friday. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Door cars in 1 and 2 as Brian Warren and Rodney Parks. Brian for Team Pete's Diesel and Warpath Racing. 435 is the on-track estimate. Rodney Parks out of Venus. There in Texas, 493 is the half. We've got to be 005 or better, and we are 15 red and 15 green. Nada and nada. And War had the 4 and the 3 and the 5 correct as far as the dialing goes, but just had them in the wrong order. As War goes 453 on the racing surface. So Tristan Craig right side. The birthday boy yesterday, who got a really good birthday present, is won one of the raffles to get into today's Million main event. 005 left side. All right, we got to see 5760. Nope. 573 under by 300ths. Tristan Craig is 20 green and dead on one. Needed to be 004 instead of 20 at the start. As Daniel Carranza and Shelby Ray Schoenfeld. Couple of Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team cars. Again, my Group A door cars. Group A door cars. Round number 1 for the millions. Get you up in the lanes, please, as both of the Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing team machines are red and red. 13 red for Daniel, 11 red for Shelby. Which is no and no. So Chuck Babcock over on the right side. As I think we have the pair on the line and the pair in the box. Our final 2 pair in our Brodic's run for the 50,000, and we are red and red. Nada, nada. As Group A door cars, you should be moving your way up into lanes 1 and 2, please. My Group A door cars here for today's Silver State Refrigeration Spring Fling Million main event here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Our final 2 will be Jimmy Lewis and Travis Theobald. All right, now let's just, like right here in this last pair, let's be better than 005 on each side of the racetrack. And have a little fun with this last pair. Let's make it exciting at the end. Gary Williams times 2. Donovan Williams, Jim Glenn are both 5 total. And Jimmy Lewis is 3, 2, 4 green. Travis Theobald was 16 up front and 1 above. And that's going to make a 4-way tie. As nobody was perfect, that $10,000 possibility for a perfect run will carry over into the million main event. Gary Williams will have 2 draws. Donovan Williams and Jim Glenn as our 3 great prizes. That set of SR20 heads from our friend at Brodic. That's like a $5,500 prize. The second draw is $2,000 in cash money. And the third draw will get a 2023 million main event entry. So 4 will go into that drawing for those 3 prizes. And if anybody makes a perfect run in today's main event, $10,000 will be paid out. As final call for all of my door cars in Group A. Once again, Group A door cars, my Spring Fling Million main event, Group A door cars. So as we have our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Eliminators all up in the lanes. Our Las Vegas Motor Speedway track staff out there doing a little bit of work on the racing surface. We're getting everything ready for our opening ceremonies this morning to kick off our $1 million main event with a minimum of $250,000. That will be paid out to today's champion. At the end of the event, that champion will also be whisked away in the limo to the suite at the Cosmopolitan. Life-changing money today. And looking to add another name to the list of those outstanding racers that have called a main event million winner here at the Spring Fling. Names like Bo Butner, Scotty Richardson, Peeps Pennington, Randall Reed, Luke Bogacki, and the original Jeff Verdi there, Nathan Hershey.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, Mike. We have got, as you said, cars lined up in the staging lanes. We're going to be just a couple of minutes as we get things set up for our opening ceremonies. And after that, we are going to go racing for big money here at the Spring Fling Million in Las Vegas. So racers, race fans, hang tight with us here in a minute. We're going to get things set up down here in front of the tower, and we'll be racing shortly.
So my Group A door cars, you should all be in the lanes. Group A door cars, you should all be in the lanes, is getting ready for round number 1. The Silver State Refrigeration Spring Fling Million main event here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Our track staff is down there doing some work. So we are getting ready for round number 1 as we're tending to some items both on the administrative side and on the racing side. So in just a few moments, we'll have round number 1 up here under the arch, and we will get Friday's Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Spring Fling Million main event underway. Bear with us here for a couple of moments.
What's worse than a backed up toilet or no running water? Not being able to find a plumber to come and fix it. Fortunately, Silver State Plumbing is available 24/7 with same-day service. For a small fee that's applied towards the repairs, Silver State will assess the situation and get it fixed as soon as possible. And if you have a quote from somewhere else, Silver State will beat any written estimate. Plus, you can find money-saving offers on our website. The next time you're looking for a plumber, you'll find one at Silver State.
For those who don't settle when others do. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today. Silver State Refrigeration is your source for all of your refrigeration needs in Nevada, Arizona, and California. Starting in 2003 with only 2 employees, Silver State now employs over 150 people servicing both commercial and residential customers. All Silver State technicians are both EPA and NATE certified and have a AA+ rating with both the Arizona and Nevada State Contractors Board. Please call Silver State Refrigeration for all your refrigeration needs at 702-433-5008. Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today. Advanced Product Design. also known as APD, has quickly become the go-to place for carburetors in the world of big buck bracket racing and NHRA alike. Join 2021 NHRA World Champions Luke Bagacki, Blake Peevler, and Jimmy Lewis, and let APD help power you to your next win. Carburetors, fuel systems, and complete race engines. APD. True Start, a product of CompuLink, has been used at all Fling events since 2016 and now used at over 50 tracks nationwide. In a double red light situation, True Start awards the win to the racer who red lights by the least, regardless of handicapped start. True Start was created to level the playing field by equalizing the pressure for both drivers regardless of which driver's tree drops first. Jegs High Performance was founded in 1960 from a deep passion for racing and performance. This passion still powers Jegs today and every day. Let Jegs.com help you with your passion for high performance today. One click gets it quick.
Jags.
Mosier Engineering has been racing across 5 decades through 3 generations of racers and is proud to have been supporting sportsman ranks since the beginning. Everything we make, from axles, rear ends, suspension, and brakes, are made here in the USA with one goal in mind: so you can win. Check us out online at mosierengineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians at 260-726-6689. The best quality and the best support, only Mosier Engineering. For over 30 years, Biondo Racing Products has provided track-tested, race-winning products. Known for their best customer service in the industry, Biondo Racing has been the round 2 sponsor of the Fling event since 2010. Digital delay boxes, safety equipment, weather stations, shifters, and now tire gauges. Biondo Racing Products. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be a participating sponsor of the Spring Fling brand since 2010. Let our performance race tire technology help put you in the winner's circle. When you are looking for an advantage, remember the name, Hoosier. See us on the Midway or contact your authorized Hoosier tire dealer nearest you. At FTI Performance, we are proud to be associated with a top-notch brand like the Spring Fling. Dedicated to the racer, our continued commitment to the best customer service in the industry is what separates us from the rest. Join the FTI family and join the list of winners who depend on the power and reliability of FTI to get to the winner's circle. Visit FTIperformance.com today. As a proud sponsor of the Fling events, Brodic gives away a set of heads at Vegas, Galat, Columbus, and Bristol. Brodic is also the presenting sponsor of the Run for the 50,000 at Vegas. Strength, durability, and power are just a few factors that make Brodic the best in the industry. Proudly made in the USA for over 50 years, Brodic utilizes state-of-the-art technology and continuous research and development to bring you the best in the industry. Strange Engineering has been the leader in drive-in suspension and brakes for over 50 years. From street cars to top fuel dragsters and everything in between, Strange has evolved its product line to handle the most demanding of applications. Remember, don't just race. Race Strange. Rad torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. Rad torque guns are available pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. Rad torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, U.S. Military, and many more. Rad Torque Systems are also very involved in the drag race community, sponsoring many events as well as a large fleet of Rad-sponsored race cars. Visit radtorque.com. Mazir Enterprises is very proud to be a part of the Fling series of events. As a dedicated family-owned business comprising of dedicated drag racers, Mazir works hard to provide racers with the very best quality components. Win, lose, or draw, we wish all of you a great Fling weekend of racing from Mazir Enterprises. Panella Race Engines is your trusted source for high-performance race engines. Family-owned and operated, Panella Racing provides decades of experience, a passion for racing, and an extensive knowledge of the sport into every engine they build. One engine at a time, one customer at a time, one win at a time. Power, reliability, Panella Racing. Goodyear Tires is proud to introduce a series of tires designed specifically for sportsman racers. If you are looking for the round-by-round consistency needed to be a Fling champion, choose the tires that NHRA world champions like Justin Lamb and Peter Biondo choose. Choose Goodyear Tires. Torque Tools, Inc. was established in 2004 as a U.S. distributor of Rad Torque Systems. Family-owned and operated by the Galitti family, Torque Tools grew its business based on 100% customer satisfaction and a first-class sales team.
All right, as we get ready for the big day, we're going to have a great opening ceremonies that we will start shortly. Racers, today, there's a great car count, but obviously not everybody on the property is entered into the million. So basically what I'm saying is the action is going to be quick, probably twice as quick as yesterday. So if you be sure to pay attention to your group and come when your group is called, because it's going to happen quick. When we get to, let's say, rounds 2 and 3, if you're doubled, let one of the staff members know in front of the staging lanes if you think you're going to be a little bit late, and we'll try to accommodate you as the we will accommodate you as the rounds go on. So come up with your group. Make sure the group number is visible. It's very important. We're raising for a lot of money. We want to make sure that everybody is on the same playing field here.
So once again, like Peter was talking about, it's going to be quick, going to be fast. The turnarounds are going to be a little bit shorter than they were over the previous couple of days, as not everybody here on property is running the $1 million event today. Give a couple of moments for Peter Biondo to get down there trackside before we get ready to turn it over to Nathan Hershey down there under the arch for our opening ceremonies here on Spring Fling Million main event, Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optimum Batteries. I'll get ready to turn it down trackside to my guy down there, Nathan Hershey.
Well, race fans, good morning, and welcome to Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the 2022 version of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We've got racers that have joined us from across 3 different countries, from the United States, from Mexico, and from Canada, coming in to race for big money here today. And once again, we are going to crown a champion who will join the prestigious list of those who have gone before to claim the title of Million winner here in Vegas. Before we get things underway, racers, it's been a very difficult year for us. We've lost several very important individuals, but today we'd like to take a moment and recognize a couple of those folks who we had lost. Recently, and I mean just recently, one of the voices that have guided us as racers across the country at racetracks throughout the nation has lost his very brief and short battle to cancer. Bob Unkefer, whose voice has rung through the speakers at many facilities that we all have raced at, became a friend to the majority of us. His voice, his race calls, his humor, his laughter, and his friendship are something that we are going to miss dearly. His way of calling a race, his way of making us all feel like family, his way of putting his arm around you and making you feel better when things may be down is something that is going to be very, very difficult to replace. And for those of you who knew Bob, for those of you who have listened to Bob, you understand what a great loss that is for our racing community. We want to take a moment here this morning and remember him. In addition to that, for those of us that race at the Flings, we know that we've lost somebody who matters tremendously to all of us, Kyle Seipel. This is one of the first years that we're here in Vegas that we're having to race without him. For those of you that knew Kyle, for those of you that even briefly met Kyle, you knew that the magic behind Kyle was the fact that if you were talking to him, he made you feel like you were the most important person in the world at that moment in time. His sense of humor, his way of making things happen, his ability to look at the bright side was something that we should all emulate. Let us remember Kyle. Let us remember how he turned things around. Let us remember how his partnership with Peter is what led to each and every one of us being able to be here today. He was a magical individual. And at this moment, if you would please join us in a moment of silence to remember Bob Unkefer and Kyle Seipel and just how much they meant to each and every one of us. Thank you. As we do go racing throughout the day, racers, if those of you who are here and for those on property, let's race this one for Kyle. Let's make it extremely special. And the way we can do that is by getting it started off on the right foot. Today, joining us in front of the tower is Lee Steyer with Racers for Christ to provide today's invocation. If you would please rise and remove your caps.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming out here. So with every head's bowed and every eye's closed, please, let's just give thanks. Father in heaven, thank you for this beautiful and blessed day, and thank you for your love and for being in our presence. And Father, we ask for your guidance in these challenging and uncertain times. Place your hand of comfort upon us. Bring us all peace. Father, we also come to you in humbleness and meekness. Please know that everything that you do for us, that we lift it right back up to you in thanksgiving. We also ask for peace and blessings upon our men and women of our armed services, law enforcement, and our medical caregivers. Father, you say that there is no greater sacrifice than to sacrifice one's life for the sake of another. So today we are all assembled here as friends and family, and we're here to race and to have fun. But Father, we ask that you place that great hedge of protection upon everyone here at the track. Bless us all with peace and safety, and we pray that those blessings will both be generous and gracious. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, as we do get ready to go racing, let us remember that through the past couple of years, things have been very, very difficult for us here. We haven't had our Mexican racers join us because of COVID. We haven't been able to have our Canadian racers join us because of the challenges that our country has been facing. But at this moment in time, I would like to ask that whatever your political thoughts may be, whatever your affiliations, whatever it is, let's set those aside. Let's remember that today we get to be here as a racing family. We get to enjoy the sportsmanship, the camaraderie, and at the end of the day, we get to enjoy crowning a champion, all because we are all part of the freedom that envelops this nation. If you have not done so yet, please rise and remove your caps as the Nellis Air Force Base Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Ladies and gentlemen, as we listen to the beautiful words of our national anthem, let us remember those who are currently defending our freedom, those who have gone before, and those who have given all to give us the freedom to be out here racing today. Here to present our national anthem, one of our very own racers, Miss Tana Taylor.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Tana, thank you very much, racers. The time has come. The Spring Fling Million is about to get underway. Racers, let's go racing.
Great job down there, Nathan Hershey. Tana Taylor with the anthem. And as our good friend Kyle Seipel would say, let's roll. Round number 1, life-changing money. 250 GER guaranteed going out the door today. Larice Motorsports Insurance. Larice Motorsports Insurance. Pro Field. Here in round number 1 in the million, we're going to start off with Joe Kidd and Steve Roars. As I need Group B. Into lane 7 and 8, please, for round number 1. Group B. 7 and 8. Into lane number 1. Joe Kidd out of Arizona, 625. The dial in for Joe. Steve Roars, 650 the number. For the Camaro out of Wisconsin, over on the right side. All of our competitors in one way or another paid $2,000 to get into this event today. Steve right side, Joe Kidd left side. A nickel is the difference right up front. And Steve Roars is going to get our first win light here on Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Million Main Event Friday. 15 green, 1 above to be 8 thou in front for Steve Roars. Joe Kidd was 20 at the start and 18 thou over, but 8 thou behind at the finish line is Scott Taylor and Wyatt Ezell. Scott out of Columbia Falls, Montana in the left lane. 674 the dial. Wyatt Ezell out of Louisiana. 636. The estimated performance this morning. Wyatt with a huge starting line advantage. 001 and 12 above is good. Scott Taylor had 674 on the scoreboard, was 75 at the start, and then a half a second over the dial as Taylor's car was not up to snuff as White as L will advance. Steve Kelly and Kyle Fritz. Fritz for Team Torco. Over in the left lane, 670 the dial for Kyle and Steve Kelly. The runner out of Washington. The Camaro, 67 vintage, 649. As what Steve Kelly has decided for round number 1. And my Group B competitors, you should be making your way up to the lanes, please. Fritz is green. Looking over to the right at Steve Kelly. And Fritz, 32, and dead on 5 is 37 on the combined number. Steve Kelly was 47 on the start and 2 over and was absolutely locked out. Justin Lamb and Cole Herbold. Lamb, who was our winner yesterday in our Louis Motorsports Insurance Pro Field, and Lamb picks up a win here in round number 1, 10 green, 1 above. Cole was 92 up front, and when Justin Lamb, the 5-time world champ, is in the opposite lane and you go 92 right off the bat, you're in a tight spot. Steven Jaslovsky and Nasty Nick Hastings. Nick out of Ohio in the Mustang. 613 the projection here this morning. Jaslovsky, 809. The prediction out of the Mustang out of San Jose, and Nick Hastings. 30 green, taking 8 thou. And 1 above is good. Jaslovsky was 39 at the start, 14 thou over the dial, and 8 thou behind at the finish is Nick Hastings. We'll come back around for round number 2 is Henry Roberson and Brian Cerruti. Henry and Stickers over there out of North Highlands, California. The Mustang 760 is the dial. Be off and away first. Brian Cerruti out of Ohio in the Camaro. Green and green. Cerruti right side. Roberson left side. 660 feet later, it's Brian Cerruti. 12 green and 3 above. We'll get out around number 1. Henry Roberson was 22 green and 4 above. And out in round number 1. So Andy Schmall and Eric Daniels. Andy left side. Eric Daniels right side. One of our competitors is perfect. And one is Eric Daniels. How about Andy Schmall right off the bat? That's just nasty. 000 up front to be perfect. 598.4 on the 598 to be 4 combined. Eric Daniels was 26 green, and Eric Daniels, who won his entry via the Kid Performance and Dyno Golden Ticket, just gets slapped around by Andy Schmall, and that's just not kind. Craig Merrilies and Corky Weeks. Merrilies left side out of Windsor, California in the Nova. Corky Weeks out of Texas in the S10 is going to move on. 57 green for Corky. And dead on 6 to be 11th out in front at the finish. Merrilies was 53 at the start and 2 over. As Dennis Paz and Cliff Hall. These guys have been side by side like a timer a jillion. Paz out of Stockton, California in the El Camino. Cliff Hall out of Carmichael in the Falcon. Three thou goes Paz way. And 682-0 on the 682 as Dennis completely locks Cliff Hall out of the house. 008 dead on 0 is 8 total. I mean, it's no Andy Schmal 4 total. But then again, who is? Cliff was 11 green and had no chance as Rob Strong and John Floyd Jr. John in the Duramax, 933 of the dial-in for Floyd. Over on the right-hand side out of Oregon, Rob Strong out of Hemet. The yellow 68 Firebird, 690. Floyd is green. Rob Strong is green. Here comes the Firebird. Watch for the brake lights in the diesel. Oh, and John Floyd got to the finish line first, but broke out. Got there first by 27 thou, broke out by 11. Rob Strong is 34 green and 3 above to be good. And Monty Beagle with the competition single here in a pro sign. I'm joined up here in the booth with Mike from Mickey Thompson. And you guys are getting ready to leave soon, but you got a lot of good things for us here and supporting this event.
Been a pleasure being a part of this event. We've been a part of it for a number of years now, and it's good seeing everybody out there. Just racers getting back out racing to something that we've struggled with, you know.
And I know, like, supply issues with Mickey Thompson tires. I mean, I see everybody all over the place. They're just looking for tires. I know you guys are working really hard to get product in people's hands.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a struggle, just like everything, trying to get caught back up with inventories and stuff, but we're getting there. We got the plant going, gangbusters, trying to get as much product out, and we're doing everything we can, having it on the race trailers.
Well, Mickey Thompson, the Big Bubbas, very popular product, and I know you guys are working hard to keep those bad boys in stock.
Oh, for sure. That's a mean tire right there, that Big Bubba.
So just a big thank you to Mike and all the guys from Mickey Thompson, just been supporters of the Spring Fling and all the Fling events for so long, and make sure you guys going to stick around a little bit longer today?
Yeah, we'll be here until right about 2 o'clock. We'll be shutting the trailer down. We got one trailer that needs to hit the road and headed to Houston for next weekend's national
event.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you need a Mickey Thompson product or service, make sure you go see Mike. He'll take great care of you. And just once again, big thanks to the guys from Mickey Thompson being here with us this week.
All right, thank you very much.
Michael, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Safe travels, sir.
Yes, sir.
As Race Kid and Lucas Walker. Race Kid left side. Lucas Walker, our Wednesday winner over on the right side, and Lucas Walker takes out Race Kid. 25 green, 2 above. Race was 27 up front and under by 11 thou. The wagon left side, and I went completely brain dead. Johnny Ezel right side. Ezel 10 green, 1 above to get the win. Ezel 10 green and 41 in front of the finish is good. With Andy Schmal being 4 total. and that perfect reaction time, Andy is going to take that ATI Super Damper prize. So in addition to picking up the win in round number 1, he was perfect. And gets that ATI Super Damper. Our first perfect light here in round number 1 of the million. On the Super Pro side of things, we get a flex plate from our friends at ATI as the prize vault continues to giveth. As Spencer Massey and Michael Johnson. Spencer out of Fort Worth, Texas, 643 the dial. Michael Johnson out of Arkansas, 486 for the Arkansas competitor. Yeah, Leslie Grissom in the wagon a couple pairs ago. My bad on that. Massey is 12 green and dead on 9 to be 21 total. Michael Johnson, 29 at the start and completely locked out. Johnson, dead on 5. But it mattered not, as Spencer Massey in the Nova was 12 green and 21 total. Austin Williams and Shane Carr in round number 1. Really? Really? Austin out of Waxahachie in the Bronco. That's just a super cool race car. 590 for Austin. Shane Carr out of Florida. Hashtag 26. Sugar over on the right side. 458 is the dial. In. And we're away. Carr is late. Austin in control, but a double breakout win and a 1 thou margin of victory for Shane Carr. Carr was 48 up front, breaks out 2 thousandths of a second. Austin Williams, 27 at the rip, under by 3 thousandths of a second. 1 thou going to be the margin of victory over there for Shane Carr. As Jeremy Heffler and Michael Pennington. Pennington team out of Texas, 469 on the right side. Jeremy Heffler. The Nova out of Texas, 617 for Jeremy. Left side of the racetrack. .005 left side, 11 right side, and Michael Pennington gets around the little starting line advantage that Jeremy Heffler had. Pennington 11 green, dialed 469, goes 4700 to be 4 thou in front at the finish. Jeremy 005 at the start, dialed 617, goes 619 to be a first round runner up as Dustin Wirtz and Cortland Carter. Dustin out of Napa, Idaho in the Corvette Roadster. Cortland in the Dragster out of Lubbock, Texas. Once again, there are buybacks today. Up at the Diva desk, if you are not fortunate enough to turn on a win light in round number 1, buybacks are available up at the Diva desk. Cortland, half the reaction time of Dustin Wirtz. And the win light as well. 12 green for Cortland. Dustin was 24. Ripping the finger off the button. Cortland tightened it up to 7th out at the finish line and goes 463 on the 462 to be victorious. Scotty Richardson and Mike Crater. Crater. Over on the Pennzoil side, 443. The estimated performance there for Crater. Scotty Richardson left side. Former Million main event winner looking over the right. Here comes Mike. Scotty Richardson, 13 green. 14 thou over is 27 total, and Mike Crater picked a bad time to be 50 on the starting line. Scotty Richardson had Mike Crater. Completely froze as Kyle Rizzoli and Kevin Brannon. Kevin Brannon right side, and Kyle Rizzoli. The black on white Camaro for Mr. Rizzoli. 630 is the dial for Kyle. Kevin Brannon, South Carolina. 459 the dial for Abbott. Dork RV dragster, a pretty good matchup here of very accomplished racers on the drag strip. Rizzoli's off and away. Here comes Brannon. Rizzoli drops the nose to be dead on 8. And 7th thou in front. 18 green for Kyle. 6.308 on the 630. Brannon was 11 green and dropped to be 2 above. So Rizzoli will advance. Here in Torque Tools, round number 1, the Million main event. $1,000 for the best losing package as our best losing package prizes, at least on the cash side for rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4, have doubled over the 30 granders. It's Dan Northrup and Dylan Howe. Dylan and Dan. Dan and Dylan. Dan in the Camaro, Dylan in the dragster. Dan Northrup. 5980 on the 598. Exactly how he drew it up was 19 at the start. Dylan was 28 green and under by 3 thou, but when you're 28 green and the guy in the other lane's 19 total, you have no chance to be a winner. Greg Christensen and Carson Wheeler. Christensen in the Vega out of Colorado. 581 is the dial for Greg. Carson Wheeler. The dragster out of Kansas. 460 the number for Carson. Christensen looking over to the right. Here comes Wheeler. Wheeler will advance. 15 on the start. 2 above. Greg Christensen was 23 green. Breaks out by 3 hun. Taking 4 hun at the finish. There's Robbie Gear and Donnie Burleson. Missouri and Texas. Robbie Gear, the Missouri resident, 451 is what Robbie has selected today. Donnie Burleson out of Richmond, Texas. 453 for Mr. Burleson. Again, buybacks are available up at the Diva desk. Donnie Burleson, 007, and 3 above is Robbie Gear. Was unable to leave the starting line in a timely manner. And well after the fact, goes through 660 feet. And exactly what Robbie Gear said he was going to do, 451.9. But unfortunately had an issue down there at the start. And will have to come see the Diva desk is Aaron G. and Carl Jones. Texas v. Kansas. Aaron G. left side, 469. The prediction this morning. Oh, it's no longer this morning. It is 12:11. It is now today. Well, I guess it's always been today, too. It's Carl Jones out of Kansas, 465, the estimated performance. Aaron G, 001, and dead on 6 to be 7 on the combined. Carl Jones is 19 green, dead 3, and is the bug. Aaron G was the windshield. And 7 total. I mean, it's no Andy Schmall. Left lane 5 flat. And Peeps Pennington. Peeps 468 on the dial. Green and green. Pennington with a big advantage at the start and the win light down there at the end. 470 on the 468 was 11 green, 50 up front on the left side, and no good. As Peeps Pennington moves in around number 2 is Jason Pad and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Pad out of Canada. Over in the left lane. Jason Pad out of Chestermore, Alberta, Canada. I know he'll be running the Ringoths Classic events up there at Medicine Hat, Edmonton, and Mission Raceway. The great 3-race series that our Canadian friends put on up there. Everybody should check out those bad boys. And Mikey Bloomfield Jr. behind at the start. Jason Pad looking to the right and going to get the win on a double breakout. Pad, 25 green, under by 4 thou. To get the win, Mike Bloomfield Jr. was 469, 4609 on the 462. But Mike Bloomfield Jr. was 41 at the start. Gave up a hundredth and a half at the start. And Jason Pad out of Canada will get out of round number 1. Dennis Lithgow, right side. Mansfield, Texas. As we've had some driver switches and car moves around. And get everything loaded up. Over there on the left side of the 465 dial. Dennis looking to hold off and will. 25 green, dead on 1 to be 5 thou in front at the finish. As Dennis will move into round number 2. On the Las Vegas side, 18 green, 1 above, but 5 thou behind at the finish. And he'll have to come back and see the Diva Desk to buy back into the program as Dalton Giroux and Ted Seipel. Dalton out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. Ted out of San Leandro, CA. Ted a little bit late, ripping the finger off the button in the Ferrari. Dalton drives up around and takes out Ted Seipel. 007 and 3 above for Dalton. Seipel. Ted was 56 green and 2 above. All right, Group C. Group C door cars. Just get up in lane 1 and 2, please. Group C door cars. Up in lanes 1 and 2, please. Group C door cars 1 and 2. It's Brian Kennedy and Jimmy Lewis. Brian out of Odessa. Odessa. Kennedy, 459. Jimmy Lewis out of Washington, 475 here this afternoon. Here on Silver State Refrigeration. Million main event Friday. The K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optimum Batteries. 008 leaves last. And 008, who left last, is 9 total and will get the win. That's Jimmy Lewis. Brian Kennedy was 004 at the start and 15 thou above to be 4605 on the 459 dial. And Brian Kennedy will have to come see the Diva Desk. As Greg Hicks and Don Butkowitz. The Hef over in the left lane has 464 on the dial. Don Butkowitz out of New Jersey, 478. For Don and Sally, who made the long haul out here to Vegas. Hicks is green. Butkowitz is green. Wow, Don Butkowitz, 10 green, dead 0 to be 3 thou in front. Greg Hicks was 007, dead on 6, 13 total. And just wasting some of Shane Thompson's gas. Butkowitz, 10 total. And snugged it up to 3 thou at the finish as Mark Kidd and Will Carell. Will out of Ardmore, okay. Young Will. 471 the dial for Will. And Mark Kidd. Kidd Performance and Dyno. 470 the dial for Mark. Out of Twin Falls, Idaho, over in the Las Vegas side. Kidd out in front and will get the win. 009, 3 above for Mark. Will, a little bit late, getting the finger off the button to be 36 green. And 2 above as Mark Kidd will get to move forward. Crit Whitfield, last night's Mosier Engineering winner. 474 the dial for Chris. 463. Over on the left side, Whitfield stole 6 little ones at the start, but her left lane is going to get the win. 12 green. And 1 above takes out Chris Whitfield. Whitfield was 006, 2 above. And is out in this entry here in round number 1. And, you know, sometimes you just don't know how these things happen. Chris Galitti and Marco Abruzzi here in round number 1. Chris Galitti for Team Rad out of Tumble, Texas. 447 the dial. Marco and one of the Galitti dragsters out of Ohio. 461 as he did a horrible job pulling up in the lanes. And, of course, identical at the start. Marco and Chris Galitti is going to get the win. Marco breaks out by 5 thou, taking 15. As both drivers were Yo 11 at the start. Chris dialed 447, goes 448, so Chris Galitti will advance out of round number 1. Marco will have to come up and see the Divas at the Diva Desk is Jim Glenn and Bryson Scruggs. Jim out of Richfield, Washington. Casey Lane race car, 480 the dial in for Mr. Glenn. Bryson Scruggs out of Tennessee, 460 is what Bryson put on that machine here in round number 1. Jim Glenn, 003 and 2 above is good. Bryson was 23 up front. Had to be dead 2 or better and ended up being 3 above. And Bryson Scruggs will have to come pay a visit to the Divas. Is KJ Desa and Taylor Strange. KJ out of North Las Vegas, 492 the dial. For KJ. Taylor out of Colorado, 478. Here this afternoon for Taylor Strange. KJ's in, Taylor's in. Red light start for Taylor Strange by 3 thou. KJ, 39 green, dead on 4. Had 492 on the scoreboard, 492.4 on the racetrack. There for KJ, but it was all over early. As Taylor Strange is red by 3 thou. Sean Langdon and Gary Williams. Okay. This is what we're going to do first round? All right.
This is what we're going to do first round.
Sean Langdon, left side, 451. Gary Williams for Team FTI out of Florida. Over on the right side, 476, the number for Gary.
Why would we not do this first round?
We're going to do it like final round. Gary Williams is in command and will get the win. 003 and 16 thou above to be 19 total, and Sean Langdon was way more worser than 19 total and had no chance to take out Gary Williams. Sean was 28 green and 6 thou above and was just on a casual little 145 mile an hour parade lap through 660 feet there, Nathan Hershey.
All right, Mike, I am settling into the chair, and we're going to have a whole lot of fun. Again, still kind of working. We've had a lot of drivers that have swapped up some numbers, and we'll do our best to kind of get things squared away. Up here is Aaron Steinke. The runner out of Alberta dialed in at 459. Again, round number 1, the Torque Tools round of the Spring Fling Million is underway. We have called Group C. Group C, you've been called into the staging lanes 1 and 2, for round number 1. Group C door cars, that is. Group C door cars. Oh! Aaron Steinke having technical issues with the car. You could see it just kind of limp off the starting line. Still kind of limping down towards the track as Aaron finally gets it pulled over. 5:03 on the 492, 003. Over on the right side, but for Aaron Steinke, that car was just uncooperative from the start. And now we're going to have to help Aaron make his way back off the racetrack. So again, racers, as long as we are running round number 1, if you are still thinking about maybe possibly getting up here and jumping in for the big money, until we finish round number 1, there still is some time. We've still got staging lanes full of cars. We've gotten through our call of Group C. Still have Group D left to go. But as they get Aaron headed back this way after they figure out what they're going to be able to do there, we will continue on. And again, buybacks are available today for The Silver State Refrigeration HVAC Spring Fling Million. Those are available up here at the Diva desk. And you can just kind of make your way up here, and it's $500 should round number 1 not go the way that you wanted it to go. You do get another opportunity at taking a second swing at the tree. And another opportunity at trying to earn that big money here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. All right. So once we get through round number 1, we'll get an official count of what was going on. Again, we do have the Calcutta that sold out pretty quick this morning. So one lucky person is going to be holding a name of a racer that'll get them $10,000 before the day is done. Again, buybacks are available. And no, Jeff. No. Nobody knows what the Optima battery phrase of the day will be until it is time to get the Optima battery phrase of the day. But I do agree. I think that is actually a pretty cool thing that they did here this year. Getting the chat bleachers involved in the giveaways. How about that? So are we going to continue kind of on the bougie
I was going to
trend?
say, this is what makes it bougie.
We're going to continue on the bougie. So let's see here. The winner of the Spring Fling Million is going to get the trip in the limousine. They are going to get the suite down at the Cosmopolitan.
We need to get this chilled.
They are going to get, what, we got showgirls. Of course, you get the big check. You get the trophy. You get the champion's jacket, which up to this point, only like 6 other individuals in the world have one like it. And to make it even more bougie, we have got a gigantic bottle of Spring Fling Million champagne.
Corbel champagne.
Corbel champagne. Winner gets the bottle. You can decide if you want to shower in it, if you want to drink it. They got 2 bottles. 2? Not 1, but 2 bottles. Oh, now we're bougie. Bougie.
We got to get that on ice.
It'll be both. We'll go from bougie to boozed up. Bougie booze. It's not what, beer. I mean, if we were to like hand out Pabst Blue Ribbon or something like that, that'd be one thing. But this is champagne. We're going to put it on ice. 2 bottles of it to be bouged up bougie style. 5 flat, the dial in over to the left side of the racetrack. And again, just kind of still working on getting some names squared away as our $1 million race is underway. Vinny Domino rolling in from Staten Island, New York. Lining up on the right side, 4:57 the dial for Vinny. Giving up just shy, half a second head start. The driver over in the left lane dialed in at 5 flat. $4.58 on the 4:57 Big Vin. 8 thou was the difference between them in reaction time. Vinny Domino had the 0:11 reaction time. Left side was 0:19 on the tree, and then goes 5:02 on a 5:00. Domino 4:58 on a 4:57. And Vinny, who raffled his way into the game, moves on to round number 2. Beyond the Badge came up with a beautiful idea. Unfortunately, we've already let the cat out of the bag. He said we should have just said that there was 1 bottle of champagne. Then we could have kept the other one up here to go with our chilled grapes. We could have found some cheese. We could have found some crackers, and that way we could have found some orange juice and had mimosas. Red light start, Alejandro Diaz by 0.04 of a second. Jeff Serra in the white dragster that he has been oh so deadly, and that's Jeff Taylor's car that he's piloting. He is 10 on the tree and goes 472 on a 469. As we're going to bring out Donovan Williams and Funny Car Chris Northup. Pilot in the Kid Machine on the right side of the racetrack. 472 the dial for Funny Car. 479 the dial for Donovan Williams. Donovan coming fresh off that $100,000 win on the other side of the country last week. That's right, Vega John. There are showgirls in Vegas. One or two of them running around. Funny Car is in trouble as Donovan. Oh, my. Donovan was 004. Chris Northrup was 15 thou behind with an 019 reaction time, but at the finish line, Funny Car Chris, 29 thousandths of a second ahead, goes 473 on the 472. Donovan, after being 004, ends up 600s.
Ends up 600 over the dial.
Too many M&Ms. I'm getting the casings caught. So 600 over the dial, Donovan Williams bows out as Gabe Torres and Troy Williams Jr. How about G Money versus T-Dub? 470 to a 474. Gabe's got some work to do. T-Dub is in control, and 476 on a 474 for Troy Williams. Williams, 009 reaction time, 2 above the dial, gets their first 300ths of a second. Gabe Torres was 27 green and 300ths of a second above his dial. Will have to find his way to the Diva desk to buy back into the game. Ooh. Ooh. I agree, Terry Lee. We did blew it. We blew it. Could have had the champagne up here, and heck, with the size of the bottle of that champagne, hell, by the time we got into round number 4, it could have been very interesting with what was coming out over the microphone. Just saying. Could have been very interesting. Who knows? We may still be able to find something. So we've gotten down, to the end of Group A. I believe getting ready to get into Group B, which are our door cars, the single-enter door cars that are jumping into the million here today. And for Terry Lee, the answer about, you said, hey, showgirls, where's the eye candy for the ladies? Mike Eames will be making an appearance in front of the tower a little later. So as we bring out Travis Ringeth in the pickup truck and Greg Dreer in the Chevette. Chevette had to find a carburetor. Glad we were able to get Greg hooked up, taken care of, so that he can make an appearance here in the million. The little pumpkin dialed in at 574, and Ringeth. They are going to be putting on a series of races up north of the border in Canada. I think, they got a 3-race series that they're going to be putting together? The Ringeth crew?
Yeah,
that's going to be cool.
Yeah, Medicine Hat, Edmonton, and Mission.
There we go. 662 the dial for Travis, 574 the dial for Greg Dreer. The little orange Chevette trying to chase down Ringeth in the pickup truck, and it will not happen. At least the wind light won't turn on. Greg was 12 on the tree, gets to the stripe first by 33 thousandths of a second to break out by 10 thou. Chevette bows out via the run that was too quick. And for Travis Ringeth on a 662 dial, ends up 28 on the tree and dead at 7. So Ringeth will advance as now George LeBlanc out of British Columbia, dial in 573 in the Chevelle, and Luke Bagaki, former winner here in the million, trying to see if he can be the first one to repeat. 485 the dial for Luke, 573 the dial for LeBlanc. What just happened? George LeBlanc leaves 18 green Goes 575 on a 573. And Luke Bagaki, for the second time today, we see a car that does not leave the starting line. And when it finally does engage, goes down to run dead on the number. 485 on a 485 Luke, but the reaction, never left the starting line. The car didn't move. George LeBlanc gets the win light. Luke is going to have to race his way through the re-entry round if he wants a shot at the money. As Keith Horeb and Chris Johnson going to be our next two. Horeb out of Williston, North Dakota, 658 down left side, win light to Horeb. 008, take 1 thou at the stripe, and Keith Horeb lights up the scoreboard here in round number 1 as Chris Johnson 10 on the tree and goes 624 on a 623, and we're ready for our Group C dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 1. So Group C door cars, you should already be there. Group C dragsters, let's get you headed this direction, please. Group C dragsters. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, which means that we have called all of Group C. All of Group C has been called. We'll get you headed in here, please, for your first round of the million. Lynn Horeb fouls it away by 9 thousandths of a second, and Mike Coltrane, 005, 489 on a 491. Horeb, that is a swear jar moment. 009, 598 on a 598. He's dead on 3. Yeah, remember, racers, the swear jar is up here in the tower as you make your way up to the buyback window for those of you that were cussing and swearing and saying things that your mother doesn't approve of under your helmet or after the helmet's off, whatever it is. I know, especially racing here in the million, if round number 1 doesn't go your way, I think most of you will sound like sailors, which means that there should be plenty of donations going into the swear jar. That's all going to go to help Team RFC as Paul Edens in the Toyota. Oh, what a feeling. 549 on a 543 after an 023 reaction time is going to get a win light here in round number 1. David Beckwith was 26 green, goes 758 on the 747. And that is going to bring up Kenny Snow and Gordon Boven. Boven's Barracuda out of Boise, Idaho. Snow's 69 Chevelle out of La Habra, California. 577, and the win light turns on immediately for Kenny Snow. Gordon Boven let go of the button, and it was 9 thousandths of a second too quick. He's going to run down to go 551 on a 553. Kenny Snow, 19 green and 577 on a 577. Ooh, check it out. I like that. I like that a lot. That's really cool. So as we bring up our next two, Sean Page and Jeff Verdi, another of the guys that has won the million. Can he get out of round number 1 unscathed? Nope. Jeff Verdi, 14 green, goes 598 on a 599. Sean Page was 003 on the tree. And on the double breakout, gets their first 10 thou to be under by less than 2 thou. And for those of you that know Brett Goethe and his awesome CVD drive shafts, he is here on property. If you want to talk to him about how to improve your racing performance with one of those awesome drive shafts, I mean, the guy's right here. You can talk to him live and in person.
And it's a really good place to start.
It's a great place to start. And, hold on, as Gary Smiley and Trey Summers roll up, Summers driving Jeff Jones's car down in at 615. Smiley driving the pickup truck out of Iowa, 506 on a 504. Smiley, 28 green. Trey Summers trying to get used to a new automobile, ends up behind 0.04 of a second at the let-go, and then goes 612 on a 615. Next two rolling up, William Dykes and Chris Nafziger. So we're talking about Brett Goethe, those CVD drive shafts. This is one of those things where, have you ever imagined like that mad scientist that's sitting up in a basement somewhere in his house late at night, scratching his head, hair's on? And I mean, if you've ever met Brett, he's got like the hair that If that were to get all messed up, it would look just like the Doc from Back to the Future. Chris Nafziger, red by 0.03 of a second, goes 489 on a 46. William Dykes gets the win light. 18 green, goes 554 on a 558. So the mad scientist thing going on in the basement, trying to design a better drive shaft, that's Gothi. I don't know if he's a drinker, but everybody knows that imagination gets better, creativity gets better, all that kind of stuff gets better with a little chemical enhancement. But he decided this year that not only would he come out and hang out with the racers, he brought a legend in the world of motorsports out here with him. The artiste extraordinaire, Kenny Youngblood, is sitting down at the Fig Speed trailer. No, we decided not. Under the stairs on the end of the tower? Awesome. Hold on. Roger Sauter, red by 2 thou. Corey Jackson going to get the win in the Battle of the Orange Cars. The Barracuda 562 on a 560. Corey Jackson, 34 green, dead on 6. All right. So Kenny Youngblood, the whole blood did it deal, back in the day when paint was the way to go, not vinyl. I still think paint's the way to go, but you can do, I get it. I get it. You got to make your decision. But he is down here doing custom artwork at the bottom of the trailer, or the bottom of the tower, thanks to Brett Gothi. You can stop by. You can see Kenny. He'll personalize it for you, and you too can have your very own piece of color, of art that was touched by the hands of Kenny Youngblood. How cool is that?
That is pretty cool. As Larry Scarth will get out around number 1, being 14 total, locks out Robbie Breeden. 005 up front, dead on 9. Speaking of Kenny Youngblood, just released a little bit of artwork working on Matt Bynum's new Nostalgia Nitro Funny car.
Oh, I saw that.
Looks great.
That thing is awesome. Yes, it's really nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It's Nacho Rivera and Larry Pittenger here, Nathan.
It's Nacho.
Nacho
making his first appearance at a fling. He has been chomping at the bit, and now that the borders have reopened, I think he was the first one in line with Team Mexico, like, I will be there. He gets a win light in round number 1 of the million. How about it? Nacho Rivera, 49 on the tree, goes 639 on a 640. Larry Pittenger was 25 thousandths of a second early, leaving this end of the racetrack, goes 661 on a 659. But I don't know that for Nacho, from the time, I'll bet from the time they got in the car to drive up here, I don't think the smile has left his face.
Absolutely.
And that right there has probably got him just like happy as all get out.
Everything else, the rest of the week is gravy. He lit up a win light during the main event million. Rodney Snyder and Jerry Lone. Big Chief over there right side. And the Firebird. Rodney Snyder in the Camaro Roadster out of Colorado. Snyder is 001, but Jerry Lone, 12 green, dead on 6 to be 1 thou in front at the finish. Rodney Snyder was 001 down at the start and 1 above. But the most important number was Rodney Snyder was behind at the finish line. Sean Reichenbach and Ryan Harem. Sean out of Washington in the Avenger, 567 on the dial. And High Gear out of Huntington Beach.
See Marco?
Ryan and wife Whitney made the announcement that little baby boy Harem going to be around in a little bit, as Ryan Harem is 5640. On the 564, Harem was a little bit late at the start, but Sean Reichenbach was 16 green, got to the finish line by 38, breaks out by 11. Needed to take 27 or less as Ryan Harem. We'll move it around number 2 there, Nate.
Anybody who's announced that they're having a baby, it makes perfect sense now why Ryan's out here racing for the big money. Between the food and the diapers and the clothes and I mean, come on, you're going to buy like clothes that last 3 weeks and then the baby's going to grow out of them. It's just crazy. John Cazzetti and Scott Hess. Hess on the right side racing from Surprise, Arizona. Going to get the win light, 571 on a 570. 27 green. 3 thou was the split between them in reaction time. John Cazzetti was 30 on the tree. Take 26 thou at the stripe to break out by 16 thousandths of a second. Scott Hess was 13 thou above and moving on as we've got Zach Clark and George Lewis. Lewis leaving on the green with a 604 dial on that right side. Zach Clark leaving on the green with a 487 dial on the left and 606 on a 604 for George Lewis. Lewis 22 green. Zach Clark was 23 green. So it was a 1 thou split at this end of the racetrack. George, by 11 ten-thousandths of a second, gets to the finish line first and gets the win light over Zach Clark. Butch Belair and Kevin Shearer. Shearer, 717 the dial. Butch Belair, 686 the dial. 8 thou the split between them in reaction time. And boom. 687 on a 686 for Butch Belair. 16 green, leaving second. Gets the win light. Kevin Shearer, 008 and 723 on a 717. As Robert Butler and Ricky Duschel. Ricky, the split windowed 63 Corvette, dialed in at 546. Robert Butler, 73 bodied Camaro out of Citrus Heights, California, dialed in at 582. So Ricky with a 546 lining up right side. Robert, left side, 582 dial. Advantage on the starting line went to Butler. Win light's going to go to Duschel. 46 green, dead on 5. Robert Butler was 37 green and 14 thou above, and the true margin of victory at the finish line, 1 ten-thousandth of a second. Win light goes to Ricky. 0-0-0-1, and Ricky Duschel lights up that right side scoreboard. Wow. Here's Bill Bathello coming up on the left side, going up against Myron Street. Street out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, 692, the dial on the right. Bill Bathello from Smith, Nevada, running along with Stevie and the whole crew, trying to get the job done here in round number 1. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Bathello, and Bill, 508 on a 507. Taking a 9 thou stripe down at the finish line, gets the win light. Lenny, I would like to see the battery cannon. They were talking about the potential of how would you give away a Optima yellow top battery if everybody's sitting in the grandstands. Somebody determined that a t-shirt cannon modified to be able to shoot a battery would be a good idea. I disagree, but it would be fun to watch once. How would you do it? Mike Eames, you've
Hold
got
on.
some pretty good ideas.
No, because we actually did this at our track.
Yeah?
Yeah, hold on. I mean, not shooting batteries into the crowd.
Did you use a trebuchet?
A trebuchet.
Since we're going with the French-Canadian
That's
thing. Glenn Dilday down 55. Rod Taylor down 532. Win light goes to Taylor, 5334. On top of the 532 after an 017 reaction time. Glenn was better on the tree by 12 thou. Gets to the stripe first by 36 thou to break out by 10 thou.
So what we used to do is that we would flip a coin, heads or tails. Everybody in the crowd would stand up. If you think the coin was going to be heads, you pointed at your head. If you thought it was tails, you pointed at your tail. You flipped it. If you were wrong, you sat down. And we did it on nights where we had like 8,000 people in the crowd, and you whittled it down till you had like 4 or 5 left, and that was a lot of fun.
That is a lot of fun. How do you keep people honest?
I mean, enough people are around you that, like, if somebody cheats, they get called out.
I got it.
Justin Lamb and Ricky Needham Jr.
Ooh.
Lamb made it through in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field. Here he's off the top in the Roadster.
Oh. Ricky Needham Jr., 009, 587 on a 585. Taking a 7,000 stripe. Justin Lamb, 465 on a 463. And away we go. Lamb's going to have to buy back. And for a car that was so good to him down in Tucson, I got to get that thing kind of turned around and make it happen. Are we drawing our random draw for the Brodic's 50K? All right. All right. I think we need, like, witnesses in here and stuff like that. Jeremy Waterman getting the solo shot here in Group B. Will run 526 on a 525, and Waterman will advance into round number 2 of the million. Okay, so you think a battery cannon would be bougie? I think a battery cannon would be brutal. Okay. I just want to make sure, like, Peter, Emily, everybody good with this? He said we're good. Here we go. So we had 4 racers that all put up 5-packs. And according to the rules here in the Brodic's Run for the 50K, we didn't have anybody hit the 50,000, so we're going to roll a $10,000 potential bonus into the million. And the 4 racers who were all 5-packs, we've got names in a hat. We are going to draw out by random draw who is going to get each prize. The first name drawn out of the hat is going to get the Brodic's SR20 heads. The second name drawn out of the hat will get the $2,000, and the third name drawn out of the hat will get the 2023 Spring Fling Million entry. Now, because we had 5 or 4 racers who did it, there is a possibility Gary Williams, he's got his name in there twice. He could end up with a nice little day here. All right, here we go. I have one. So first name out of the hat for the Brodic's SR20 heads is Jim Glenn. So Jim Glenn, congratulations. You have got a brand new set of Brodic's SR20 heads headed your way. So Jim, you are going to be named number 1. Marco's going to draw on your draw number 3. I like that. I like that. Marco reaching into the hat. Pulling out the second name. The second name is Gary Williams. So, Gary, you've got $2,000. Now the question is, for the 3 that were 5 total, you've got Gary Williams, who's still in there, and Donovan Williams, who's still in there. The third and final name comes out of the hat. Will Gary get the $2,000 and the million entry, or will Donovan get the million entry? The answer is Gary gets both. Gary Williams, you got the $2,000 and the 2023 Spring Fling Million entry, which I think, keeping it in the family like that, I think, it's all going to kind of go into the same hands. But Jim Glenn, congratulations, sir. You got the Brodic's SR20 heads at the end of the Brodic's Run for the $50,000 shootout. Again, it came down to a 4-way tie at the top with 4 5,000 packages that went up on the board. It was Jim Glenn, it was Donovan Williams, and it was Gary Williams. ×2 for Gary. And it came down to a random draw, as are the rules on the brochure. So Jim Glenn gets the heads, Gary Williams gets the $2,000, and Gary Williams gets the 2023 million entry. There you go. Congratulations. All right, so we had a quick little touch-up that needed to be done on the racetrack. Okay. It's Group C time. Group C. And this is going to be where it gets kind of fun and interesting and all of that kind of stuff, all right? Starting off with Wednesday's winner, Lucas Walker. Driving Raider Campbell's Camaro. Rolling up on the right side with a 561 dial. And Joe Kidd Jr., who also entered in the pro category, was one of the very first cars down the racetrack in the Million here today. I know that because he was. All right, so it's John Horman who is driving the car here over on the right side. Excuse me. Again, we've got a lot of drivers that have been dancing around, swapping spots, trying to find the most comfortable race car. So Horman dialed in at 561. Joe Kidd Jr. dialed in at 625. And it's going to be a 625-2 on a 625 for Joe Kidd Jr. after a 009 reaction time. 24 on the tree and 561 on a 561. So a 25 total over on the right side. But, Joe Kidd. 009 dead 2 to be 11 total. As we will bring out Andy Schmall. Looks like Mikey Bloomfield. Bloomfield in a pickup truck. A little S10 that could. 633 dial over on the right side for Andy Schmall, who was 4 foul total in that round of pro, trying to get it done again here. Andy Schmall grabbing himself 11 thousandths of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack. And how about 14 dead 0 this time for Andy? Andy was 4 total last time, goes 14 dead 0 this time, as Bloomfield was 25 green and then goes 631 on the 633. Taking 2 thou at the stripe to be under 13 thou. But Andy, 14 total to the 25 thou reaction time for Bloomfield in the pickup truck, and that would be that. As that is going to bring up, I believe, Chris Whitfield. Rolling up on the right side, dialed in at 466, and Spencer Massey. Massey rolling up, dialed in at 643 in his Nova. Bloomfield dialed in at 466. And away we go. So Chris Whitfield, 467 on a 466. He was 009. Winner last night in his other car for the Mosier Engineering $30,000 day. Told us during the interview that they're really warming up for this one. The runner-up last year is something that's been weighing on his mind from the very start, and is looking to try and race his way back there and go one round deeper. And hey, Steve Kelly, you have won an impact helmet from the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Million Treasure Chest. So you are the proud owner of a brand new impact helmet. It was basically selected out of all of the first round runner-ups. And Steve Kelly, you just got yourself a brand new helmet. How about that, man? How about that? Chris Northup going up against Nasty Nick Hastings. Nasty Nick and the Mustang down in at 613. Northup driving the Nova out of Idaho. trying to get the kid car into round number 2, and Nasty Nick does what Nasty does. 005. And then goes 616 on a 613. Had lots of room. Backs his way into Funny Cart Chris down there at the finish line, taking 14th out at the stripe. Chris was 33 on the tree. And had just a smidge to play with, as he ends up running 600 on a 599. But it's going to be Nick Hastings all the way. So, Steve Kelly, you've got that impact helmet thanks to the Larice Pro Million treasure chest. Group D, let's get you headed to the staging lanes, please. Group D. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes for round number 1. Group D, go ahead and make your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. Group D to lanes 5 and 6. How about Jeremy Heffler and Dan Northrup? Dan on the right side, 475 dial. Jeremy getting the head start with a 618 dial in the Nova out of Kennedale, Texas. 2 thou separate them at this end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Dan Northrup. 11 green, 474 on a 475, comes down to a double breakout. Gets there second, breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Jeremy Heffler gets there first, taking 1 thou at the stripe to break out by 11 thou. Winlight to Northrup out of Pennsylvania. As we're going to bring out Leslie Grissom and Johnny Ezel. Away we go, 10 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to the dragster and Johnny Ezel. 001 dead 7 is 8 total for Johnny here in round number 1. Leslie Grissom was 11 on the tree and goes 687 on a 688. So that was a rematch, a round number 1 rematch from those that were double entered. Whoosh. Whoosh. How about Scotty Richardson? Speaking of those that have won the million before, Scotty on the left side, dialed in at 611, going to get the win light as Steve Roars hands it over via the red light. 006 on the wrong side of the tree for Roars, goes 652 on a 651. Scotty Richardson. Ken Green was holding some as he goes 608 on a 611. Down there at the stripe. That's going to bring up Sugar. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, honey, honey. Dun, 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 dun. I know the song says you are my candy girl, but you're my calendar guy. He was, you know, isn't that where a lot of those calendar photo shoots happen, is at big, nice hotel rooms in Vegas? Well, let's just leave it at that. 457 the dial for Sugar Shane Carr on the right side. And for Sean Langdon. How about Sugar Shane taking on Top Fuel Sean? Sean dialed in at 630. Sugar dialed in at 457. 6 thou the split between them in reaction time, and Carr will light up the board in round number 1. 458 on a 458 comes down to a 7 thou margin of victory. Shane was 16 green. Sean Langdon had the 022 reaction time and ends up 15 thou above the dial. As our next two, Donovan Williams and Mike Crater. Terry Lee, you think the calendar guy thing is worse than Candy Girl? For George Hoff, who I knew was listening in. 480 the dial in for Donovan, 446 the dial for Mike. Pre-stage stage, tree drops, green, green. Eight thou was the split at this end of the racetrack as Donovan Williams was 19 green and 19 thou above to get the win light. Mike Crater 444 on the 446. Takes 26 thou at the stripe and breaks out 15 thou. Donovan goes 481 on a 480. Terry Lee, have you seen the photo? I think everybody on Earth has seen it by now, but I'm just saying, have you seen it? As we are going to bring up Marco Abruzzi. Was it Cortland Carter? 463 the dial for Cortland, 461 the dial for Marco. 200 the difference between them in the predicted dial, and it's going to be Marco Abruzzi all over Cortland Carter. 009, dead on 5. Marco Abruzzi puts baby in a corner. Cortland was 37 green, 463 on a 463, but 009 dead 5, and Cortland was 37 green, and Cortland's friends back home are going to be in, why is Nate talking about you so much? You're like, well, because I done earned my way to the buyback window. I earned it. Robbie Gear and KJ Desa. KJ raffled his way into an entry. Robbie Gear, who earlier in the day, that car was just like, he let go of the button and the car went, nope. I think not. So a 452 to a 490. KJ get the opportunity to leave first as he does the blinkety blink 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 with the blue LEDs on the top of the Christmas tree. There's Robbie. That's way better than what Robbie's car did last time, and KJ's in a world of hurt. I mean, a world of hurt. KJ giving up 52 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time. Robbie Gear 004 tightening up the stripe to 5 thousandths of a second as he backs his way into KJ at the finish line. Robbie with a 457 on the 452, tightening up the stripe to 5 thousandths of a second. KJ 490 on a 490. Was dead on 5, but just let go late. Robbie Gear moves to round number 2. As we bring out Troy Williams Jr. TW 473. And a win light for T-Dub as Michael Johnson's car lurches off the line early. Johnson may be having some problems there as well. Gets off the line, knows that he left early, sees the red light, gets out of the throttle and says, have to try it again a little bit later. Williams, 13 green, 469 on a 473. And for those of you that are kind of chatting back and forth in the bleachers, I do think, Mike, I think we're going to have to double check it, but did they put the interview with Johnny Brackett Racer and Peter up on Facebook? Is it under the videos page? We're going to have to find out. I do know that it was in the live feed last night just before the semifinals. So if you find last night's feed, go back a little ways. Not too far. You don't have to go back too far, but just before we got into the semifinals, that interview with Johnny was there. It's 468 up's on the scoreboard for Greg Christensen. 463 is up on the scoreboard for Jason Pad. Trees are green for both Christensen and Pad. Advantage to the left side of the racetrack as the scoreboard lights up. 468 on a 468. Christensen, 19 green. That gave him a 12 thou advantage over Jason Pad, who was 031 on the tree. Pad gets to the finish line first by 14 thousandths of a second. Goes 4.605 on a 463. And George, every time I get out here and get on a mic, just so you know, it gives me this urge to go on YouTube and like look up Scrapple recipes, like how to make Scrapple. Looks like we got Dylan Howe lining up left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 455. Dennis Lithgow, John's cousin. And my cousin. 470 the dial in on the right side. Red light start. Oi. Oi. Dylan by 1,000th of a second. Let's go too early at this end of the racetrack. Maybe that wasn't Dylan. Because I don't see Brian or Mindy moving yet. Now maybe they are. We'll see. Anyway, Michael Pennington, 472 is the dial. $459. The number over here on the left side. I think that might be Dylan. Then who was in front of him? 'Cause I think it was the other Hal car. Don't know. We shall see. Michael Pennington is the one in trouble this time. And yep, 009 dead on 8 for Dylan. 17 total. Pennington was 26 green. And there you have it. Kevin Brannon in front of Dylan Howe. So KB is in one of the Howe cars. Got it. All right. So Dylan was 001 red. Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, 17 total, picking up the win light. They are working through that. As far as getting all of those names and everything set up. Aaron G. Peeps Pennington. Peeps, another of the former winners. I think other than Bo, we've got each and every one of our former million winners here, right? Luke's here. Verdi's here. Randall's here. Scotty's here. And Peeps is here. And Peeps is moving on to round number 2. Aaron G was 18 green, 475 on a 471. Peeps, 14 green and 469 on a 469. And I still think we do need to have shirts made up that says, I went to Vegas. Now, how are we going to phrase that? I think we'd had a way that we were going to phrase that before. That's right. I went 469 in Vegas. Whomp, whomp, whomp. 10 green and 463 on a 462. Right lane's going to get the win light. Getting to the stripe first by 5 thousandths of a second. I'm wondering if Doug gave it back. 004, 475 on a 473. Whomp, whomp, whomp. 5,000 margin. Win light to the right side. All right. We'll see. Jim Glenn. Lining up left side, 479. 46 dial over to the right side. Glenn goes red. Woo. So Jim by 2 thousandths of a second. $18 green, 45 on a 46 right side, but the win light belongs to the right side. Glenn went red by 2 thousandths of a second as Dustin Wirtz and Carl Jones going to be the next two. Carl, 465 dial. Dustin, 460 is the dial. We're away on the green. Both have a 0, a 1, and a 3 in the reaction time. They're just not arranged at the same. Dustin, 13 green, 461 on a 460. Margin at the stripe, 5 thousandths of a second. Win light to Dustin Wirtz. Carl Jones was 31 green, dead 3, ends up 34 total. and bows out here as Justin lights up the scoreboard as Stan Essery and Jeff Serra make their way out of the water box. Mike Eames has found his way back up here to the microphone. And, Mike, this is going to be a nice little matchup.
Yeah, Jeff Serra left side. He's been on an absolute just race-smashing terror. Like he's Godzilla at all these other races and just... Stan Essery out of Canada. Sherwood Park, Alberta, 467, the number for Stan over in the right lane. Essery up on the wheel is 001. Serra trying to get around Essery. No. Stan completely locks out Jeff Serra. 001 up front, dead on 5 to be 2,000 in front. And, I mean, you want like the recipe to take out Jeff Serra, that's how you got to do it. 001 taking 002. Stan Essery is really good right there and takes out Jeff Serra here in round number 1. Dalton Giroux. And as Nathan was talking about with today being the million, we've had numbers move around, drivers move around in cars. Left side, it's 471 on the dial. And will be defeated as Dalton Giroux out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. 24 green, 4,000 in front at the finish to be 6,000 over the dial, and he'll get the win. 14 green, 2 above, and no good. Over on the Las Vegas side is Shane Thompson and Will Carell. Shane for Team Silver State here on Silver State Refrigeration. Main event Million Friday. Will out of Ardmore, Oklahoma in the shorty. 474 is the dial for Will. Red for Will. Out in front by 10. Shane Thompson, 12 green, and a free sniff of 470, and he takes a big whiff of 469. As we need to get those shirts made. You caught that one? As Mad Max. And I believe Jimmy Lewis. Max McLaughlin out of Texas. Drags your left side. Jimmy Lewis out of Washington. Over on the right side, 475 is the dial. Red light start for Jimmy by 13. Max McLaughlin, 10 on the green light start, 505 on the 502. He'll get to proceed. Michael McQueen out of Odessa, Texas, over on the Pennzoil side, 492, the dial here this afternoon. $463 over on the left side. In and away. McQueen dug a massive hole on the starting line. Not able to climb out of it. 466, 3 above and 16 green over on the left side to be good. McQueen was 56 off the starting line and dead on 7. And will have to come to the Diva desk to try to buy back into the program. It's Race Kid and Chris Galitti. Race out of Boise, Idaho. Las Vegas side of the racetrack. The left lane, 469 the dial. Will be off and away first. Chris Galitti for Team Rad Torque. 448. The dial for Chris is Galitti. In round number 1 in the other entry, had to take out Marco Abruzzi. But here, Race Kid will end up 8 thou in front at the finish line and good. 26 green, 1 above. Chris Galitti was 17 at the start, had a little advantage and goes 451. Galitti got behind by 8 thou and Race Kid get the win here in round number 1. I believe Greg Hicks left side, Jeff Taylor right side. Green and green. Taylor, Hicks, Jeff Taylor. 005 taken 005. There for Jeff Taylor. Hicks, 18 green, dead on 7. And no good. Vinny Domino and Paul Lorton. Lorton in the Vega. 635 the dial for Lorton. Or Leroy Duran. Again, we don't have it entered in the system yet, and those two will share driving duty, so it's one or the other. And Vinny Domino for Team Media Dragway. Vinny out of Staten Island, New York City. You're staged. Away. On a red light start for Vinny Domino by 12 thou. The Vega is 21 green, 633 on the 35. Domino, after dropping it red, was then a couple of quick. Going 455 on the 457. Gabe Torres left side. G Money out of La Puente, California. For Val Torres Racing, Val Torres Construction here in round number 1. 471 is the dial, 480 right side, and Val and the team watches son Gabe go red by 10 thou. 4805. On the 480, 22 up front, but it was all over right off the bat as Gabe was red by 10 cents. Here on $1 Million Main Event Friday, our apparel booth is now open. Down at the bottom of the tower. Once again, our Fling apparel is now open down there at the bottom of the tower. Shirts, hoodies, hats, etc., etc. As we bring up Gary Williams and Brian Canaday. G-Dub out of Florida, 484 is the dial over on the left lane. Brian Canaday out of Odessa, Texas, 459. The estimated performance for Brian over in the Pennzoil lane, and 4 thou. The red light start for Canaday. Gary Williams, 003 and 6 quick. 484 was what Gary Williams put on the scoreboard. 478 is what Gary Williams put on the track. As Austin Williams and Renault Diaz. Austin and the Bronco. Out of Waxahachie, Texas. Austin was defeated in round number 1. Alongside Shane Carr. Renault Diaz for Team Mexico. Austin looking over the right shoulder. Here comes the Diaz dragster. Austin. 15 green. Tightens it up to 2 thou at the finish line. 589.0 on the 588. Renault was 21 green and dead on 6 to be 27 on the combined, and 2 thou shy at the finish line is Aaron Steinke and Donnie Burleson. Steinke out of Panmure, Alberta, Canada. A TNT Supercar 461. What Aaron put on that car here for round number 1. Donnie Burleson out of Richmond, Texas. The orange dragster, 454 the number. There for Donnie over on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. One thou is the difference between the two at the start, and Donnie Burleson, 007 and 2 over. Will get the win. Steinke was 006 and 5 above. Both drivers were really good down here at the short end in 006 and 007, but Burleson, the better combination of numbers to illuminate a win light here in round number 1, as we are still in round number 1 here on Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. Spring Fling Million main event Friday. 250 large guaranteed. As Marco Paravaleris has slid on in over here on my right. Marco is used to competing, but now part of the great Fling staff who does a great job keeping everything moving forward. And Marco comes in and calls some laps with us, and when you want to talk about a young man who is supremely talented behind a wheel of a race car and knows how to let go of the button on time and make the right decision down there at the end of the quarter mile, well, Marco can tell you how to do all that right more often than not. Isn't that right, young man?
I don't know about that, but it's great to be here and call some laps with you, Mike, and just finished up Group C in round number 1 of the Spring Fling Million. Gonna move on to Group D, which are the single entered dragsters. Looks like, based on the camera that we have in the announcer's booth here, we got quite a few of them back there in the staging lanes, Mike.
Yeah, I'm going to say like 35, 40 pair, if not more. Really good turnout here this morning, round number 1. Here for the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries here on main event $1 Million Friday, brought to you by Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. Once again, all the great sponsors are part of this event, but can't thank Shane Thompson and his whole entire team enough, who brought us our Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday that was won by Lucas Walker, who will have the bounty on him tomorrow morning for that APD carburetor. As we are patiently waiting. Hello, Peter Biondo. Hi, Peter Biondo.
Mike, I got a very special shout out.
Yes, sir.
Severio, my son Severio, and my daughter Olivia are listening at home right now. Severio, Olivia, Mommy, Daddy miss you a lot. but we're doing good. There's a lot of racers here, and we're having fun. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon, guys. Severio, Olivia, Mommy and Daddy love you.
I think Severio and Olivia, they should come to Galat. I'm just saying.
So Severio and Olivia, you have to meet them in person. They're Olivia. I took her to a cowboy cowgirl date night, father-daughter date night, and we had a blast. She had cowboy boots on. I actually had Peeps Pennington.
Got the hat. I saw that.
No, boots too. The whole
Yeah,
deal.
yeah.
I mean, I had the buck. I overnighted a cowboy buckle and everything, and had a good time with my daughter Olivia at the father-daughter dance. We put some videos up on Facebook. It was a blast. And Severio's first baseball game, he won 9-0.
That's good.
And they didn't win a game all season last season.
Well, I was disappointed to see his team name, because I know a couple years ago he got to wear the Yankee uniform, but this year they're not the Yankees.
Yeah, it changes every year. Actually,
Yep.
they're Tigers this year.
So Brian Watts, dragster with the white roll cage. They're out of Washington. 477 is the dial, as Marco talked about. We moved into Group D. Brian Watts over on the left side.
Right side, we got the slingshot, the front engine dragster of Don Taros. Dialed in at a 541.
You ever drove a top end or a front engine car?
I have not.
Now, if you only knew somebody that had a front engine car,
Which I might.
if you only knew, I'm just throwing that out there. A possible connection to a front engine car.
Ryan Watts is 5 thou on the red side. Taros, 24 and 5 above is going to be good enough. Brings up Mike Rock in the traffic cone at a 493 out of Idaho.
Going to be alongside Dwayne Ringuth. Dwayne out of Rocky View, Alberta, Canada. Tell you what, the Ringuth, that whole clan up there, they put together those 3 great classic races up at Medicine Hat and Edmonton and Mission. That's what, you should load up the rig and go up and run those 3 races up in Canada. We talked about, first of all, we need to get you a passport. That's like step number 1. But those guys, I know they put on 3 great races up there for all of our Canadian friends, and everybody should take a look at those, as Dwayne is off and away. 2 thou is the difference on the starting line. And Mike Rock will get out of round number 1. 4.947 on the 493 was 16 green and 5 thou in front at the finish. Dwayne was 18 at the start and 2 over, and no good here in round number 1 is Jack Sadler for Team Fig Speed out of Henderson, Nevada. 485 the dial for Jack here in round number 1.
Right side, Jacob Stallworthy out of Idaho at a 471. Jacob Stallworthy is 18 on the red side. How about Jack Sadler, 002, dead on 6 is 8 total. So Jack Sadler and Team Fig Speed moving on.
We need Greg Christensen. Greg Christensen to the Diva desk, please. Greg Christensen needs you back up to the Diva desk there, Marco. Go ahead.
Brings up Shane Molinari in the pro-charged M&M Top Dragster. Going to be dialed at a 410.
Is that fast?
A little bit.
Looks fast. Mike Fuquay. Iron Mike out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, 460. Be a 1-bulb head start there for Mike. We are off and away. Mike looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Molinari. Fuquay. 461.3 on the 460. We'll move on. Molinari was 32 at the start and 2 over. And 19 thou behind at the finish is Mike Fuquay. Background on round number 2 is Perry Como out of Louisiana. Over in the Las Vegas side, 473 the dial there for Perry.
Clinton Pife at a 515 out of Colorado. 33 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light to Clinton. 004. Get their first 26 thou to be 16 thou above. That's 20 total. Perry was 37 on the tree, dead on 9, getting their second.
It's Trevor Larson and wife Kendra's machine out of Minnesota for Larson Farms. 464 the dial there for Trevor.
Bryson Parks on the right side, dialed at a 505 out of Texas. Bryson is 12 on the green side, dead on 8, 20 total after Trevor Larson is 8 thou red and 1 above. Bryson Parks moving on. Left side, Dylan Winters at a 459 out of Boonville, Indiana. And Trayton Ban out of Idaho, the 498. Both drivers taking their time to find the pre-stage bulb. Five thou separate him, top end, win light. Gonna go to Trayton Ban. How about 10 dead, 5 to be 15 total? Dylan Winters was 15 on the tree. He was 3 above, so he would have had to go dead on 0 to maybe have a chance. Trayton Ban moving on. Left side, Jansen Melton at a 432.
Going to be alongside Austin Calhoun. So, Marco, do you know what happened with Austin Calhoun yesterday?
What's that?
They were driving to dinner. Everyone thought they were driving to dinner. No, they ended up going to the chapel last night, and they got married.
How about that? Congratulations, Austin. And
I mean, what better way to celebrate?
First day of the honeymoon at the Spring Fling Million.
488, the number for Austin. 9 thou better for Calhoun. And the win light for Austin. 487.7 on the 488 on a double breakout will get the win. Jansen Melton was 23 up front and a hun under. But a double breakout win going to go Austin Calhoun's way is Chevy Reeves. Another one of the runners from Canada. Edmonton, Alberta. 470 the dial for Chevy over on the Pennzoil side.
Left side, we got Neil Presimoni out of Las Vegas. Two thou separate him. Win light. It's going to go to Chevy Reeves. 12 take 10 to be dead on 2. That's 14 total. Neil was 10 on the tree and goes 491 on a 490. Margin of victory 10 thou going to Chevy Reeves. Brings up Tristan Craig. Believe he just celebrated a birthday yesterday. Postponed celebration at the Spring Fling Million.
And on his birthday, won a raffle to get into this race.
How about that?
Going to be alongside Scotty Lemon. Scott out of Tennessee. For Team Collector Tethers, 470 the number. Over on the Pennzoil side for Mr. Lemon. Lemon is in. Tristan is in. Tree and away. Red light start by 2. Blanking thou for Tristan Craig. Scotty Lemon was 006 at the start, 468.2 on the 470. And after Tristan was red by 2, was under by 3. And Tristan, if he would like to continue, will have to come pay a visit to the Diva desk. It's Mark Campbell, Olympia, Washington. Over on the Pennzoil lane, 467 here in round number 1.
Left side, Hannah Vandermeer out of Idaho at a 487. Believe these two know each other pretty well. Sometimes it's unfortunate. You try and plan out as best as you can, and when you pull up and race your friend first round of the million, guaranteed it'll be a good race. Separated by 2 thou. Win light to Vandermeer by 1/10,000th of a second. Hannah is 24, dead on 6, 30 total. Mark Campbell, 22, dead on 8, also 30 total. Just that 1/10,000th of a second. Accurately, Mike, I'm going to say that's under a half an inch.
But I mean, I know you're good enough. You could tell half an inch down there.
At those speeds, when you're doing over 140 miles an hour, that's a difficult task. I don't care who you are. Jim Reichenbach goes 9 thou on the red side.
Carson Campbell, you just saw Dad Mark be 1/10 thou shy alongside Hannah Vandermeer. But Carson will take one of the Campbell family dragsters into round number 2. The free look at 493 goes 495. There it is, Carson Campbell. Is Rodney Parks from Venus. Not the planet, but they're in Texas. The Worthy Prepared Machine, 495 the dial for Rodney over in the Pennzoil lane.
Val Torres Jr. on the left side at a 472 out of Chino, California. Val made his way down to the semifinals last year's Spring Fling Million.
You know, when Ryan Gleghorn was up here, he was talking about, you know, he's a big stats guy. Val Jr. in the main event has continually made the ladder round.
Meanwhile, he finds himself a little behind on the starting line, but is going to get the win light. 22 dead on 2 to be 24 total. Rodney Parks is 10. Take 20 thou at the stripe to break out 6 thou. Needed to take 14 or less. Left side, Josh Ludke out of Boonville, Indiana at a 444.
Be alongside Cooper Chun, the talented young man from Vancouver, Washington, 530. The dial for Cooper over in the right lane. Josh Ludke, 444 here this afternoon in round number 1. In, tree, and we're away. Josh left side, stole a hunt at the start and is going to get the win. 19 green, taking 1 thou at the stripe to be 446 on the 444. Cooper Chun was 29 at the start and 1 over. And he'll be a first round runner-up. It's Jeff Burns. Over on the Pennzoil side, 447 for JB.
Left side, Elliot Franco out of La Palma, California at a 5:45. Almost a 1 second head start going Elliott.
And Troy Umberger in the chat bleachers. Jeremy Wilson's right here at the bridge.
One of these drivers is perfect on the tree and is going to get the win light. Elliott Franco, perfect, goes 25 thou above, the 545 to be 25 total. Locks out Jeff Burns, who is 32 and 3 above. Elliott Franco moving on. Left side, Logan War out of Erda, Utah at a 461.
Going to be alongside Nathan Martin. Nathan out of Texas, 463 is what Nathan has decided. Get the opportunity to leave first by 2 little bitty hun. Logan is in. Nathan is in. Red light start for Logan War by 5 thous. Nathan Martin missed the tree, 45 green and 461 on the 463. After Logan was red by 5 thou, 1 over, 462. There for the young man who picked up a divisional win at the first of 2 divisionals. Last weekend in Super Comp Eliminator is Scott Ball. Over on the Pennzoil side, 473 the dial for Scott here in round number 1.
Left side, Jeremy Wilson out of Grand Junction, Colorado at a 463. Final call, Group D for round 1. We will now take Larice Pro to lanes 5 and 6 for the buyback round. Thou separate him. Win light to Scott Ball. 17 and goes 473 on a 473. Jeremy Wilson behind at the start to be 4 thou under. Brings up Colton Aragon out of Colorado at a 479 in the race tech.
And Brian Bennett, Shallow Water, Texas, 449. The dial in there from Mr. Bennett. 3/10, a half a bulb and a little is the head start for Colton, and Colton will advance as Brian Bennett is red by 5 cents. And off the gas early going 478. Colton was 12 green and 2 over. But good enough as Brian turns on that big, ugly, nasty red light here in round number 1 by 5 thou. Todd Robinson, Corpus Christi, Texas, over on the Pennzoil side, 477. The dial in here in round number 1 for Todd.
Left side, the Boise Blaster, Dan Lafferty out of Idaho at a 451. Todd is 2 thou on the red side and dead on 9. Another red and dead on. Meanwhile, Dan Lafferty 009 dead on 6 to be 15 total. Boise Blaster gonna blast his way into round number 2. Tom Clark at a 453 out of Spokane, Washington.
And Jesse Bepley. Jesse out of Napa. Up there in the 208. 517 is the dial. For Jesse here in round number 1, he will have the opportunity to leave first. Tom Clark will be in pursuit. Staged. And we're off. Tom better at the start. But Jesse Bepley, 10 green, dead on 0 to be 7th thou in front at the finish to get the win. Tom Clark was 005 and 4542 on the 453 to be 12th thou above, but 7th thou behind. At the finish line is Jesse Bepley. Dead on 0 and get out of round number 1 is Steve Glenn from right down over there in Las Vegas. 437, the dial in for Mr. Glenn over on the right side.
Jason Thomas at a 483 out of Boise, Idaho. Group A door cars to lanes 1 and 2 for the buyback round. Group A dragsters, we're not calling you yet, but you are on standby. So once again, door cars Group A, lanes 1 and 2. How about 3 thou separate them? Win light to Jason Thomas. 006, take 007 to be 27th thou above the 483. Steve Glenn was 003, goes 440 on the 437. Margin of victory, 7 thou going to Jason Thomas. Alexis Thompson out of Henderson, Nevada. Part of Team Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC at a 466.
And Owen Duffield will be alongside in round number 1, Temple, Texas. It's 501, the dial in for Owen. In my Group A door car buyback round. Group A door car buyback round. Lane 1 and 2, please. 009 and 009 right down there at the start. 467.3 for Alexis Thompson. Stuck the nose of that dragster out in front by 000 Trey. 310 thou in front for Alexis Thompson at the finish. Owen Duffield. 009 5023, but 310 thou on the wrong end. Alexis Thompson will move on as Hannah Cook. Cook Racing dragster out of Novato, 453. The dial is, you see Dad David back behind his daughter over on the right-hand side.
Left side, we got Val Torres Sr. out of Valinda, California at a 473. $27 thou separate them. Win light to Hannah Cook. 002 get their first 35 thou to be 3 above. Val Torres was 29 and 4 above. Hannah Cook moving on. Left side, Gabby Needham out of Ohio at a 519.
And Jessica Bogacki. Jessica for Team Mosier. This is Bracket Racing Elite for Jessica. 470 is the dial. Gabby left side. Jessica right side. $11 green for Jess. Dead on 3 makes 14 total. Gabby Needham, 21, which is normally what you strive for in Las Vegas, but not here in round number 1 of the million. As Gabby was completely locked out, as Jessica was 14 total. And we'll move on as Willie Flores. Over in the Pennzoil lane, 494 the dial for the runner out of San Angelo, Texas.
Left side, Sean Hart, Painter Boy, out of Layton, Utah, at a 490. Separate him, top end, win light, Willie Flores. 15, take 0004 to be dead on 2. That's 17 total. Sean Hart was 28, just barely behind, and 11 thou under. Willie Flores moving on. Brings up Parker Theobald, driving his sister Lindsay's Race Tech Dragster out of St. George, Utah. 484 is the dial.
And Shannon Bepley. 452 the dial for Shannon. Miller prepared dragster on the Pennzoil side. Parker will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. Shannon off and away. One little bitty one is the difference on the starting line, and Shannon Bepley, 13 green, dead on 2 to be 15 total. Parker was 12 up front, got down there on the brakes to be 3 above. Sent Shannon through. But Shannon ended up on the right side of the number, being 2 thou above. It's Philip Pennington. 493 is the dial, and a really good matchup here, Marco.
Indeed, a very good matchup. Left side, we got Timmy Markaglu out of Staten Island, New York at a 457. Timmy, believe, made it down to the semis in Mosier 30K last night. And also was runner-up in the Todd's American Dragster Shootout. 13 thou separate him. Win light to Pennington. How about 9 dead on 1 to be 10 total? Markaglu was 22 and 14 thou above. Philip Pennington moving on.
That's just mean.
It's round 1 of the Spring Fling Million.
I mean, you're not wrong. I'm just saying, like, Pennington's like, hey, Tim, I love you and everything. Go see the Divas up at the buyback booth.
Well, if there's a time to be mean, right
It's
here,
one,
right now,
absolutely.
Mike Games. Left side, Paul Lorton out of Peoria, Arizona at a 477.
Alongside Blake Johnson. Blake out of Colorado. 463. .008 leaves second by 8 thou because Blake Johnson is perfect at the start and 463.8 to be dead on 8 and 8 total. Paul Lorton was 008 at the start, had to be dead 0 to have any chance whatsoever. But it goes 478.8 as Blake Johnson basically freezes out Paul Lorton. Nick Axman. That top dragster going 423 for the runner out of Washington.
Left side, Corey Needham at a 539 out of Ohio. This is a rare occurrence for a dragster to dragster matchup where the split in 8th mile is greater than 1 second. Corey Needham getting the head start. Seven thou separate him. Win light to Axman. 34 on the tree and goes 427 on a 423. Corey was 41 and goes 544 on a 539. Nick Axman moving on. Brings up Michael Needham at a 509 out of Ohio.
And Jared Lerkamp. 476. The dial for JR. JR right side. Michael Needham left side. As both drivers are being very cautious as they approach those pre-stage bulbs. Red light start for Lear Camp by 18th out. Needham with a free one here in round number 1 and goes 509.1 on the 509 with 17 up front. And I'm moving around number 2. Lear Camp will have to come up to the diva desk if you would like to continue, try to get back in the program. As Maddie Payne, I believe, over on the Pennzoil side, Claremont, California. 455 the dial for Maddie.
Left side, Tim Parton at a 449. 20 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light to Maddie Payne. 12 on the tree and 4 above. It's going to get it done as Tim Parton was 32 and goes a 10th above. Group A dragsters to the lanes for the buyback round. So all of Group A has been called for the buyback round. Left side, Tim O'More out of Tucson, Arizona at a 493. Just recently picked up a $50,000 check at the last bracket race at Tucson.
And the new papa is Tim O'More. Be alongside Cassie Pennington, the winged dragster over on the Pennzoil side. Cassie, 3 zeros up front and 473.5 to take out Tim O'More. 473.5 on the 472, but perfect at the start for Cassie. Tim O'More was 23 and had no chances. Cassie was 15 on the combined numbers. It's Tyler Murrup out of Sandy, Utah for Jordan Mower. 499 the dial there for Tyler over on the right side.
Left side, Jorge Saldivar, part of Team Mexico, dialed at a 481. Separate him, win light to Saldivar. 006, take 12 thou at the stripe to go 484 on the 481. Tyler Murrup was 28 and goes 501 on the 499. Jorge Saldivar, moving on. Next pair, Elizabeth Salmons at a 484 out of Ohio.
And Bodie Bennett. Bodie, the young man out of Shallow Water, Texas. Here on Main Event Million Friday. 459 the dial for Bodie. Red light start for Elizabeth by 39 thou. Bodie Bennett will move it around number 2, 4.591 on the 459. Need to tighten up the reaction time as he was 32 up front. Elizabeth 39 red and 1 above, but it was over right off the bat. Zach Mazier, Pennzoil side, 488 the number for Zach and Team Mazier.
Left side, Andy Taylor out of Washington in the blower car at a 437. Now, Mike, I'll tell you what. we like seeing those blower cars here, but I've seen more blowers. I don't think I've seen more blowers at a bracket race than I have this weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting that combination is starting to become more popular.
Both drivers taking their time to stage. Zach is in, and Andy is in. 15 thou separate them. One of them is perfect and is going to get the win light. How about perfect take 2 to be 4 above for Andy Taylor? Zach was 15 and goes 491 on the 488. Andy Taylor moving on. Now, for those of you wondering why I get so excited when somebody goes perfect on the starting line, that's exciting in itself. But even though nobody hit a perfect run in the 50K Brodic's Run for the Money shootout, anybody that puts down a perfect run in the million, 10 grand.
10 gur. That's a pretty good win light.
So still a chance to get 10 grand from a perfect run. Todd Zeller and Matthew Dykes. Dykes is 10 thou on the red side. Todd Zeller in the LS supercharged Shorty Dragsters, 20 on the tree and goes 457 on a 455. 350 cubic inches. And it's going in the 450s here at Las Vegas.
That's
very
fun.
impressive.
I like that. That's fun. I like the different combination. It's Matthew Dykes. Yesterday morning had problems and has problems here today. This is David Meyer. 555, the dial for David. Over on the Pennzoil side.
Left side, Matt Lee, going to be at a 481.
As I believe we have the pair on the line and the pair in the box, and that is it for round number 1.
David is 10 thou on the red side. Oh, and goes dead on 9. Matt Lee is 15 and goes 484 on the 481. Another red and dead on. Group B, to lanes 5 and 6 for the buyback round. So again, Group B to lanes 5 and 6 for the buyback round. Pro is under the arch. As Nate Hershey, we have our last pair of round number 1 of the K&N Spring Fling Million.
.006 on the tree for Marlon Goats and dead on 9. 15 total, taking a 9,000 stripe for Marlon. Dustin Henches was 23 on the tree and locked out. And just like I promised Mike Eames, I said, look, man, I'll slide in here, finish off the round for you. That way you can go take a little break. So I handled the pair that I promised I would handle, and back to you. What's up, man?
What's going on, Nate?
Oh, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I mean, the weather is perfect. It's $1 Million Friday here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Life is good, Marco.
I second that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All the hard work, all the effort, all of the blood, sweat, tears, and in some cases, folks like having to wear ice packs the first couple of days here because they've been just running themselves ragged. It is all coming down to this, and it was so worth the wait.
Absolutely. Hope all the racers are having a great time this weekend. and even going through the lanes this morning during the Brodic's Run for the 50K shootout, seeing a lot of familiar faces, meeting some new people. We got some great vibes here.
We do. That and you mentioned, I mean, that really is a cool part of this whole thing as well. When you get to go out, you see some people, say hi, people you haven't seen in a long time. Everybody comes up, hey, how you doing? It's good to see you again. And it's just a fun, you said vibe. I mean, it's a fun ordeal to be out here and to be... and the works of art that he has created to go down the racetrack. I mean, it's amazing to be able to see like a legend like that hanging out at the Fling.
That's pretty awesome. Have an opportunity to have some art. Have it say, Blood did it at the bottom.
With your name on it that says Blood did it, you can take it home. It's just a cool thing. Frame it up, hang it in the office, hang it in the garage, hang it in your trailer even. It's just kind of a cool thing. It's a conversation starter for sure.
Absolutely. And speaking of starters, on to the buyback round.
Nice segue, Marco. Very nice. Smooth, man. Smooth. All right. As smooth as that was, ladies and gentlemen, it's KVLMS Marco on the microphone here midday. It's midday with Marco on the microphone. Like a radio show, man.
I love those transitions moving into the next round, but that wasn't Nate Hershey good.
Oh, it was. Unfortunately for Craig Merrilees, 004 on the red side will end it. 653-0 on a 650 dial. Cliff Hall in the Falcon. 55 green goes 649-1 on a 649 dial. 55 dead 1. And that is going to bring up Eric Daniels rolling up in the Chevy Vega. I think Eric was a golden ticket winner to get in here thanks to the Kid Performance and Dyno crew.
Pretty awesome. Mark, his son, race, and all of Kid Performance providing that, as Eric Daniels has a starting line advantage and is going to turn it into a win light. Off the bottom, 005 take 3 thou at the stripe to go 710 on a 706. Jaslovsky behind at the start, got there second, breaks out going 809 on the 811. John Floyd Jr. on the left side in the Silverado pickup at a 932.
Right lane's going to be Cole Hairball this time. Cole, 558 dial in the topless Corvette, as we talked about the Hugh Hefner tribute car. He is dialed in with that 558. Away we go. John Floyd trying to outrun him. Look at the head start that the big old Duramax diesel gets over Cole Hairball in a 660-foot race. And how about Floyd? 40 on the tree and 13 thou above. 933 on a 932 for the Duramax. There you go. Cole Hairball was 35 on the tree, so a 5 thou split at this end of the racetrack as Hairball goes 562 on a 568. But would you imagine a Duramax diesel pickup truck going rounds in the million?
When the basics of bracket racing are explained, regardless of speed, cut a light and run the number. That right there is what bracket racing is all about.
Well, there you go. Scott Taylor lining up in the Chevelle, dialed 675.
Scott Taylor and Henry Robertson separated by 3 thou. Win light to Robertson. 22 take 21 to be dead on 1. Scott Taylor was 19 and goes 677 on a 675. Henry Robertson will go live on Facebook next round on Robertson Racing Inc. yet again.
Nice, nice. Joe Kidd Jr. getting the solo shot here as we wrap up our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. 629 is the dial. Joe Kidd trying to keep the pickup truck alive. 625 on a 629 was 15 green, and Joe Kidd Jr. will wrap up our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro round number buyback. So, you got the Larice Motorsports Insurance folks down behind the tower. See Jake. He'll get you hooked up. Protection is key in just about everything that you do. Protect yourself. What, isn't there a song, Protect Yourself?
I wouldn't be familiar with that, but if I will say one thing, we all have, you know, race cars are prized possession, the whole setup. But I will say it doesn't hurt to have a little protection because you just never know what can happen. So Larice Motorsports Insurance, they will hook you up as far as taking the question out of essentially having a solution to if something does happen.
Yeah. It's like here in Vegas. The dealer flops an ace. You want to buy insurance? Buy insurance. Buy insurance.
All right. Next pair, we have Dustin Wirtz. This is the first pair of Group A of the buyback round. On the Super Pro side, Dustin going to be dialed at a 523 in the Corvette Roadster.
Right side, Stan Essery coming in out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. Alberta. Love me some Eric Clapton. And that's a great song. 467 the dial in for Stan on the right side. 523 is the dial for Dustin Wirtz. Over to the left, Essery's in. Wirtz puts on that final bulb on the Christmas tree, and we go green. This time it is a difference of 18 thousandths of a second. Dustin Wirtz, 007, goes 523.8 on a 523. Dustin picking up the win light. Stan Essery, 25 green, goes 467.7. He's dead 7. Dustin is dead 8. Dustin was 007. Stan was not, and Dustin moves on to round number 2. Earns his way back in as we bring up, I don't know if is Ray's Kid and Funny Car Chris swapping spots in the Nova today? Not sure, but it's the Kid Nova dialed in at 595 left side.
Right side, Aaron Steinke out of Alberta, Canada at a 463. 1 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light to Race Kid, getting there second, gonna get it done. 003, 597 on a 595. Steinke was 004, getting their first 57 to go 459 on the 463. Race Kid moving on in his entry number 1.
Wow. Wow. All right. So Leslie Grissom in the Grissom Grocery Getter. Nickname that was handed out by the folks on the chat bleachers. I like it. Grissom out of Texas, and I know I'm kind of stomping on your thunder here, but I love that car. The patinaed long roof.
Gotta love those wagons.
Gotta love that one. I mean, it's a total barn find. Beautiful, beautiful car. Carl Jones, 465. Dial here on the right side. Leslie Grissom gets the opportunity to leave first. Round number 1 was not kind to Leslie. We'll see if round number 2 could be better. Nope. 688 on a 687. Grissom was 22 on the tree. Carl Jones was 12 thousandths of a second better in reaction time. Gets a 4,000 stripe. Margin of victory going 467 on a 465. So the dragster dispatches the wagon one more time as Jeremy Heffler rolls up in the Nova out of Kennedale, Texas. Left side dialed at 617.
Jeremy Heffler and Taylor Strange. Starting off the round, talking the other day about these dragster door car matchups early on. Jeremy at a 617, Taylor at a 480. As they are separated by 43,000 reaction time. How about 004 dead on 9 for Jeremy Heffler? Taylor Strange behind at the start and goes 481 on the 480. Chalk another one up for the door cars. As Gabe Torres is going to be at a 471 on the left side. Pretty good West Coast matchup right here, Nate.
This is a good West Coast matchup. I mean, Whitfield in that car last night drove it all the way into the winner's circle, picking up the victory in the Mosier Engineering $30,000 to win Thursday. Talking to him about the fact that they really were just warming up for this one. He came up one win light short last year against Bo Butner in the Million final, and that is something that has eaten at him for going on 12 months. He wants it so bad. 600 was the difference in the dial. Win light's going to belong to Gabe Torres. Torres, 472 on the 471 was 33 green, and it comes down to a margin of 0.05 of a second. Whitfield was 6 down behind with the 027 reaction time, and then goes 479 on a 477, and Gabe Torres relegates Whitfield to like one chance at hope. I think Whitfield did double enter here in the Million, so one car is bounced. Whitfield's going to have to hold on. As Robbie Gear rolling up here left side out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri, had some breakage on the car, had to buy back, is now trying to get the job done here with a 452 dial.
Right side, Mikey Bloomfield at a 463. $10,000 separate him in reaction time. Win light to Robbie Gear. He's got it fixed. 009 take 008 to be dead on 7. That's 16 total. Bloomfield 19 and dead on 5. 24 total. Decent lap. Robbie Gear going to be moving on. Oh. Is right.
Oh. How about this, Marco?
The Rabbit, Kevin Brannon on the left side at a 461, driving for the Haug family.
Right side, top fuel, Sean Langdon, 0.03 of a second separate him in reaction time, and the Rabbit is going to put top fuel Sean on the trailer. Sean, 15 green, goes 455 on a 453. Rabbit, 12 green and 1 above, taking a 0.14 of a second stripe, 462.0 on a 461, and KB is moving back into competition. Every other competitor in the race goes, oh, goody. So excited to see the Rabbit back in the race.
No matter which one of those two were back in the race, neither one is somebody that you want to see in the other lane until late rounds.
You don't think they were going to be welcomed with open arms by their peers back in the staging? Like, oh, I'm so glad you're back, man. Thank you. I don't know. Bryson Scruggs dialed 461 left side.
Michael Johnson at a 487 on the right, separated by 12 thou. Win light to Michael Johnson. 30 on the tree, take a thou at the stripe to go 488 on the 487. Scruggs was 18 and goes 463 on a 461. Potentially got behind a thou. Dylan Haug on the left side just watched his teammate Kevin Brannon race his way back in round number 2, as he will try and do the same, as he'll be dialed at a 457.
Right side's going to be Will Carroll. out of Ardmore, Oklahoma. 474, the dial in on the right to the 457 on the left. Getting them staged up, getting them set. Tree begins to drop. Uh-oh. Dylan is in deep trouble and somehow crawls out of that pit. 457 on a 457. Dylan Howe, 31 green. Will Carroll did him a huge favor. Took 30 thou down at the stripe. Needed to take 29 thou or less as he breaks out 473 on a 474. Carroll under a thou bows out. Dylan dodges the bullet. Will be back in round number 2 as now Greg Christensen out of Colorado lining up left side. Dialed at 468.
Right side, Marco Abruzzi made a deep run in yesterday's Mosier 30K. He's going to be at a 461 driving one of the Galitti family dragsters. 10 thou separate them. Win light to Greg Christensen. 11 on the tree. Take 13 thou at the stripe to be dead on 7. 18 total. Locks out Marco Abruzzi's 21 on the tree and goes one above. Greg Christensen moving on.
Okay, I like that. All right, so racers, your attention, please. Apparently, we had somebody drop off their front tires at the Mickey Thompson trailer. Those are all kind of set up, ready to go, but they haven't come back to get them yet. So if you are the one that is like missing a set of front tires for your dragster, you should go to the Mickey Thompson trailer and pick them up. Otherwise, I'm sorry, Goodyear. Mickey and Goodyear. Otherwise, we're going to raffle them off, and we're going to give the proceeds to Jeff Foster. 001 446 on a 444 for Crater. Candidate was 21 green. Take 5 thou at the stripe to break out 2 thou. So, yeah, I mean, we can either auction off your wheels or you can come get them. Well, that's right. We could. We could just throw all the... See, these guys know how to take care of racers. Rather than keeping the wheels and keeping the money, they'll just auction them off and give the money to the swear jar.
But we're going to need a new swear jar to hold them, though.
Hold all the money?
And the wheels.
But if we auction...
if they don't get picked up.
That's true. That's true. Ah, we can make the swear bucket. We have a swear jar. We have a vulgarity bucket. Oh, man. Austin Williams, J.J. Cook. J.J. missed it bad. Let go almost a full bowl, but early. Austin Williams, 11 green, and goes 590 on a 590. 11 dead 5 for the People's Champ in the Bronco. I'm so glad Gleghorn pointed that car out to me. That thing is cool.
Definitely different as it moves on back into round number 2.
Come on, Marco. I can see you rolling around in that. If you were rolling around in that car, we'd have to put a stereo in it, like Big Jed's car. That way you could be, like, bumping the bass, rolling into the staging lanes. Put a big old subwoofer in that thing.
Anything to have a little extra fun in the race car is a
on.
plus.
Come on. Sit there and be playing the song Rollin' Dirty every time you roll. That's awesome. Leroy Duran on the left side. 503 is the dial. I think, Marco, you would be styling in that Bronco. You should do it.
17th thou separate Leroy Duran and Donovan Williams. Williams is 10, take 5 to be 21 thou above. Gonna get it done. Leroy 27, dead on 9, and a little behind. So Donovan Williams moving on. Speaking of sound, Nate, stereos are cool, but I would say just the sound of just Whether it's muffled or unmuffled, just any race car sound, that's good enough for me.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you. Any sound that a race car makes, unless it's a clanking noise, is a good one.
Very true.
Yep, we are going to need a bucket for the Broke Announcers Fund. See, beyond the badge, he thinks Marco would be good. Listen, rolling up into the staging lanes, being like, trying to catch me riding dirty, trying to catch me riding dirty. How about 11th thou separating Hicks and Alejandro Diaz? Diaz was 12 green, 485 on a 483. Greg Hicks, 001 and 469 on a 467. With that, looks like we are at a little breaking point here in our buyback round. Group A looks to be complete. We've got Group B that is rolling up here under the arch. Essentially our single-enter door cars. And racers, we want to remind you, if you want to be able to show off to your friends that you were here at the 2022 K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries, you need the right apparel, you need the right attire, and you need to look good. The way to do that is to make your way to the bottom of the tower and pick up your hoodie, pick up your sweatshirt, pick up your beanie. Make sure you get them before the size you need runs out. Again, our apparel store is open every day from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. while supplies last. Make sure you get downstairs, say hi, buy a beanie, buy a sweatshirt, buy a t-shirt, buy your hat, and show off to your friends that you were live and in person at the K&N Spring Fling Million.
Wow, Nate. Alls I can say is if I miraculously opened up my own radio show, if that were to happen, you're hired.
Yeah?
Done.
I could be the guy that does the intro. Like, well, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. It's 2:30 in the afternoon as we are riding high in Northern California. It's Marco in the midday. Be sure to check him out every day on 101.3 FM right here in the Napa Valley. I like it, Marco in the midday. Come on, man.
Moving on to Group B, we got single-entered door cars that are racing their way back in. As Lynn Horob, the 598 on the left side.
You got Glenn Dilday sitting over the right side, dialed 554. Away we go. Green lights are on. Horob trying to stay alive, but it's going to be Glenn Dilday. 18 green, dead 2. He's 20 total. Lynn Horob had an 0.24 reaction time and gets shut out. Dilday gets the win light here in the buyback round for Group B as Greg Dreer going to be rolling up in the Chevette. Greg Dreer in the Chevette, the little orange pumpkin that could. I love that thing. 576 dial.
He's got a tough one here. So we got Cool Hand Luke Bogacki trying to race his way back in to an event that he is a former champion of. He's going to be at a 486. 13 thou separate him. Win light to Greg Dreer. 009 take 11 to go 577 on a 576. Bogacki, 22 and 10 thou above, is going to bow out in his only entry here at the Spring Fling Million.
And you know what that means for me? In the Tower Calcutta, I have been eliminated.
Oh, no.
I'm done. Ha! That's all right.
John Cazzetti is going to move on after David Beckwith is red, 4th thou. Cazzetti 003 and 14th thou above to be 17 total is going to move on. Group C, door cars to lanes 1 and 2 for the buyback round. Again, if you're in Group C and you have a door car, we will take you to the lanes for the buyback round.
Ooh.
Roger Sauter, 562, last night's runner-up.
Going up against Verdi. We've already seen one of our previous winners in the million bow out here in the buyback round. Will Verdi fall to the same fate? The answer is no. Jeff Verdi was 15 green. That was 14 thou better than Roger Sauter's 029 reaction time. Verdi 600 on a 599 dial, gets their first 11th thou. Roger Sauter was 29 green and goes 563 on a 562 to fall by the wayside. And the Top Gun Firebird is back in the game as Zach Clark rolls up in his chop top 67 Nova out of Mission, British Columbia, down 489.
Gordon Bovin at a 552 on the right. Big time starting line advantage to Bovin and the win light. 12 on the tree, 554 on the 552. Zach Clark behind at the start and goes 490 on the 489. Gordy moving on. Brings up Robert Butler out of Northern California at a 584.
Myron Street over on the opposite side, 68 Camaro. Dialed in at 693. St. Cloud, Minnesota, going up against Citrus Heights, California. Butler's in and set. Street rolls forward, lights up that second half of the LEDs. Tree drops green, red. Myron Street, 27 thousandths of a second on the right side of the tree. Robert Butler, 12 thousandths of a second on the wrong side of the tree. Myron, 693.4 on a 693 winner. Going to move back into competition here and will return in round number 2 as we continue to make our way through the Biondo Racing Products buyback round. As good as we're talking about, is it the Biondo? What? All right, so Chris Nafziger and Chris Johnson. Nafziger, the local racer. Chris Johnson coming in out of Keyport, Washington. Nafziger down 489.
$29,000 separate them. One of them is perfect and is going to get the win light. Chris Johnston is perfect on the tree. Get their first 23,000 to be 23,000 above. Perfect and a couple 23s going to get it done as Chris Nafziger is 29 and goes 490 on the 489.
Interesting. Remember, Marco, we saw Chris Johnson go trip zip perfect. Obviously, the racers don't know that. Don't know that they were perfect on the tree. They know they were pretty good. Don't know they were perfect. But since nobody hit that $50,000 worth of the Brodic's money this morning, $10,000 got rolled over into the million. And should somebody end up going perfect here, and again, should more than one person, but should somebody end up with a perfect run, they get a $10,000 bonus.
Got to go dead zero, though, as Trey Summers and Justin Lamb win light to Trey Summers. 004, take 13 at the stripe to be 2 over the 612 dial. Justin Lamb was 19 and 18 thou above the 467. Trey Summers moving on.
Justin Lamb on the brakes, giving it back there in a car that was purposefully built for these big buck bracket races, and Justin's going to have to kind of hope that things go better for him over in the Super Stocker. So let's see. We've got our Spring Fling apparel for sale under the tower. Making our way through the buyback round. Group C door cars should be making their way into lanes 1 and 2. Group C, let's see, we'll soon be calling the dragster, so you're still on standby for right now. Just saying. But we have got so much happening here at the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Spring Fling $1 Million Friday. Once again, live from the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Down to a couple of cars left before we've got a little bit more to do.
Next time you're in the market for a new 2 or 3-speed transmission, torque converter, super damper, or parts to upgrade your current transmission, let ATI supply you with American-made quality products. ATI is family-owned, has a staff of 70 people who work out of 100,000 square feet with 32 CNC machines, and we do it all in Baltimore, Maryland. Whatever you need, ATI can help. Check out ATIRacing.com or give us a call at 800-ATI-3433. At ATI, performance is our passion, and we make our passion your performance. American Race Cars specializes in designing and building some of the most competitive race cars on the planet. Founded in 2004, American has quickly become one of the premier chassis builders in sportsman racing. Travis Colangelo and the American team focus on precision and driver safety. And remember, exceptional customer service comes with every car sold. Round wins, race wins, and championships start here. Join the American family today. For more information, visit AmericanRaceCars.net or see us at the track. A proud sponsor of the Fling events, Autometer is the brand the champions depend on to keep them running at their best. Check out the complete line of gauges, dashes, and data acquisition solutions at Autometer.com. Power, precision, passion. Autometer. Mullis Race Cars is back and better than ever. Since its inception, Mullis Race Cars have won countless national championships as well as Best Appearing and Best Engineered awards. Under the new ownership of Glenn Gordon, Mullis Race Cars will continue the company's long-standing commitment to excellence and attention to detail that racers have come to expect from Mullis. Same name, new look, Mullis Race Cars.
All right. Group C dragsters. Group C dragsters. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group C dragsters. If we can get you headed into the staging lanes, that would be wonderful. Group C dragsters, come on back for the buyback round. Again, Group C dragsters for the buyback round. Let's go ahead and get you headed back this direction, please, as we are doing some big buck bracket racing. Cars are fired. We got a pair and a single. And I think we're going to do a little bit of track prep out here just to make sure that everything is A-OK. All right, so again, Group C dragsters. Go ahead and make your way to the staging lanes, please. Group C dragsters. Come on down. What? Rodney Snyder, the solo on the right side of the racetrack. 513 is the dial. And then 515 at 134 miles an hour. So, a pair of pickup trucks so the final pair of Group B. Marco, it's going to be fun.
Left side, Robbie Breeden. Going to be dialed at a 651 out of Ohio in the couple square nose pickups. He's going to take on Kevin Shearer. Getting the head start, dialed at a 720 on the right side. 9 thou separate him. Top end, win light to Kevin Shearer. 006, take 12 to be 13 thou above. Robbie Breeden was 15 on the tree and goes 652 on the 651. Kevin Shearer moving on. So we're going to do a little bit of track prep before we move on to Group C.
Time for the tractor shuffle. Not quite as impressive as the truffle shuffle, but it is time for the tractor shuffle. So we're working on the
K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. We're up here in the tower at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and we're joined by the guy who makes everything go here at the Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway, Mr. Jeff Foster. We have our practice tree personalities, and we're joined by a very, very talented racer out of Northern California, Miss Hannah Cook. Hannah and Dad David do a great job supporting racing all over the Western United States, and here racing the Fling this week. And how's the week gone so far for you?
It's gone pretty well. Went a few rounds yesterday and just no luck today, but I'm excited for the rest of the week. So.
All right, so the thing here, Jeff Foster, how long have you run the track here?
This is year 10. Been here since it was originally built part-time, but this is my 10th year as a manager.
Now, how many cars do you think you've watched go down a drag strip in your life?
I can't count that high.
How many times have you ran a race car down a track?
Wow. We got to go all the way back to 1985 and before. So, motorcycle and a Super Pro car. But I was a 4-speed guy.
So, how about like off the top? You used to being off the button?
We didn't have buttons in 1985.
Hannah, what about you off the top? You're always off the top.
Gosh, I don't even know. Definitely a few hundred. I don't know.
So you started in a door car before you moved into the dragster. So now is the dragster kind of where you want to be, or you think you want to try a couple different disciplines?
I definitely want to try a few different things. I love the dragster. I really like the Chevelle. I would love to jump in the 55 Roadster. That's kind of one of my goals. But yeah, I love the dragster. It's been great.
So the practice tree challenge here with you two, we're going to give everybody, it's a best 2 out of 3 on the practice tree. Oh, best out of 5. So we're going 3 out of 5 here. All right, now the winner gets a Spring Fling T-shirt, an event shirt. Now Hannah was trying to negotiate with Peter to get a million entry for tomorrow, and Peter did say, if you go, it's T-shirt of 2,000. It's all good. So Peter did say if you go perfect 3 times in a row, he'll give you a million entry. I did hear him say that. So let's fire it up. Peter, you want to do the commentary on the practice tree? Okay. All right. So Jeff Foster is going to be over here on the left side. Hannah Cook for Cook Racing out of Novato. Hannah's run all sorts of divisional events and does a really, really good job behind the wheel. So Jeff, it is a vintage practice tree. Okay, first to 3, Jeff on the left side, Hannah Cook over on the right side. Rip. Foster, 006. All right, Hannah, how'd you feel about that? Were you on, or you want to roll a little out? Okay, Hannah says we're good. Oh, Hannah's taking 5 out. All right. Hannah, 11. Foster's 24 right there. Jeff, you want to stay? Okay. All right, so we're 1-1. Hannah Cook, right side. Mr. Jeff Foster over on the left side. Red for Hannah by 22. Foster is 11. She's getting feel it. You want to stay where you at? Is Mr. Foster's 2? All right. So this is either for the win or we're going to the final one. Foster was red by 12. Hannah 16. All right. So the best of 5 comes down to the final one. Everybody gonna stay where you at? Everybody good? All right. Here we go. Let's let her rip. Hannah, perfect. Perfect at the end. Hannah, how about 3 zeros right off the bat? Solid.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know. That I felt pretty good about it on that last one.
So best luck this weekend, Jeff. You want to say anything about all the racers that ascended on this property here and all the support that they give this great venue?
It's spectacular. This event just grows and grows, and it's what an event to hold. It's the end of a 3-week marathon here, and it's just nice to see everybody from all over the country coming together for one thing.
You know, personally, just a note from, my appreciation. I see how hard you are. You're one of the hardest working guys I've ever been around in my life, and your dedication to racing here at Las Vegas and all over the country, I mean, it can't be understated, and just a huge thank you for everything you do. And Hannah, best of luck this weekend, and we'll see you turn on some wind lights tomorrow and on Saturday.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, so Hannah Cook, Jeff Foster. Hannah was our winner, going perfect right at the end. This is your Practice Tree personality here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optimum Batteries.
Hey racers, my name is Peter Biondo, and this is another segment of Terminator Tips. So a common question I get is what is the best method to use to drive the finish line? This varies from driver to driver. Some drivers use the look-over method, where they spot up against the opposing car, and some drivers look at their front end, or if their Drex is the front wheel. I'm going to tell you what I'm comfortable with. What has worked for me. So we're at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We're at the finish line right here. Let's go door car first, all right? Door car on door car. Assuming it's not any kind of a crazy body style, it's, similar type cars, but this is a great rule of thumb to go by. So when I'm crossing the finish line, when I'm getting close to the finish line, or if I catch the guy early, I will basically use what I call the 90-degree method. I'm looking over, and when I cross the stripe, I want to cross looking over right here at that pillar. That means my head's obviously about 1.5 feet in front of his head. It's a nice, comfortable stripe, and it's worked for me. It typically works best when the handicaps are close. On the long spots, it's going to be a little bit harder to do it that way because of the mile per hour difference. Now, dragster drivers, same thing. I use the 90-degree method. For the first 10 years of racing, I used the my front wheel versus my opponent's front wheel. Somewhere down the road, Kyle Seipel said, dude, why don't you try this? And it took a while to get used to, but I started using the 90-degree method in my dragster. So when I'm spotting up against another dragster, I basically want to cross the finish line, looking over, and in a dragster, I look at their windshield. And that puts me, again, about that foot and a half in front of them, cross the stripe by a nice, comfortable margin, maybe 5 to 10 thousandths, and it's worked for me in the past. It took a little while to get used to. Safety first always, because when you're looking over, you have a tendency of turning the wheel the way you're looking. So just be conscious of that. And I like the 90-degree method. It works for me. Hopefully you get some help with that.
Outside diameter. Again, Manley's, PACs, if you can do something like that, help out Steve Kelly. Again, a racer in need. A racer in need. Let's help him out. All right, Group D. Group D. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes, please. Group D. We need to get you headed to the staging lanes. Again, final call, Group C. Group D, come on down. All right, so I don't know if Warren's brought us back up yet or not. We're back up, and we're back. So with this, hopefully all of you kind of played along with us in the chat bleachers like we asked you to do, because, we went quiet. We went quiet because we couldn't play music out over the live feed. But we took a moment here as we get ready to go into Group C buyback while they were doing some track prep and played one of Kyle Seipel's most favorite songs ever, AC/DC's Hell's Bells. I certainly hope that you guys played along. Now, as we get ready to go into Group C, we got our door cars out first. The dragsters will be following them up. We've called Group D into the staging lanes as well. And here is what we're going to be saying. I know that several of you have already been talking about the fact that Peter and the team decided to include the chat bleachers in the appreciation prizes this year. This year, they are giving away Optima yellow top batteries to the folks in the chat bleachers. We are going to give you a secret phrase. And then all you have to do is type that phrase into the chat bleachers. You get one entry, so you just have to type it in one time. You don't have to keep typing it in. But you type it in one time, and it's going to happen sometime between the 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock hour. That's not the phrase, Brian D. All right, here we go. Leslie Grissom in the grocery getter, dialed in at 688. Mikey Bloomfield dialed in at 632, and Leslie Grissom gets one. 46 green, dead on 2. And by 22 thousandths of a second, Grissom gets the win light. Mikey Bloomfield was 64 green, goes 632 on a 632. That's going to bring up Jeremy Heffler, and after this pair, we'll talk a little bit more about the Optima battery thing, but this is a battle of like my favorite two body styles of race cars ever. My favorite body style of cars ever.
Nate, I will say you have great taste because mine happens to be the same. Up top.
Heck yeah.
Right side, Chris Northup out of Gleason, Tennessee. Going to be dialed to 601 in Mark Kidd's Chevy 2 as they're separated by 8 thousandths of a second in reaction time. Win light to Northup. 20 on the tree, takes 6th thou at the stripe to be 14th thou above. Heffler was 28 and 12th thou above. Margin of victory, 6th thou going to Chris Northup. Left side, Sean Langdon in Kyle Rizzoli's Camaro, dialed at a 631.
Right lane being taken over by Vinny Domino. Big Vin out of Staten Island. 457 is the dial. So as we get them staged up. All right, so those of you that are in the chat bleachers, not yet, not time. But when it is time, we will give you the secret phrase. You type it into the chat bleachers. It's going to be like a 10-minute window to get it typed in there. Not now, but soon. And at that point, we'll go back through. We'll get all the get everybody that entered in, and we'll pick a winner to get an Optima yellow top battery. 10,000 the difference between the two in reaction time. Sean trying to hold on. He runs dead on 7. Vinny Domino runs dead on 7. Vinny was 10 on the tree. Sean was 20 on the tree. And by 10 thousandths of a second, Vinny Domino moving on and gets back in the game for his shot at the money here at the Million. Spencer Massey now rolling up. We went from Top Fuel Sean Langdon to previous Top Fuel Spencer Massey. 644 dial on the left side.
Jason Pad in the dragster out of Canada on the right, dialed at a 462. So this will be a final call for Group D for the buyback round. Larice Pro round number 2. We're not calling you yet, but you are on standby, so be ready. How about 6th thou? Separate them. Win light to Jason Pad. 008, dead on 9. That's 17 total. Massey was 14, gets behind and goes 646 on the 644. Jason Pad going to move on. Left side, Gabe Torres at a 472.
Right side's going to be Jim Glenn. Glenn happened to fight his way through the buyback round. 480 the dial here on the right side to that 472. Oh, no, Jim. Oh, no. Jim was 50 leaving the starting line, and that is trouble. Gabe Torres, 18 green, 475 on a 472, taking 9 thousandths at the stripe. Jim Glenn, 50 and just behind. Missed it at this end of the racetrack, and that is terrible. Let's bring out Michael McQueen. Yep. I mean, that was truly appropriate. I mean, as soon as I said, that's trouble, the door opened and Jeff Foster walked in. Just perfect. 494 the dial for Michael.
Steve Roars, 652 in the Camaro on the right side. Steve is red by 19 thou. McQueen, 16 dead on, as Peter would say, dead on with a donut.
I don't know that anybody can say donut the way Peter says donut.
I won't even try again. You just can't duplicate it.
I don't know.
Left side, Doug Foley Jr. all the way from Mooresville, North Carolina, going to be dialed at a 476.
Michael Pennington on the right side. 472 is the dial. 400 the head start as far as the CompuLink Christmas tree is going to calculate it for the left side. And a win light to Doug Foley Jr. Pennington turned it red by 1,000th of a second. Foley ends up going 473 on the 476. Pennington goes 471 on a 472, but Pennington by 1 stupid 1,000th of a second exits here in the buyback round as Jeff Serra rolling up in the blue car. Going to try to get it done with a 468 dial.
Right side, Dylan Haug at a 458.
Marco, we got time while they're getting this thing staged up, but I mean, I know we know what the secret phrase is for the day to win that Optima yellow top.
That we do.
I may just change it up because everybody in here is like, they're getting amped up. I mean, the chat bleachers, they're like staged and set. They're waiting for the tree to drop. I know somebody's going to go red, but I'm just saying, not in the pair on the line, but in the chat bleachers.
Neither driver is red, and they're separated by 1 thou. Win light to Dylan Haug. 27 and 4 thou under is going to get it done. Jeff Serra was 26, take 17 to be 20 thou under. With that being said, Serra would have needed to take a thou or less at the stripe based on the double breakout, or get behind to turn on the win light. Aaron G on the left side, dialed at a 473 out of Texas.
Gabe, you may think you know, but do you know the secret phrase to win the Optima yellow top battery? Exactly, Dragster Jeff. The chat is on the limiter. They are waiting. They are waiting sometime between 3 and 4 here on the Pacific Coast. We're going to get that done. Michael Johnson was down 488 going up against Aaron G, and the win light's going to belong to G. 474 on a 473 for Michael. Or excuse me, for Aaron. G was 009, gets their first 40 thousandths of a second, and breaks out by 10 thousandths of a second. That's going to bring out Mike Crater, lining up left side, and the dragster backing up with a 445 dial.
Right side, Carl Jones out of Kansas at a 466.
Beyond the badge is right. You only need to put it in one time. You don't need to keep putting it in. Just one time is good enough for the entry. And the secret phrase of the day is going to be supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. If you say it loud enough, you're sure to sound precocious. All right, that's not it. Uh-oh.
Carl Jones is 2 thou on the red side. Mike Crater was 16 and 12 thou above. Going to move back in to round number 2. All right, Nate. I don't think I could spell that right now, even if I wanted to.
What, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? If you say it loud enough, you're sure to sound precocious?
You might want to start the timer.
Actually, the other phrase is ba with the ba, the bang, diggy, 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 said the boogie, so up jump the boogie. That's the phrase you got to type out.
No, it's not. No, it's not. We have not given out the phrase yet.
I think my head just spun 10 times in a circle right there, Mike Ames.
Oh, Mark Kidd, Jimmy Lewis, buyback round in effect. 473 the dial for Mark Kidd, 475 the dial for Jimmy Lewis. Jimmy, 475 and a 475. 41 green, dead 2, gets their second for the win light. Mark Kidd, 21 green, and goes 472-8 on a 473. Takes 24 thou at the stripe to break out 2 thou. Greg Hicks taking over the left side, dialed 467.
A Las Vegas and Las Vegas matchup. KJ Desa on the right. Hicks is in. KJ is in. 5 thou separate him. Win light to KJ. 16 dead on 2 is 18 total. Hicks, 21, take 14 at the stripe to break out 17 thou. Being that Hicks took 14 and broke out 17 thou, KJ was 18 total. When someone's package is a little bit better than your reaction time, makes it kind of tough. Nonetheless, still a great race.
Still a good race. So with KJ racing his way back in, Chris Galitti and Aaron Steinke are coming up now. Hey, Larice Pro, round number 2 of the million. Larice Insurance Pro, round number 2 of the million. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes, please. Lanes 7 and 8. Larice Pro, let's get you there. Come on. 2 thou red for Aaron Steinke. 456 on a 456. 2 thou early at this end of the racetrack, and then goes dead on 5. Chris Galitti was 18 green, 449 on a 451 to get the win and race his way back in as Brian Kennedy coming back from the burnout left side of the racetrack with a 459 dial on that left side.
Renault Diaz out of Team Mexico on the right, dialed to the 480. All right. For everybody on the chat, need your help here. We are still looking for somebody that needs the dragster scoop the most. So if you see an odd-looking hood scoop and think that'd look better with a K&N dragster hood scoop on it, we need your help. So keep an eye out as well. We will keep an eye out as well.
I agree. We've got thousands of people watching online as part of the K&N Spring Fling Million, and our chat bleachers are always really sharp. They're always on the lookout as Brian Kennedy gets the win light. 18 green, 460 on a 459, taking 11 thou at the stripe. But we've gotten you involved by giving away will be soon giving away the Optima yellow top battery. Gave away one yesterday, day before. Chat bleachers, help us out with who you think needs a scoop. Who could benefit from one of those brand new K&N scoops? I mean, who wouldn't benefit from a K&N scoop? I'm just saying, you guys got to help us out with who you think needs it the most, because what better on your race car than a K&N scoop?
Absolutely.
So, Cortland Carter, Will Carroll. Cortland's dialed 464. Carroll's dialed 474.
4 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light to Cortland Carter. 16, take 19 to be dead on 2. That's 18 total. Will Carroll was 12. Drops and goes 25 thou above. Cortland Carter moving on.
All right, I'm gonna have to reel the chat bleachers back in here. Remember, we've already given away the door car that needs it the most. That went to Markel Jackson. We've got a dragster that needs it the most. So the Duramax doesn't count as a dragster. The Chevette doesn't count as a dragster. The Fiero doesn't count as a dragster. So we need a dragster that needs it the most. If you guys see one, somebody said Brian Cam could use one. Oh, wait, is that you, Brian Cam? Brian's in the chat bleachers going, me?
Brian,
it's a dragster, not door car. Dragster.
Brian, you already have a K&N scoop on the car, and it looks good on there.
John Corbin. Now AJ Cameron's got jokes. John Corbin, 009 green, goes 561 on a 560. This is Steve Williams could use a K&N scoop. Oh, you're funny. Funny. All right, hey, we've got a little break here. Chat bleachers, your attention, please. The time has come. It's time for the Optima Yellow Top Battery giveaway. You've got 10 minutes. The phrase that you need to type in is power me up with an Optima battery. So power me up with an Optima battery. You've got between now and 3:25 to get that into the chat bleachers. We'll go back and look at all of the comments. But the phrase is power me up with an Optima battery. And you could be the one that is going to win that yellow top Optima battery. So again, power me up with an Optima battery. You've got 10 minutes to get it in. All right.
We will now take Group A door cars to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. Group A dragsters, you will be on a short standby. So once again, door cars to lanes 1 and 2, Group A. Timmy Markoglu and Jeff Burns, win light to Markoglu. 12, take 4 to be 10 thou above, 22 total. Jeff Burns, 007, goes 19 thou above the 451 dial. Timmy Markoglu, moving on.
Ah. Todd Robinson, Brian Watts. Again, remember, if you are in the chat bleachers, you only need to put that in one time. Again, if you want a chance to win that yellow top Optima battery, just put in the phrase, power me up with an Optima battery. You do not need to put it in multiple times. Robinson, 20 green, 478 on a 478, ends up 22 total, taking 17 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Brian Watts ends up 480 on a 479, and that's going to bring out our next two. Perry Como, dialed in at 474, coming in out of Louisiana.
Right side, Jacob Stallworthy at a 473 out of Boise, Idaho. Seven thou separate him, win light to Perry. 17 take 11 to be 18 thou above. Jacob was 24 and goes 22 thou above. Perry Como, moving on. Gabby Needham out of Ohio on the left side, going to be dialed at a 519.
Right side going to be Mark Campbell, and to be quite, Rob will go with A or N. It doesn't really matter. It's not like this is an automatic, like a computer thing, right? All you got to do is put in there, power me up with an Optima battery. We'll get the idea, but it's going to be a random selection. Again, if you've already put it in, you don't need to put it in again. Mark dialed 468. Gabby Needham getting the head start with a 519 dial. Red light start for Gabby. The racer out of Ohio misses the tree by 008. Mark Campbell, 13 green, goes 467 on a 468. And Gabby, 008 red, dead on 6 for Needham. Win light goes to Campbell as we'll bring out Trevor Larson rolling up here on the left side.
Right side, J.R. Learcamp, going to be dialed at a 475.
Nope, 66. Spelling doesn't count. All you got to say is power me up with an Optima battery. We've got 6 minutes left.
24 thou separate them. One of them is perfect and is going to get the win light. Perfect, take 14th out the stripe to be 23 thou above. JR was 24 and goes 13th thou above. Trevor Larson moving on. Left side, Logan War out of Utah. 468 is the dial.
Right side is Rodney Parks out of Venus, Texas. 494. The number for Rodney, going to be getting the head start here over Logan War out of Erda, Utah. I think so. All right, let me ask you guys this. For those of you that are in the chat bleachers, I really think for that K&N scoop for the dragster, all these scoops look really, really good. They all look really, really nice. I think Tim O'More in the water box might be a good contender. No, Marco pointed it out. I think he might be a good contender. All right. Double breakout was the name of the game. Rodney Parks, 4.939 on a 4.94. Get their first sixth out, break out by 1 thou. Logan War followed him through to break out by 10 thousandths of a second. What do we think? Tim O'More on the starting line? I mean, it's old school. It's worked for him, helped him pick up a few big races, but I'm just thinking. I mean, do we think Timo needs the hood scoop from K&N? I'm sorry, the dragster scoop. It's not necessarily a hood scoop. It's dragster scoop.
Tim O'More is going to be dialed to the 494 in the right. Let us know what you think in the chat. Would that be a good choice? 9 thou separate him. Win light goes to Dylan Winters. 007, take a thou at the stripe to be 27th thou above. Tim O'More was 16 and goes 495 on the 494. So Dylan Winters moving on.
I think the chat bleachers is helping us out here. I think we're going to finish our way through the buyback round, and we may have somebody that deserves that K&N dragster scoop. Cooper Chun now and Paul Lorton. Cooper's dialed 532. Lorton's dialed 478. Steven said, Tim just had his first baby and is a new father. Give him the scoop. We could take the old scoop and turn it over and can serve as a cradle at the drag strip. They can put like some blankets down in there and put the baby in there, and they can take a nap.
3 thou separate him. Win light to Cooper Chun. 19 take 12 to be 12 thou above. Paul Lorton was 22 and goes 21 thou above. Cooper Chun moving on.
Hey, Group A dragsters, let's get you headed back into the staging lanes for round number 2, please. Group A dragsters. Group A door cars, you have already been called. Group A door cars, you have already been called. Group A dragsters, come on down to the staging lanes for round number 2. All right, 2 minutes left in the yellow top Optima battery giveaway. If you have not yet entered the phrase, power me up with an Optima battery. Again, you just need to put it in there one time. And I'm with you, Steven. Tim's win down in Tucson is already spent. Diapers, formula, baby clothes, that money is gone. Parker Theobald was 20 on the tree. Brianne Bennett was 007. Brianne is one above. 450 on a 449. Get to the stripe first by 0.02 of a second. The way I said 2 right there sounded almost like friggin' Carol Burnett character. Yeah, and that's 0.02 of a second getting there. 485 on a 485. Parker Theobald could not quite work it out. Sound like, what was that, Dorf on golf? You got to swing the club. It's 2 away. Yes, Mrs. Wiggins. Well, okay then. Steve Glenn and Sean Hart. All right. The time is up. We are going to go back through all of the comments. Again, hopefully you got it in there, but the 10 minutes is over. No longer needing to put in the Optima comments, but we're going to go back through and select a winner for our Optima yellow top battery.
19 thou separate them. Win light to Steve Glenn. Wow. How about 001 dead on 1? 2 total for Steve Glenn.
Is that an acceptable run? Is it?
I think so.
Is that acceptable? What does it work out usually to your advantage?
Nate, it's not quite a perfect run. It won't quite get you 10 grand, but I'd say that's about as close as it gets.
Not quite beatable. Val Torres red by 0.02 of a second. Owen Duffield, 75 on the tree and 504 on a 502. And Val is going to be evaluating that time slip going, really? I missed it 2 thou and Owen was 75. And then I go dead on 8.
Well,
how do you mentally compensate for something like that? I know you, Marco, you're like the most level-headed person in the world. Nothing ever bothers you.
My father gave me
Lella's looking at me like, are you kidding me? I live with this dude.
My father gave me a word of advice in the beginning of my racing career, Nate, and he said, when you turn it red, just don't even look at the other side. And I'll tell you what, that's been a solid piece of advice, but sometimes you just can't help it.
All right.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Okay. So as we continue on, getting ready to wrap up our buyback round, again, Group A, you've been called into the staging lanes. Larice Insurance Pro, round number 2, you've been called into the staging lanes. Tim Parton and Dustin Henches are fighting it out here, and the win light's going to belong to Parton as he was 22 on the tree and goes 453 on a 452. Gets there first by 0.03 of a second to light up the board. We have a winner. We received, I don't know how many comments. There was like well over 1,000 that came rolling in that 10-minute time frame. And drum roll, please. Scott, Lisa, it's over. You don't need to keep putting that in there. Stephen Dolan. Stephen Dolan, you have got a yellow top Optima battery headed your way. It's well, it's not the battery itself, but the gift certificate to get a yellow top Optima battery. Stephen Dolan was selected. You are going to get the battery. I mean, how many pages? It was like...
Wow.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt you, Nate.
No, please do.
Wow.
Please do.
a 3-pack to a 5-pack just now. That was the race. That is the best race that we've had thus far on Friday here at the Spring Fling Million. Jim Reichenbach was 002 dead on 1. David Myers 005 dead on 0. No good in the buyback round. You know, if somebody told me you're going to be 5 total any given round of the Spring Fling Million, what the odds of that would be, I would say at least 99%. And just right there, 5 total is no good. Whoa.
I don't know what to say. Actually, I was doing that to mess with Warren. 001 green and 469 on a 471 for Dwayne Ringgold. Warren's over there going, what's wrong with my sound? Jansen Melton missed the tree by 16 thousandths of a second. And every once in a while, Marco, you know, when you got somebody over there like Warren who's got the headset on, he's listening to every word that you say. Basically, from now and again, you just pick up the microphone and you'll be like this. Neil, Moni, Mullet, 58, 91. And watch it go, what's going on? Yeah, just mess with him. Anyway, it's Neil Pressimone dialed in at 491. It's Shane Molinari dialed in at 458 as Molinari going to be taking on Neil Pressimone. Pressimone, we said it before, raffled his way into the race. He won a raffle earlier in the year to be here and then won a raffle to get into the million. Can he make it pay off against Molinari? No.
1,000th of a second, the margin of victory in the double breakout, Nate.
Wow.
Shane Molinari is 2 thou under. Neil had the advantage on the starting line, was 13 to Shane's 24, but takes 12th thou at the stripe and is 3 thou under. Needed to take 11 or less.
Ouch. Thank you for playing. You can go join David Meyer in the therapy session that will be happening underneath the grandstands coming up at about 4:30. We do need to start the therapy group. There will need to be a therapy group. Tristan Craig now and Tyler Murrup. Murrup dialed in at 5 flat. Tristan dialed in at 523. So Tristan getting the head start here. Wow. Again, Stephen Dolan. And I mean, we are getting down. I think we are at the end of our buyback round.
True Start doing some work there, Nate.
All right, Peter.
Tristan Craig is 4th thou on the red side, leaving first. Tyler Merripp is 009 on the red side, leaving second. So Tristan Craig moving on.
So the final pair in the buyback round, and then Marco, I know they're gonna grab you out of here. So Marco, thank you so much for spending time with us on the mic, brother. I appreciate it. It's always fun to have you in here. And we've got Tom Clark and Zach Mazier. Zach with a 491 dial, Tom Clark with a 455 dial. I'm going to agree, Barn. You know what? You're right. Tomorrow, before we give away the Optima battery, we're going to hold it hostage until we get to a certain number of likes on the chat. I like that. Tom Clark getting the advantage on the starting line, 003, and on a double breakout, Tom Clark goes 454 on the 455. Zach Mazier was 489 on the 491, and yes, we are going to hold the chat bleachers hostage. Actually, we're going to hold the battery hostage until the chat bleachers cooperate, but we'll do that. So, Larice Pro rolling up here into the water box. Mike Eames.
I have this really good idea.
Hang on. We got to turn you down. We had to turn Marco up. We got to turn you down.
Copy that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13.
That's good.
All
That's
right.
good.
Okay. I have this really good idea. Are you ready?
I am.
Get out.
Hate your idea.
But it's a deserved idea.
Hate your idea.
I've been out running around doing stuff. You've been in here having fun.
All right.
And now you go run around and do stuff.
Okay, well, the chat bleachers are going crazy. I'm going to see if we
All
can
right.
get the official car count. We got to give that out,
'Kay.
all that kind of stuff. But. Again, so in the chat bleachers, thank you for playing along with us with the Optima battery. Congratulations to Stephen Dolan for getting that done. And, oh, yeah. Steve Kelly, if you have not yet found the parts that you're looking for, if you've not yet found your valve springs, there's a gentleman named Scott came up here. He's located right out near the front gate by the lamb pit. Says he's got them. So, Steve, if you want to come up here and get his phone number, whatever the case may be, we can get you maybe the two of you put together if you haven't got that yet. So, remember, racers, as John Floyd Jr. unfortunately bows out here on the double breakout, 933 on a 934. Henry Robertson getting the win light, moving on to round number 3 as the million continues. It's the Larice Pro Insurance. Round number 2. Here you are in round number 2. Again, our...
The Biondo Racing Products round number 2?
Yes.
Okay.
We've called Group A door car and dragsters.
Okay.
Blake Johnson winning the ATI Flex Plate for the first trip zip in round number 1 of the million on the super side. And here we go.
Okay.
The dragster that needs the scoop the most will be announced after this pair.
With Eric Daniels and Mark Thompson. Eric Daniels, who got the golden ticket, courtesy of Kid Performance of Dyno, to get into the million, is 31 green, 1 above, and 3 little thou in front at the finish line to get the win. Mark Thompson in will be dead on 5 and 3 thou short at the finish there, Nathan Hershey.
Wow. Joe Kidd, Justin Lamb, but the dragster that is going to be awarded that awesome K&N dragster scoop, Tim O'More. When we asked the folks in the chat bleachers if you deserved it, they said yes. Anybody that's got the scoop circa 1988 needs to get a new scoop, and the K&N scoop is going to you, Tim. So come on up here and see us.
Joe Kidd left side, Justin Lamb right side in the Cobalt in a little bit of a spot. And Joe Kidd, 003, breaks out 9 thou to get the win. Lamb was 39 up front and under by 3 hun. As Justin had a starting line deficit and just couldn't climb out of it. Joe Kidd takes out Justin Lamb, Kyle Fritz, and Cliff Hall. Kyle out of Mesa, Arizona for Team Torco. 671 the dial, and Cliff Hall in the Falcon. As we are in the Larice Motorsports Insurance round number 2. Here on Friday's million event, brought to you by Silver State Refrigeration. Cliff Hall, right side, looking over to the left of Kyle Fritz. 9 thou is the difference at the starting line, and Kyle Fritz, 672 on the 71, was 23 at the start. Cliff Hall, 649 was the dial, goes 643 on the racetrack. Was better at the start, was 14 right down there, but was 14 behind at the finish line as Cliff Hall will be back in round number 3. As Monty Beagle and Dennis Paz. Beagle in that just awesome 33 Ford Coupe out of High River, Alberta. 593 the dial for Monty. Dennis Paz and the Mino Camino. 65 Elco. 682 the dial. Red light start for Monty Beagle by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 thou for Monty. Dennis Paz, 683 was 12 green. Thank you, Mrs. Fletcher. You those are community. As many as you want. You know where they are. Dennis Paz moves on The Monte Vigo red light is Rob Strong and Nick Hastings. Nick in the Mustang out of Ohio. Pennzoil side for the nasty one, Rob Strong, 690 the dial. The yellow Firebird out of Hemet. We are in and away. Red light start for Rob Strong by 26. Mr. Hastings will get a free opportunity to look at 613. And how do you like 613 with a 7? I'll take it. 16 green there for Hastings. Rob was 2-6 on the red side. And one above. Wyatt Ezel and Corky Weeks. Wyatt is left side, Corky Weeks. And Wyatt is red. Going to gift wrap a win over to Corky Weeks in the Pennzoil side out of Texas. 5-6-2 with a 6 there on the 562 to be 25 total. After Wyatt was red by 28,000, one above is Andy Schmall and Steve Roars. Andy out of Idaho Falls for Team Fastronics in the Banana. The Beretta, 598 the dial for Andy. Steve Roars, 652 is what the Wisconsin Camaro has on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Andy was 4 total in round number 1. He's 003 at the start and 601 to get the win here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Steve Roars was 52 right down there as I'm pointing to the starting line. Was 654 on the 652 down there. And Andy Schmall will move in around number 3 in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field, as that was the final pair on that side of things. We'll move over into Group A. The top bulb cars. Again, all of Group A has been called for round number 2. They're filtering nicely. We're going to start with Spencer Massey in the Nova. And the guy that just did the burnout right there, Shane Carr. Hashtag 26. Out of Florida. Carr, 459 on the dial. See wife Carrie back there behind on the right-hand side. Shane has enjoyed Vegas, let's just say that. And Spencer Massey in the Nova out of Fort Worth, Texas. 646 for the red Nova. Almost a 2-second head start there for Spencer as Massey's away. Massey, a couple of hundred advantage at the start. And Massey will get the win, 005 and 2 above. Shane Carr was 29 at the start, also 2 above. But Spencer Massey took that advantage right at the hit. And he parlayed that advantage to a win here in Beyond Racing Products' second round here at the Million is Jeremy Heffler and Michael Johnson. Heffler out of Texas, 617 is the dial. For Jeremy, Michael Johnson and the dragster out of Arkansas. 487 the predicted performance. There for Michael. Green and green. One little tiny one is the difference between the two. And 6-17-5 for Jeremy Heffler. To be in front by 4 thou is good. Michael Johnson, 20 green, dead on 8. But 4 thou behind at the finish is Jeremy Heffler. We'll take that Nova out of Texas. Into round number 3. Dan Northrup and Dennis Lithgow. Dan out of Pennsylvania in the Camaro. Dennis out of Texas, 471. The estimated performance for Dennis. Northrup, left side. Dennis Lithgow over on the right side as we're off and away. Northrup, a little advantage at the start and the win light at the end. 20 green, 1 above. And was 7 thou in front at the finish. Dennis Lithgow was 34, also 1 above. But 7 thou behind at the finish. As I need Group B. Group B to lanes 5 and 6 for round number 2, please. Group B into lanes 5 and 6 for round number 2, please. Is Dustin Wirtz and Donnie Burleson. Wirtz out of Napa, Idaho. The Corvette Roadster, 524 is the dial. Burleson out of Texas, 456, and Burleson is 3 zeros on the reaction time and dead on 8 to be 8 total. Dustin Wirtz was 21 at the start and squashed. Had no chance at all, as Burleson is perfect, dead 8. And we'll move on. Scotty Richardson and Peeps Pennington. 2 former Million winners here in round number 2. Scotty left side, 609. Peeps, Texas, Dragster, 469 right side. This is Primetime here in round number 2. Primetime. Prime time right here. Red light start for Peeps by 11. Scotty was 21 green, and a look at 609, 6099. After Peeps was red by 1-1, he's under by 1 thou, but it was all over except for the crying, as Scotty Richardson takes out Peeps in a colossal round 2 affair. There's Race Kid and Michael Pennington. This is also a good one. Race out of Boise. The Kid Performance and Dyno Nova. 597 the dial for Race. Michael Pennington. You saw Peeps bow out via the red light. Michael, 472 the number. $3 thou was the difference between Race and Michael. Michael Pennington, 11 green, dead on 1, is 12 total. Race Kid was 008, decided to get down there and be 3 above. As Michael Pennington takes out Race Kid. It's Troy Williams Jr. Troy Williams Jr. for Team FTI left side. 008 and 1 above right side will take out Troy Williams Jr. 14 green and 4 above for Troy Williams Jr. Hi, Emily Biondo.
Well, hello.
You have something very important to say.
I do. My babes have to get in the bath, and so I have to say hello to them. Hi, Severio and Olivia. Hope you guys are having fun, and Sonic 2 was good last night. Aunt Krista and Ninny are taking good care of you.
And you'll see them soon.
I will. I'll see you soon.
And Mike says they need to come to Galat.
They want to come to Galat, let me tell you. Especially now that there's the Fling Fun Zone. They keep giving me a very hard time about that.
I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. This is Johnny Ezel and John Corbin. Johnny left side, John Corbin right side. Winner, John Corbin. 008, dead on 6. Johnny Ezel was 001 and 2 above. Corbin ended up sticking the landing and takes out Johnny Ezel here in round number 2. In Group B, lanes 5 and 6, if you would, please. Is Kevin Brannon and Jimmy Lewis. Kevin out of South Carolina, 461 is the dial. For Rabbit, Jimmy Lewis, Sumner, Washington, 475 the number. There for JL. Separated by 2 little bitty ones. And Jimmy Lewis will get the win. 476 on the 475. Jimmy was a little bit better at the start. It was 15 green. Kevin Brannon was 1-7. Right off the bat and 2 over. But Jimmy Lewis. We'll move on. Jim Glenn and Carl Jones. Jim out of Washington. Casey Lane race car, 483. There for Mr. Glenn. Carl Jones. Green dragster out of the great state of Kansas, 468 is what Carl is put on the hot rod here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. And best losing package here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2 gets a GUR. 13 and 16 are the lights. And the win for Jim Glenn on a double breakout. 482.9 on the 483. Will survive under by 1 thou. Carl Jones, 16 green, under by 3 thou. When you do the math, you carry the 1. 2 thou going to be the margin of victory over there for Jim Glenn as Greg Christensen and Cortland Carter. Greg out of Strasburg, Colorado. 469 is the dial. Cortland Carter. 464, the young man out of Lubbock, Texas, who will have the opportunity to leave second based on the dial-ins that we look at the scoreboard. Tight at the start. And Cortland Carter will get the win. 12 at the starting line. 464.2 on the 464 to be 14. Greg Christensen was 14 at the start. Dead on 3. And 3 thou behind at the finish is Cortland Carter. 14 total takes out Greg Christensen's 17 number. This is Dylan Howe. And Don Buckowitz. So final call for Group A. Group A, final call. Group B has been filling in the lanes nicely. We appreciate that. Dylan Howe. Group A, as Dylan Howe is read by 6. Don Buckowitz, 9 green and dead on 1. Buckowitz has been good the last 2 rounds. As Don Buckowitz is 10 total. Advances being via Dylan House red light is Marco Abruzzi and Dalton Garreau. Dalton out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. $494 for Dalton. Marco Abruzzi. 462. And a win on a red light. Marco will advance. Dalton is 41 red and 2 above. Marco was 461.7 on the 462, but gets through the round via the red light. It's Kyle Rizzoli and Randall Reed, former Million winner back in 2018. Is Randall Reed on the right side. Kyle Rizzoli in the Camaro. 631 the dial for Rizzoli here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Rizzoli, 001 up front and 1 above. Takes out the former champ. Randall Reed was 16 green and 8 foul fast. Robbie Gear and Mark Kidd. Gear out of Missouri. The winged dragster over on the Las Vegas side. And Mark Kidd, Twin Falls, Idaho for Kidd Performance and Dyno. Kidd will be off and away first. Green and green. Robbie and Mark. Mark and Robbie. Mark Kidd, 008. And 474 on the 473 will provide some electricity over on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Robbie Gears, 26 green and locked out, as Kidd was 25 on the combined numbers. Gary Williams and Austin Williams. Austin out of Waxahachie in the Bronco. Gary Williams for Team FTI, Florida. 474 for the dragster for G-Dub. As we are in and off. Williams is behind by a bunch at the start, and Austin Williams pays it off. 13 green, dead 3 to be 16 total. Gary Williams was just wasting fuel, as Gary Williams was 5-7 at the start. And I could count on one finger the number of times I've seen Gary Williams be 57 at the start. Austin Williams takes out Gary Williams. Vinny Domino and Jason Pad. Vinny out of Staten Island for Team Numidia Dragway. 458 the dial for Vinny. Jason Pad, 463. The prediction for the Chestermore, Alberta, Canada resident. Vinny out in front and will get the win, locking Jason Pad out of the race. 003 for Vinny, 458.7 on the 458 to be 10 on the combined numbers. Jason Pad was 17, and it was all academic after that because he had no chance at all to turn on a win light, as Vinny Domino locks out Jason Pad as Michael McQueen and Gabe Torres. Queen out of Texas, 494 for the Odessa-based dragster with the wing. Gabe Torres, G Money. And Group B up in the lanes, please, 5 and 6. So Gabe Torres, right side. Out of La Puente for Val Torres Racing, Val Torres Construction. 472 for Gabe, who, well, let's just say that he's a fan of staging last. And Michael McQueen is blipping the bottom bulb. Gabe does the same a few times before rolling it in. Gabe, a Hun in front at the start. And the win light at the end, 17 green, 3 above. Gabe, down 472, goes 475. Michael McQueen was 27 green. Down 494, goes 497.3. But will bow out here in Biondo Racing Products' second round alongside Gabe Torres. There's Mike Crater and Chris Galitti. Chris for Team Rad, 450 the dial. Crater out of Bedford, Texas, as we are all Texas, and Crater is late. Galitti, 17 green, and an easy one. Off the gas to be 453. Crater was 75 right down on the starting line and 8 above. And Galitti with a pretty easy one there in round number 2 is KJ Desa and Jeff Serra. Serra earlier was bounced in his other entry. This is his lone steed here in the Million. Serra, 468 is the dial over on the Pennzoil side. KJ Desa out of North Las Vegas, 493. The number for KJ. Serra. 004, rip, and 3 above. KJ. Reggie Jackson at the start. And you can't beat Reggie Jackson when you're alongside Jeff Serra. Just like you can't triple stamp a double stamp. Jeff Serra takes one entry through as Chris Northup and Greg Hicks. Funny Car Chris out of Tennessee. There for Gleason. Dragway 474 in the Kid Machine. Greg Hicks for Team Silver State. The Hef over there on the Pennzoil side, 465 is what Hicks put on the Thompson Mobile. Red light start for Chris by a bunch. Hicks 14 green and 461. Chris Northup was 84 red. And I'm going to call that a flinch. Aaron G. and Donovan Williams. Aaron out of Texas, 474. This is what Aaron has decided here for round number 2. Donovan out of Florida. 481 the number, who had an incredible weekend before heading out here to Vegas. Red light start for Aaron by 5 thou. Donovan a free look at 481, 477. When he grabs the time slip, Donovan was yo 11. At the rip. is Donovan Williams. We'll get out of Beyond Racing Products round number 2, as I believe that wraps up Group A in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. As we're getting ready to roll into Group B, single enter door cars. Our B group door cars. We'll start with Nacho Rivera. Nacho for Team Mexico. Huatabampo, Sonora, Mexico. For Nacho and Glendale Day. Silby, Missouri. 554 the dial. For the Nova, right side. Here in Beyond Racing Products' second round. Nacho leaves first. Glenn Dilday trying to run down the Mustang from Mexico and will be able to do it. 11 green, 556 on the 554. Nacho was 24 up front and 643 on the 640. As Glenn Dilday out of Missouri had Nacho smothered on both ends. As Keith Horab and Travis Ringeth, TNT Motorsports car for those classics races up there in Canada. Medicine Hat, Edmonton, and Mission. A series that Travis and his team puts on up there. 663 the dial for the S10. Keith Horab out of Williston, North Dakota. 659 for the GTO. Over in the left lane. Travis looking at Keith. Going down 660 feet, and Travis Ringeth. 009, 666.3 on the 663 will turn on a win light here in round number 2. Keith Horab was 14 up front. Breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second, taking 31. As he just needed a little rip of the throttle, but did not do it. It's Butch Belair and Greg Dreher. Dreher in the Chevette. 25 green and under by 5 thou is going to win the double breakout. Butch Belair under by 15 thou. Butch was better on the starting line with 16 compared to Dreher's 25, but Dreher ended up on the right side of a double breakout to move on as Paul Edens and Scott Hess. Edens in the Toyota. You want it? You got it. Toyota. 543 for the Race Rider Rexburg, Idaho. Scott Hess out of Surprise, Arizona. Turns on that big, ugly, gross red light here in round number 2 by 10. Edens is 12 green and a free look at 543, and he goes 540. Scott Hess, 10 red and done in round number 2 as George LeBlanc and Big Chief Jerry Lone. George out of Creston, British Columbia. 576 on the car for George. Jerry out of South Carolina. The Firebird, 593 for Mr. Lone. Jerry and George. George and Jerry, Big Chief, 18, and one above is good. 594.3 on the 594. George LeBlanc was 21 at the start. Said he's going to run 576, goes 578.2. And will bow out alongside Jerry Lone as Rodney Snyder and George Lewis. Snyder had to buy back in, race his way into round number 2. The Camaro Roadster out of Grand Junction, Colorado, 517. On the Las Vegas scoreboard, George Lewis out of Surprise, Arizona, 606. And there's sixes all over the place. George Lewis, 006. 6074 to be fourth thou in front and get the win. Rodney Snyder's 23, dead one. And does not see a win light. On his side of the racetrack is Kenny Snow and Chris Johnston. Kenny out of La Habra. 69 Chevelle, 579 is what Kenny's thrown on in round number 2. Chris Johnston, the 69 Camaro out of Washington. Red light start for Chris Johnson by 22. Kenny is exactly the opposite, 22 green and 580 for Mr. Snow. Winter is coming. Chris Johnston, after being red, of course, goes dead on. John Cazzetti and Rod Taylor. Cazzetti, a Whitewater, Colorado, 639 in the wagon. Rod Taylor, super clean black 67 Nova out of Kalispell, Montana, 534. Is what Rod has selected. Rod 400 in front at the start. And the win light at the end. 535 on the 34 is good. John Cazzetti was 69 at the start, under by 2 thou, and was still almost 300 behind at the finish as Rod Taylor. We'll be back in round number 3. It's Gary Smiley and Trey Summers. Gary out of the state of Iowa. 506. There for Gary. Trey Summers out of Tennessee. And the Jones family Nova. Trey Summers turns on that ugly round number 2 red light. Gary Smiley, 31 green and 1 above. We'll get the win. As I need Group C door cars. Group C door cars. Let's get you up, please. Group C door cars. Let's get you up as Larry Scarth and William Dykes. Bill out of Bluffdale, Utah, the 57 Corvette Roadster, 554. The dial in for Bill. Larry Scarth in the Bubble Top Impala. Scarth right side, Dykes left side. Scarth, 27 green, 626 to get the win. William Dykes, 25 up front. Dialed 554, goes 559, is 5 above. And no good. It's Bill Bathello and Ryan Harem. Bill out of Smith, Nevada. Pontiac over to the Las Vegas side, and Ryan Harem in the Camaro out of Huntington Beach for Team Mobile. Bill Bathello stole a couple at the start and is going to get the win. Bill, 004, taking 003 to be 4 above. Harem was 23 at the start and 3 over, but 3 thou behind at the finish as Bill Bathello takes out high gear. Ricky Needham Jr. and Jeremy Waterman. Ricky out of Cleves, Ohio in the Cobalt, 546. Will be leaving first. Jeremy Waterman, 526 for the 67 Nova out of Washington. Again, my Group C door cars. Keaton the lanes for round number 2, please. Again, Group C door cars into round number 2, please, as a red light on both sides. And a true start win for Ricky Needham. Jeremy Waterman left second and was more red. Was 008 in front of green. Ricky Needham was 004 in front. And that is a true start win, as Kyle Seipel is down there smiling on us every time there's a true start win. Now for Ricky Needham Jr. is Jeff Verdi and Kevin Shear. Verdi out of Glen Allen, Virginia. The 2 mil 1 year guy in the Top Gun Firebird. Kevin Shear threw perfect at Jeff Verdi. Perfect for Shear, taking 5 thou, takes out Verdi. Verdi was 006, 2 above, and 5 thou behind, as our inaugural million winner here at the Fling is out in round number 2. It's Gordon Boven and Corey Jackson. Boven out of Boise, Idaho in the CUDA. Corey Jackson in that orange 63 Corvette Roadster. 502 is the dial. Boven in that Barracuda was your Division 6 Super Street champ in 2021. Gordy looking over to the right. Here comes the Corvette. Jackson. 505 on the 502 is good. Gordy was 19 at the start and 5 over down there at the finish. Jackson was able to drive around to turn on the wind light over in the Pennzoil lane is Ricky Deschelle and Mike Coltrane. Deschelle in the split window Corvette 546. The estimated performance, Mike Coltrane. The Camaro Roadster. Coltrane patiently waiting for Ricky with 546. Ricky, better on the starting line, and he'll get the win down there at the finish line. 10 green, 548 on the 546 will work. Mike Coltrane on Jackie Robinson Day. The day where Jackie Robinson broke into the big leagues, where Coltrane is 42 up front and no good, as Sean Page and Myron Street will wrap up Group B. We'll have a little bit of downtime in between Group B and Group C. Myron Street is red by 29. Sean Page gets a lucky one there, as missed the tree being 45 and 1 above. As Myron Street in the Camaro out of Minnesota bows out here in Biondo Racing Products round number 2. So that gets us through Groups A and B in Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Yeah, and all of our friends in the chat bleachers, yes, we will give you an official car count. It's a little hectic. Everybody calm down. I'm just saying. There was more than 10 and less than 400. As I need Group C dragsters up, please. Group C dragsters for round number 2. Group C dragsters.
Roger Sauter rolling up out of the Super Pro category. Lucas Walker, the Pro last man standing, raced their way into the final. And as we roll them up here into the water box, the Barracuda on the left side, the Camaro on the right side, and both scoreboards show 5.60 seconds. We're going essentially heads up in the final round for $30,000 worth of Silver State refrigeration money. Lucas Walker representing that Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. Lucas recentered, rolls up in the Camaro. 5-6-0. The number up on the scoreboard. The Barracuda versus the Camaro. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. McGaysville, Virginia, represented by Lucas Walker on the right side. Sydney, Nebraska, represented by Roger Sauter on the left side. Walker is in and set. Sauter joins him on the starting line, and here we go. Red light start for Roger Sauter by 0.02 of a second. Win light goes to Lucas Walker. Walker 004 the reaction time and goes 5:57 on the 560 after Roger Sauter missed it by just a lousy 0.02 of a second. 5:59 on the 560 as Sauter finishes out the run. But the win light is on, and the last man standing out of the pro category picks up the win here tonight in the remix version of the Silver State Refrigeration $30,000 to win Wednesday.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your Wednesday $30,000 winner. It's Lucas Walker.
with Andy Schmall and John Corbin. Andy out of Idaho Falls, 598, the predicted performance for Mr. Schmall. John Corbin out of Virginia, 561 the dial. For the Camaro that's already seen the winner's circle here this week. .561 is the dial for John. Andy will be off and away first. As we are staged. And away and away. Andy has been really good down low. And really good down at the end. Andy Schmall, 2 total, is just Filthy in the banana. John Corbin is 26 dead 0, as both sides are dead nothing. But Andy Schmall, 2 total, and is feeling it. Leslie Grissom and Joe Kidd. Grissom out of Odessa in that patinaed 4-door wagon, 687. The dial-in for Leslie. Joe Kidd, 624. In the Pennzoil side. As we are off with Leslie and Joe. Joe Kidd, rip, 624. On the 624 is 1 thou in front. Grissom was 28 and 1 over. And is out here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2 is Chris Northup and Dan Northrup. Northup out of Twin Falls. Actually, out of Tennessee. 604. In the kid performance of Dyno 67 Chevy 2, Dan Northrup and Don Buckowitz Dragster. Over on the right side, 475 is the number. Dan, Chris and Dan. 476-2 on the 475 for Northrup, and the dragster will get the win. 12 at the start. Funny Car Chris got to the finish line first by 17 thou, broke out 12, excuse me. Got there first 17, broke out 12. Needed to be 5 or less. Dan Northrup takes out Chris Northup as Paul Lorton and Jason Pad. The Vega left side, 638. Actually, it might be Leroy Duran in the Vega right now. Jason Pad out of Chestermere, Alberta, Canada. 462 the dial for Jason. 2 thou is the difference between the Vega and the dragster. Jason Pad, 008. 462.9 on the 462 to get the win. The Vega was 10 at the start, got to the finish line first by 8 thou to break out by 1 little bitty thou. Needed to take 7 or less. Did not. Jason Pad in the dragster. Moving around number 3 is Nick Hastings and Stan Essery. Mr. Hastings, 613 is the dial for the Mustang out of Ohio. Stan Essery, 469. The dial out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. So once again, the text that went down was incorrect. It said round 3. It meant round 2. So the text that went out asking for Group C, door cars, dragsters, and Group D. It's all round 2, not round 3, as both racers are 003 at the start. Essery takes out Nick Hastings, 003, one above. Nick Hastings was 003 as well, breaks out by 5 thou, took 16 at the stripe. Needed to take 8 or less. Excuse me, needed to take 11 or less. Again, Group C, door cars and dragsters, round 2, you should be up in the lanes. Group D, or round number 2, you should be up in lanes 5 and 6. We apologize for the confusion there. Scotty Richardson and Kyle Rizzoli. Scotty, left side, 609. Rizzoli in the dragster, right side, 488 for Mr. Rizzoli. Apologize for a little confusion. A lot of stuff whizzing around. Scotty, big advantage at the start, and dead on 3 for Scotty Richardson. 18 green and dead on 3. Rizzoli was 59, ripping the finger off the button. Got down there and was dead on 3, but it didn't matter. Scotty had Rizzoli covered as Kevin Brannon and Carson Wheeler. Wheeler out of Kansas, 463 on each side. It's Kevin Brannon out of South Carolina. .006 leaves second. Kevin Brannon, 003 and one above, takes out Carson Wheeler, who was 006 and 466 on the 463. As Kevin Brannon. Rabbit will hop on in to round number 3. It's Gary Williams and Chris Whitfield. Yes, a rematch of last night's final here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Gary Williams ended up on the wrong side of that final round. Dragster out of Bradenton, Florida, 484. Chris Whitfield for Go Fast Energy, 467. The dial for Whitfield. This is colossal here in round number 2. Our final from last night, doing this again like probably 6 rounds earlier than they want it to be. Red light start for Whitfield by 3 thou. Gary Williams, 009 and under by 4. As Gary gets a little bit of revenge after last night's final. Gary takes out Chris Whitfield. Actually, Whitfield took out himself, being red by 3 thous. Doug Foley Jr. and Dalton Giroux. Doug Foley out of Mooresville. They're in North Carolina, 476 the dial. Dalton, 496. The projected performance for the dragster out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. Dalton and Doug. 2 little teeny ones separate the drivers on the reaction time. Doug Foley, 17 green, taking a thou to get the win. 476.8 on the 476. Takes out Dalton's 496.7 on the 496. When you do the math, Doug Foley was in front by 0.001 there at the finish. It's Troy Williams Jr. and Jimmy Lewis. Troy Williams Jr., T-Rock out of Florida. For Team FTI, an Overkill Motorsports team, and Jimmy Lewis out of Washington. Jimmy is 003 at the start and 478, taking out Troy Williams Jr. Jimmy, 003, snugging it up to 7th out at the finish. Troy Williams Jr., 12 green and 1 over. As Jimmy ended up making the right decision down there and Moving around number 3 is Jeff Taylor and Taylor Strange. Jeff out of Apache Junction, Arizona. 476 on the car, Taylor Strange. 481. The dial over on the Pennzoil side. In Group D, round number 2. Need you in the lanes, please, 5 and 6. Group D, in lanes 5 and 6. Red light start for Taylor Strange. Jeff Taylor was perfect at the start and goes 472. Taylor, red by 6 thou and over by a hun. But Jeff Taylor will advance via the red light of Taylor Strange as Greg Christensen and Robbie Gear. Christensen out of Strasburg, Colorado. The dragster on the left side, 469 is the dial. And Robbie Gear, 453 for the dragster out of Missouri. Red light start for Robbie Gear by 9 thou. Greg Christensen, it's 27, starting his run of 470. Robbie Gear gives one away to Greg Christensen via the red light as Dustin Wirtz and Peeps Pennington. Dustin out of Napa, Idaho. 463 for Dusty Buckets. Peeps here on Easter weekend. Out of Three Rivers, Texas, 470 for Mr. Pennington. Peeps, 008, dead on 8 to make 16 on the combined. Dustin Wirtz was 23 at the start and had no chance as Peeps Pennington takes out Dustin Wirtz. It's Austin Williams and Donnie Burleson. Austin in the Bronco. 589 for Austin out of Waxahachie. Austin Williams kid, he's got like credentials. Bonafide. Donnie Burleson, Richmond, Texas in the dragster, is out and away. Austin looking over the right shoulder. Here comes Donnie. Donnie Burleson. 18 at the start. 456.5 on the 455 to be 9 thou in front at the finish. Austin was 14 green. Dialed 589, goes 591, but was behind 9 thou there at the finish line. It was Randall Reed and Dennis Lithgow. Randall, your 2018 main event winner here at the Million. Iowa Park, Texas American Dragster. 464 is the dial. Dennis out of Mansfield, Texas. 473 will be leaving first. Red light start for Randall Reed by 3 thou. Dennis will move on, 24 green, 472. After Randall was red, got off the gas a little early to be 489, but it was all over right off the bat as Randall Reed was 3 red is Mike Crater. And Dylan Howe. Crater out of Texas. $446. The dial for Mike. Dylan out of Oregon. $458 the dial for the young man for Cascade Trailers. We're at that point of the day, Nathan Hershey. Trailers. Dylan right side, Mike left side. Dylan looking over to the left. Here comes Mike. Dylan, 15 green, dead on 4 is 19 total. Crater was 23 at the start and had no chance as Dylan locked him out of the house. Vinny Domino and Cortland Carter. Vinny for Team Numidia Dragway. Staten Island, New York resident. And Cortland Carter, Lubbock, Texas. 464 is what Cortland has put on the side of that machine here in round number 1. Vinny better up front. And 5 total alongside Cortland Carter. Vinny 005 dead 0. Cortland Carter 20 green dead on 8, and Vinny's got it rolling into round number 3. Is Gabe Torres and KJ Desa. Gabe out of La Puente, California for Val Torres Racing, Val Torres Construction. 472 is what Gabe puts on the car in round number 2. Is KJ Desa from right over here in North Las Vegas. 494 is the dial for KJ. KJ will have the opportunity to leave first. And with Gabe Torres on the other side, he will absolutely have the opportunity to stage first. Neither driver is great at the start, but Gabe Torres is going to make it work. KJ was 42 green and under by 14 thou. Gabe was 29 green dead on 6 and had KJ in a position where there was no way he was going to turn on a win light, as Gabe Torres was 35 on the combined and KJ was 42 at the start. Max McLaughlin and Shane Carr. McLaughlin out of Krugerville, Texas. The dragster 507 is the dial. Shane out of Florida. 464 for hashtag 26. Shane and Carrie just like watching their antics. Makes the abnormal seem normal. A lot of fun for those two. Very tight down here at the start. 4 thou is the difference, and Shane Carr is going to get a double breakout win. Under by 1 thou with Shane, 463.9 on the 464. Max was under by 2 thousandths of a second. 1 thou victory on the double breakout. We'll go over to Shane Carr as Brian Canaday and Michael McQueen there, Nathan Hershey.
Mike Eames.
Tag
you out.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Go take a break, wander around, enjoy the perfect weather out there.
And the accoutrement.
And the accoutrement.
I will.
As we will throw out there a little bit of a, the French-Canadian annonceur. You with me? You can do that too. So is Brian Kennedy and Michael McQueen. McQueen on the right side, 494. Going to be getting a head start over Brian Kennedy as Kennedy and McQueen sit pre-stage, waiting for the opportunity to make their way through this Biondo Racing Products round number 2 of the Million. Here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. 6 thousandths of a second, the difference between the two in reaction time, and 4.942 2 after a 0.23 reaction time. Be a 25 pack for Michael McQueen, locking out Brian Kennedy. Kennedy was 29 thousandths of a second behind the green light. And then goes 4.60 on a 4.60. Is dead 7. And that is going to be that. So with Aaron G now rolling up and Chris Galitti. Galitti on the right side. Aaron on the left side. 4.72 to a 4.49. 13 thousandths of a second, the difference between reaction times. As Chris Galitti, 4.49 on a 4.49. He was 32 green to Aaron G's 0.19. G take 19 thou at the stripe to break out 1 thousandth of a second. Win light to Galitti. As he is going to move on to round number 3, we'll bring out Race Kid and Donovan Williams. Williams, who's been like rolling in the left lane throughout the majority of the event. Rolling over here to the right side now as Race Kid takes over the left, 4.72 to Donovan's 4.81. $20 thou the difference between the two in reaction time. Race Kid 009 and will not convert on the double breakout. Donovan 29 green, 9 thou under the dial. Race Kid was 17 thou under, taking 28 thou at the finish line. Race with a 009 reaction time just gets to the finish line a little bit too quick. And Donovan Williams will pick up the win on that pair as Johnny Ezel. Going to be our final car here in this group. And, ooh, interesting. Listening to the conversation up there, Johnny Ezel rolling up here as the solo, kind of the last of our Group C cars. Actually gets uber lucky. And I mean uber lucky. You can see the helmet coming off for Ezel. The car essentially having some issues down there. The rule is it had to stage under its own power. It did that. You can see him actually with some rags down there trying to wipe up a few things, but Ezel's going to have a little bit of time to get it back into the pit area and get it figured out. But Johnny Bracket Racer climbing out of the car. And they're going to get that thing off the starting line. We'll have to do a quick little bit of touch-up, but luckily enough for Johnny, he will have a little bit of time. To get the car turned around and head back this direction for round number 3. So, interesting. Again, every once in a while, you kind of need that luck, and unfortunately, a stream left down there on the starting line behind Johnny's car. So we're going to have a little bit of time here while we do a cleanup. Again, making our way through Biondo Racing Products round number 2 on a K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries main event day. With us being in the main event, getting into our final group of round number 2, at which point we will pretty much abandon the groupings. We'll go down to like door cars versus dragsters and all of that kind of stuff. Well, you can see him out there just kind of doing what needs to be done over in that right side of the racetrack. So while they get that taken care of, we will be back very soon. Again, today, our winner at the end of the night, going to get the limo ride, going to get the suite down at the Cosmopolitan, going to get the showgirls, the trophy, the big check, all that goes with being crowned a Spring Fling Million champion on a Silver State Refrigeration and HVNC main event Friday. So as we continue to roll through here, it's just kind of cool. And I'm going to agree with you there, Jim Gleason. There are no easy wins in big money bracket races, but if you get a roll up on the solo, that might be one of the only things that would qualify for something like that. So we did wrap up our Brodic's run for the 50K. And in our Brodic's run for the 50K, we ended up not handing out the $50,000, which means that $10,000 worth of that money rolls over into the $1 million main event. And should we end up seeing a perfect lap here during main event Friday, that 10 grand would be a bonus on that. I believe tomorrow morning we're going to be doing our Spring Fling Reaction Time Challenge. And again, you know, the folks at Larice Motorsports Insurance are here today on property. They are out behind the tower, and they've also got that bonus. For the last standing Larice Motorsports Insurance customer in the million, whoever is the last one in the game going to get a $1,000 bonus from the folks at Larice Motorsports Insurance. Again, you're watching along in and on the Jegs and Hoosier BANGshift.com live feed. Don't look at the chat right about now. Okay. What have we done? What have you all done? I don't know what has been done. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Chips. Chip draw versus being paired for this. Wee, my goodness. Yeah, I'm not even going to watch. Talk about slowing things down. That would be crazy slow. That's wild. Yeah, you're right. Chad chiming in on the chat. We will not talk about this type of subject. Mike, we won't talk about that. We won't talk about Bruno. Well, that's cool. Yes. Yes. I do think that the Thanksgiving bracket race here is a whole lot of fun. And if you haven't had a chance to get out here and do it, definitely worth the trip. We get to go through all kinds of super, super fun stuff during that weekend. It's really one of those laid back, come out, have a good time. We happen to be doing some racing for some decent money, all of that fun stuff. But I appreciate the comment there, Mr. Hargrove. I will pass that along to Jeff Foster as well. Said that he was out here for the Turkey Bash. Thought it was 10 times smoother than any of the tracks that he's been to with laddered brackets. I like it. Thank you very much. Again, we do just try to have fun while we're out here doing that. Of course, we've got our Valhumard door car shootout that is a lot of fun as well. Actually, it's really more the diecast shootout. We'll call it that, but it's the diecast shootout. That's fun when we're here. But anyway, we are here right now at the Spring Fling Million main event, doing a little cleanup on the starting line. Again, the Larice bonus is out there for the last man standing with the Larice Motorsports Insurance coverage. We've got, of course, the Calcutta that's been sold out for a long time. Some lucky person who is holding a name at the end of the game who went the farthest will get 10 grand. And, of course, the racer that goes the farthest is going to get a whole bunch of money, which is going to be good. I think we got Group D sitting here under the arch. Again, thanks to Jags, thanks to Hoosier, your live feed sponsors, and thanks to our best losing package round sponsors. Torque Tools, your round number 1 sponsor on main event day, putting up $1,000 to the best losing package in round number 1. Biondo Racing Products, which is the round we're in right now, putting up $8,000 for the best losing package. Pretty much round 1, 2, 3, and 4, $1,000 best losing package. Biondo round number 2, ATI Performance Products round number 3, and Pinella Race Engines round number 4. Then when we get into rounds 5, 6, and 7, of course, all the bigs, Mickey Thompson, Goodyear, and Hoosier, putting up a set of slicks. Mickey Thompson in round number 5 putting up a set of front and rear tires. Round number 6, Goodyear putting up a set of, or 2 sets of slicks. Round number 7, Hoosier putting up 2 sets of slicks for the best losing package in each of those go-rounds. And again, got the Larice Insurance Pro Treasure Chest. Round number 1, that Impact helmet, which we had given away. I'd have to go like way, way back through the text to get things figured out. I'll make sure we got the volume up out there. Got to get the volume up out there. All right. So again, an Impact helmet, Mazir Enterprises, another Impact helmet going out. Again, Mazir, Impact, ATI Performance Products, all part of that Pro Treasure Chest. Again, we'll be drawn for the Best Dialer Award a little bit later on, as everybody that was dead on 0 Wednesday through Thursday gets their name in a hat for their race, air, cloud, weather station. I think we are getting pretty close. I understand that, Peter. I understand that. I think we are getting pretty close. And so I will have Warren pot down here for just a second. We got to pick the right thing. We got to pick the right thing. Mike picked some pretty good ones a little while ago. I'll go with this one. Warren, can you pot us down for a second? Are you over there? I don't see Warren waving his hand. He may not be there, Pete. We may be stuck for a minute. All right. Warren's going to get that taken care of.
Final round for Mosier Engineering Thursday is moving into the water box. Gary Williams and Chris Whitfield. Gary for Team FTI. 481 is going to be the dial-in for Gary. The young man out of Florida, alongside Chris Whitfield. For Go Fast Energy out of Colorado, $30,000. The trophy, the big check, the opportunity to call yourself a 2022 Spring Fling event winner. Tree and away. 3,000 was the difference on the starting line. Gary Williams, Chris Whitfield. Chris Whitfield, 10 green, dead on 1 to be 11 total, and the trophy is going to go to Colorado. Gary Williams was 007 up front, 482.5, and sent Chris Whitfield through, and Whitfield was dead on 1 to get the win. So congratulations to Chris Whitfield, our winner on Mosier Engineering Thursday. The Go Fast Energy team out of Colorado taking home the win and $30,000.
I'm a little shaky right now. I can't believe it came up dead on 1. I took a chunk at the strike, but honestly, I didn't know what he was doing over there. I was just trying to get to the number, and dead one's a little tight, but I'll take it. There's nothing I won't take about that deal. Dude, congratulations. Thank you. He'll get tucked away.
Wait, you hold the doggy. Come on.
I got it. He's kind of a jerk. He won't bite, but he's
so cute.
Thank you.
He's got the little dog syndrome. Racers, let's hear it one more time for your champion on a Mosier Engineering $30,000 to win Thursday, Mr. Chris Whitfield. Back here in round number 3, our pro cars are going to be coming back on a ladder, and it's going to be Kid with lane choice over Weeks. It is going to be Paz with lane choice over Fritz, Schmall with lane choice over Robertson, and Hastings with lane choice over Daniels, as we're down to 8 in the pro category. Colton Aragon and Mike Fuquay. Iron Mike over on the right side, 462 is the dial. Going up against the 482 of Colton Aragon. One of them is 001 leaving the starting line. And it's going to be Iron Mike, 463 on a 462 for Fuquay, 001. 11 thou above to be 12 thou total, and locking out Colton Aragon's 013 reaction time. Aragon ends up 12 thou above the dial as Aragon exits here in round number 2. That's going to bring up Dwayne Ringeth, part of the team that's going to be putting on that series of events up in Canada. 469 the dial for Dwayne. Mike Rock coming in the traffic cone, dialed in at 494. Racing out of Nampa, Idaho. Rock's going to be the first one to light up the pre-stage bulbs as we get Dwayne Ringeth to join him on the starting line. And the dragsters are going to continue their way through. How about an 8 thou split? We'll go with that. 497 on a 494. Mike Rock was 11 green. Dwayne Ringeth just ran through the starting line and cost himself a trip to round number 2. Excuse me, round number 3. Ouch. Took in a chunk too much down at the finish line, breaking out. Mike Rock, 3 above, gets the win light as Dylan Winters and Scott Lemon next to. With that, we're going to take our pro cars, the Larice Motorsports Insurance. Let me stop for a second. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro round number 3. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro round number 3. Go ahead and make your way back into the staging lanes, please. You are on a ladder. Again, 8 of you coming back. Kid, lane choice over Weeks. Paz, lane choice over Fritz. Schmall, lane choice over Robertson. And Hastings, lane choice over Daniels. Scott Lemon on a 470 dial, giving up 11/100ths of a head start based on the dial-ins to Dylan Winters, and the win light on the double breakout is going to go to Lemon. Lemon and Winters were both 008 on the tree. Scott gets there second, runs 6th thou under the dial. And picks up the win light. As we move on with Jim Reichenbach and Scott Ball. Last pair, Dylan Winters, 008. Gets to the stripe first by 7 thousandths of a second to break out by 13 thou. Scott Lemon gets the win light as Ball and Reichenbach assume the position on the starting line. Ball over on the right side, 474 dial. Reichenbach left side, red light by 4 thousandths of a second. So Scott Ball, 473 on a 474. Runs under by 3 thou. Didn't matter, the win light was already on. Reichenbach ends up 4669 on a 469 dial. As Reichenbach exits, Ball picks up his invitation around number 3 is Josh Lutke and Todd Robinson. Robinson out of Corpus Christi, Texas, 478 the dial. On the right side of the racetrack, Josh Lutke out of Indiana, dialed in at 445. Once again, Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. Let's get you headed back to the lanes for round number 3, please. $15,000 the difference between the two in reaction time. Win light goes to Lutke. 4.450 on a 4.45. Was 0.23 on the tree and needed that dead on zero. Todd Robinson runs it through to break out 1 thou. Robinson, 008 green, takes 16 thou at the stripe. Needed to take 15 thou or less as he goes 477.9 on a 478 as Lutke picks up the nod, and that's going to bring up Chevy Reeves with a 471 dial on the right side, and Elliot Franco with a 547 dial on the left. Elliot raffled his way into the event. Will not be able to race his way out of round number 2. 549 on a 547 for Elliott. An 061 reaction time at this stage of the game. Not going to be conducive to turning on a win light as Chevy Reeves, 38 green and 472 on a 471. We'll see his side of the scoreboard light up. Michael Needham and Trayton Ban. Ban over to the right side, 499 is the dial. Needham on the left side, dialed in at 510. And again, as we do get ready to go with round number 3, we've called our pro cars for round number 3 into the staging lanes. Hey, listen up, drivers. If you are double entered and if you are still in both entries, hey, congratulations. Oh, no, Trayton Ban could not get the car staged up in time. Michael Needham, 009, goes 509 on the 510, and unfortunately for Trayton Ban, they were trying to get some things figured out down there. And when the tree dropped, Trayton was not staged up and set. Man, what a disappointing way to bow out here in round number 2 of the million. So as we bring back our next 2, again, racers, remember, if you are still double entered in either door cars or dragsters, as we call you into the staging lanes, please, please, please do us and yourselves a favor. If you're double entered, try to get up into the front of the pack when we call door cars. Try to get up into the front of the lanes when we call dragsters. That way you have time to get your second entry, whether it's the same car, different car, whatever the case may be. We want to make sure you've got time, so if you could please help us and help yourself by getting up into the front for your first entry. That way you got time to get back in your second entry. Hannah Cook, wow. Matt Lee, ouch. Lee 005 takes 79 thousandths of a second at the stripe to break out by 13 thou. Hannah Cook was 61 on the tree and gets away with it. Goes 462 on a 461. So 61 and one above. Matt Lee was 005 and takes 79 thou at the stripe to break out on the loss as Val Torres Jr. and Shane Molinari. Torres dialed 471. Molinari dialed 457. That's Molinari on the right side. Val Torres on the left side. And the win light's going to belong to Molinari. Shane was 12 on the tree. Val Jr. was 40 on the tree. As Val ends up putting the 472 on top of a 471, Molinari to the stripe first by 2 thousandths of a second, running 37 thou above the dial. But the 12 thou reaction time compared to Val Torres' 040 light. That 28 thou margin between the two in reaction time, costly. As Dan Lafferty and Cooper Chun going to roll up here. Cooper, 531. Lafferty dialed in at 452. As Cooper tries to see if he can line up scoreboard here in round number 2. Dan Lafferty. They have been cruising around the southwest part of the United States over the last few weeks, trying to stay away from some of the cool, the chill, the air that's up there in Idaho. Not going to make it through round number 2. Cooper Chun will advance 003 and 12 thou above. Ends up 15 total for Cooper. Dan Lafferty was 19 green. Ends up running 455 on a 452. But Cooper picks up the win ticket, rolls into round number 3. Is again our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro round number 3. You have been called into the staging lanes, please. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro round number 3. 8 of you left. You are on a ladder. For those of you listening in the chat bleachers, we'll run through what those pairings are going to look like here in just a moment. Trevor Larson, 464 left side. Mark Campbell dialing in 0.04 of a second slower than that with a 468 right side and a 468 on a 468 for Mark Campbell, the Olympia, Washington-based car. 25 green. With 6 thousandths of a second better than Trevor Larson's 031 reaction time, as Campbell will take an 18 thou stripe to be dead on 8, picking up the win light. Trevor Larson, 31 green and 466 on a 464. Now Jason Thomas, Carson Campbell. Campbell with a 496. Jason Thomas with a 486. And a red light start for Carson Campbell. Campbell, 12 red, 502 on a 496. Jason Thomas, 13 green and 486 on a 486. Dead on 4 down at the far end of the racetrack. As Don Taros and Tom Clark come back from the burnout, we'll take door cars to lanes 1 and 2. Essentially door cars. If you are still in a door car, Let's get you headed to the staging lanes. If you are still doubled up in a door car, let's try to get you to the front of the staging lanes, please. So if you are still double entered in door cars, let's get you to the front of the staging lanes. Come on down as quickly as you can. That way we get you the opportunity to get back with plenty of time to get your second entry up here. So again, door cars for round number 3. Come on back. Tom Clark dialed 454. Second one to stage here on the starting line is Don Taros, 542, and away we go. 6 thousandths of a second. The difference between the two in reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Clark, 4555. On the 454 dial was 10 on the tree compared to Don Taros's 16 green and 544 on a 542. So Taros, 22 thou above the dial after an 016 reaction time, finds himself 13 thousandths of a second behind at the stripe as Tim Markaglu rolls up left side, dialed 458. Terrible at this. Jesse goes red by over a tenth and then runs 518 on a 516. Tim Markaglu. 65 green and 464 on a 458. Markaglu on to round number 3. Is now Hannah Vandermeer. And Bryson Parks back from the burnout. Bryson, 506 to dial. Vandermeer with a 487. The team coming in out of Nampa, Idaho. Nine thousandths, the difference between them in reaction time. Win light goes to Bryson. Bryson 015 on the tree. 507 on a 506 to take an 11th thou stripe for the win. Hannah Vandermeer was 24 green and 21 thou above the dial. To be 45 total and checking out here. So Bryson Parks keeps his game alive in the chase for the Spring Fling Million title as Tim Parton and Philip Pennington going to be our next two. 493 the dial for Pennington on the right side. He'll be leaving first. As Tim Parton coming in out of Sydney, Montana. Is dialed in at 452. Pre-stage bulbs lit. Once again, door cars. We're beyond kind of the group phase. We're getting into round number 3. Door cars, if you are still alive in competition, we need you into the staging lanes, please. Pennington set. Parton's there. Tree drops. Parton is in trouble. Pennington in control. And Pennington, 11, dead 9. Ends up 20 total. Tim Parton was 62 thousandths of a second behind the green light. And we saw one where like a 60-something light ended up lighting up the scoreboard, but at this point, I would not bet the farm on a 60-plus reaction time. Parton didn't work out for him. 452 on a 452 is now Shane Thompson. Rolls up left side, 470 is the dial. Shannon over on the right gets the win light, 455 on a 454. Shannon had the 024 reaction time. Shane Thompson was 16 green, but Thompson ends up 24 thou above the dial and 4 thousandths of a second behind at the finish line. Shannon 24 green, 1 above. And that's going to be a winner for the right side is Andy Taylor and Austin Calhoun. Now, I was handed a note that Austin Calhoun did something that a lot of people do when they're in Vegas. I guess they threw mom in the car, went driving around last night, went, oh, change of plans, we're going to the wedding chapel. So if there is anybody out there in Austin, apparently like the family doesn't know, they did, I mean, it was like a, here we go, we're going to get married. And they did. Austin Calhoun, 487 on a 488, was 12 on the tree. Getting the win light against Andy Taylor. Taylor dropped it red by 9 thousandths of a second. And then goes 439.9 on a 440. So Austin Calhoun, the note that we were handed is accurate, is a newlywed, and is racing for honeymoon money. Got married last night. Congratulations, Austin. Kind of interesting. Perry Como, Rodney Parks. Parks right side, 493. Perry Como left side, dial 473. 8 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to Rodney. 007, and then goes 495 on a 493. So 27 thou above the dial, gets there second, gets the win light. Perry Como was 15 green, take 23 thou at the stripe to break out 4 thou. Needing to take 19 thou or less to flip the win light. To the opposite side scoreboard is now Todd Zeller and Miss Jessica. Jessica Bogacki, 471. The dial in on the right side. 458, the dial for Todd Zeller over on the left. And Miss Jessica is going to see her scoreboard light up. Todd Zeller left 5 thousandths of a second too soon, goes 456 on a 458. Jessica, 16 green, legs it out to be 469 on a 471. And we're bringing back Alexis Thompson and Steve Glenn. Steve's got the 439 dial. Alexis has got the 467 dial. And I don't know if that's exactly accurate there, Mr. Badge. I'm assuming that your last comment had to do with the whole, like, running off and getting married last night. I don't know about that. They may change things, but I don't know about that. 400 the difference between the two in reaction time. 444 on a 439 for Steve. He was 037 on the tree. Alexis let go to a 77 light. And then goes 472 on a 467. So Madison Payne rolling up here right side. 455 is the dial, going up against Jorge Saldivar. Saldivar over on the left side. 481 is the dial. Madison Payne trying to get the job done. 1 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time, and the win light's going to turn on for Jorge. By 10 thousandths of a second, Saldivar. 482 on a 481. He's 12 on the tree. Maddie was 13 green and 23 thou above to end up 10 thou behind at the finish line, and Jorge gets the win light as Marlon Goetz and Clinton Fife Clinton. 516 dial for the Land Shark. The shorty ride. Out of Colorado, Marlin Goats got the 492 dial showing up left lane scoreboard. Wind light's going to come on for Clinton. 519 on a 516. Clinton was 17 green. Marlin Goats 19 green and ends up 7 hun off the dial. 499 on a 492. So Clinton for the win, right side of the racetrack. We got Bodie Bennett, we got Owen Duffield. Duffield, 502 dial right side. Bennett, 461 dial left side. And then 462 on the 461 for Bennett. 004 on the tree. Take 18th thou with the stripe for the win. Duffield was 21 green. 17th thou above. As we bring out Jack Sadler and Nick Axtman. Joplin. They're funny. They're funny. Axtman dialed in at 426. Sadler dialed in at 484. We are getting down towards the end. We, again, should have our Larice Pro Insurance cars. 8 of them are coming back. As Jack Sadler drops in red 11 thousandths of a second to be 485 on a 484. Nick Axtman 004. 425 on a 426. There you have it. There you have it. Axtman getting the win light as Cassie Pennington and Tristan Craig will be our next 2 to give it a go. All right. So Tristan with a 523, Cassie with a 472. A little Las Vegas, Nevada versus Lavernia, Texas. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Cassie's in and set. The future lawyer-to-be leaves the line on the left side. Cassie Pennington doing the chasing. And Tristan Craig lights up the board. 006, dead on 6. 12 pack, take 21 thou at the stripe. Cassie Pennington was 33 green, ends up dead on 0, and we have seen a ton of that. Ending up dead on 0, scoreboard lighting up on the other side. Ouch. Ouch. So Brian Bennett and Big Willie style. Willie Flores right side goes red by 3 thousandths of a second. Flores 495. Brian Bennett 4499 on the 450 after an 024 green light. Our pro category is sitting under the arch. As Nathan Martin, Blake Johnson. Johnson dialed 463. Or excuse me, Martin dialed 463. Johnson dialed 465. And after we get through this, I don't know if we've got like a little bit of time before we get into our pro category, but with the conversation in the chat bleachers being about finding the right woman to get married, I'll tell you a secret. Peter's kind of in the same boat. How about another one? 465-0 on a 465. Another dead on zero, and the scoreboard lights up on the other side of the racetrack. Nathan Martin, 11 green, 461 on a 461. Martin moves on, but I believe just today I've seen like 5 or 6 dead zeros where the win light was opposite side of the racetrack. That hurts. That hurts. All right. We are down to 8 in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. Round number 3 rolling out here for the million. As our first pair is going to feature Nick Hastings and Eric Daniels. Hastings in the Mustang. Rolling up on the left side, 613 is the dial, and Eric Daniels, who was the recipient of the golden ticket, thanks to the Kid Performance and Dyno crew, that got him into the game. So trying to roll his way out of round number 3, finds himself squarely paired up with one of the best in the business. As Ryan Glengard had said, no question about it, he thinks Nick Hastings is the best bottom bowl bracket racer in the country. 0.003 of a second separate him in reaction time at this end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Hastings. 22 and dead on 3 to be 25 total. Eric Daniels had an 0.25 reaction time, needed to get down to the finish line and be dead on 7:08, but it wasn't going to happen. So Hastings with an 0.22 light gets the victory in the first of our 4 pair remaining in the pro category. And now it's Henry Robertson and Andy Schmall. Schmall already today has been 4 total and 2 total in the Beretta. Wow. Well, he's not going to be that this time. I'll just tell you that. Henry Roberson giving him a run for the money. Roberson was 14 on the tree, takes 46 now at the stripe, and ends up 762 on a 766. Andy Schmall puts up 27 total. 20 on the tree, dead 7 for Schmall. Getting around Henry Roberson, who was 14 green, taking too much at the finish line to break out by 33,000ths of a second, is now Joe Kidd and Corky Weeks. I mean, I'll share. I'm just saying it because it's like an awesome thing about my wife. But Corky dialed 562, Joe Kidd dialed 624, and this one's over on the starting line. Corky red by 27,000ths of a second. Joe Kidd, 54 on the tree and 625 on the 624. As we are down to our final pair in pro, round number 3. Umbrella Man in the house in the chat bleachers. I'm liking it. Dennis Paz and Kyle Fritz. Fritz dialed 668. Paz in the El Camino dialed 683. After this pair, a little bit of track prep before we get into round number 3. Again, door cars, all door cars, regardless of your group, you should be in the staging lanes for round 3, please. Kyle Fritz is in a world of hurt. Dennis Paz was 007. Kyle Fritz was 43,000ths of a second behind with the 050 light. Fritz goes 2 above, 670 on a 668. Dennis Paz goes 685 on a 683. And that is going to take us down to just 4 remaining. Dennis Paz is going to be coming back. Joe Kidd is going to be coming back. Andy Schmall is going to be coming back. And Nick Hastings is going to be coming back in the Larice Motorsports Pro Insurance round number that'll be 4. They'll be coming back in round number 4. There'll be 4 left in round number 4. So, again, we were talking about the fact that the note that was delivered up here said Austin Calhoun left the track last night, had everybody in the car, went, oh, change of plans, we're going to the wedding chapel, and Austin Calhoun got married last night. That's what we were informed of up here in the tower. So Austin Calhoun, who is now racing for multiple reasons. Number 1, wants to be a Spring Fling champion, and number 2, needs money for a honeymoon. Which I guess that may be a little bit of a double-edged sword. If Austin is, be like, hey, you just actually hold on. If you're Austin, the wife's like, man, we got to go on a honeymoon. We got to go on a honeymoon. If he wins this thing, you'll be like, what do you want, babe? I got you a limo. I got you a suite at the Cosmo. I got you a big check. I got you 2 bottles of champagne. I got you showgirl. I got, well, okay, maybe the showgirls don't count, but I'm just saying.
They could even start family planning at that point.
See? It's like I've given you a financial nest egg here. You get the whole thing, right? Anyway, the conversation in the chat bleachers after that was whether the idea of getting married was a good thing or a bad thing. And for a lot of racers, they're like, look, I want the freedom to travel around. I want to do this. I want to do that. And they started talking about being able to find the right lady, the right partner. And the quick portion of my story, and Pete, that's why I'm saying you have a very similar story here. Your wife is just as interested in being in the racetrack as you are. You have got one of the coolest wives on the planet. And that was something that, you guys met at a race. You fell in love at the races. She's almost a better racer than you. Oh, wait.
She is, listen, all you have to do is spend 10 minutes in a room with both of us, and you'll say, how the heck did this happen?
Exactly.
Right? You're
exactly.
in the same boat.
I'm totally in the same boat. So I met my wife here at the racetrack. She used to be the chief starter over at the bull ring. So she was over there in the roundy round world. I was over here in the quarter mile world. The guy that used to run the track here convinced me to go over there and do some announcing. I met her, got to know her. We ended up dating. And we ended up stealing her from the short track, brought her over here, and she's been at the drag strip ever since. She came to her senses in that aspect. But then when it was time to actually, set a date for the wedding, this is how I knew 100% that I picked the right girl. We started looking at the calendar, and she goes, well, we can't get married that weekend because that's the national event. We can't get married that weekend because that's the divisional event. We can't get married that weekend because that's Pomona. There's the open weekend. That's when we'll get married. She actually scheduled our wedding around the race schedule.
She was a keeper right from the
Done deal.
So, okay. On that note, Nate, you've been married how many years now?
10.
Has she
no,
lived
11.
Up?
Sorry.
11. Oh, boy. I hope the mic was off on that.
No.
That's a boo-boo.
It's long enough.
Is she still live up to that?
Every day.
There you go. Because there's some, sometimes they say, the honeymoon phase and all that stuff, but she is true and true inside and out. Alicia is a great woman, and I say this in all sincerity.
Absolutely.
You did marry up. We all know that. But
I do too.
She is such a good worker here. She's tedious. She's just great. She's just great to be around.
Yeah. See, married up, and now she's one of the divas at the desk.
So how are we correlating this with Austin? Did he marry up or what?
I don't know that much about Austin's wife.
Okay.
I don't know that much about it. I'm sure, like most of us, I'm sure he will admit that he did marry up. Mike Eames admits that he married up. We all married up.
It's the smart thing to do.
It is. It's the very smart thing to do. So as we have got some track prep that's taking place down here, so as we continue to roll through, Janelle says we are happily married for 20 plus years. Ron Mann says he got married before racing started so that they couldn't have any interference. I like that. I like that. See? Even Jess saying Jess down in Tucson said they scheduled their wedding around the race schedule as well. See, you know for 100% certain you have picked the right person when they schedule a wedding around racing. And apparently Austin, they did the same thing. They said, hey, look, we're done for the day. Let's go get the wedding taken out of the, let's get the wedding handled so we can get back to the track.
Attaboy.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Racers, we'll now take dragsters. Dragsters to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3. Dragsters, all groups, to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 3.
There, see? It's a common theme. Nancy Bong saying the same thing. They met at the racetrack, fell in love, set their wedding date around the races, and been together for 31 years, married for 26 of those. See? It's a recipe for success. It is a recipe for success. Anthony Guida scheduled theirs around racing. See, you all picked winners. You picked winners. And then the ringmaster of 3 says, you remember all of it. You remember the bogus meeting that we had? So here, okay. I'll share this part, and then we're going to get back to some music because we got to get some people amped up here. I think one of the cool things between Alicia and I is the place where I proposed to her was the exact same spot that I asked her for her phone number the first time, which happened to be right. It was on the back patio of the tower here. It was, I asked her for her phone number there, and then one of the first races of the season, got everybody together back there on the back patio, proposed to her in the same place. So kind of a cool deal. All right, we are getting ready to go with round number 3. And round number 3 is going to be a fun one. We are down to 4 in pro. The ladder is in. It's going to be Paz with lane choice over Hastings. Schmall with lane choice.
All right, we're here at the Spring Fling Million, and this is a first. I've never met. This is the, what do they call it, the matriarch of the Ezel family, Rose Ezel. I'm sorry. Rose, is this your first time racing here at the Fling?
Yes, it is.
First of all, let's get it right out of the way, let's get it right out of the way, because the most important question is, what the heck did you do to Johnny growing up? What did you feed him? How is he that good?
I guess because I was pregnant racing with him, so it was just in his blood.
He was going down the track before he knew he was going down the track.
Always, when he was like 7 years old, he said, Mama, you're going to put this amount in your box, you're going to put this on your car, and that's exactly what you're going to do, and that's exactly what I done.
How old was he when he was giving you those tips?
7 years old.
7 years old, so now it all makes sense. Well, I tell you what, I got to know Johnny well throughout the past few years, and the more I get to know him, the more I have a lot of admiration for him. You raised a good boy. He keeps to himself. He works his butt off. He paints cars. He wires cars. He builds cars, and then he comes out and just kicks ass on a racetrack, which I think is really cool.
And we support whatever he does. We love watching.
You need family support to get to that level. What's one, if you could think of one funny story that stands out about Johnny growing up? What was he like growing up? Did you have to wrangle him in? Was he well behaved or what?
He was a good kid, but he was hard-headed. Very hard-headed. When you told him to do something, if he didn't want to do it, he wouldn't do it. He was going to prove you that you were wrong.
Well, listen, it takes that kind of mindset to have the competitive edge that he has, and that's why he's as good of a racer as he is. So let's shift gears. Tell us a little bit about your car.
I got this car about 2 years ago. It was a Christmas gift from my husband. I had been racing a good while, but I kind of stayed out of racing for 7 years. And they always told me, they said, well, it's like riding a bike, you don't forget, but you do forget. But he built this car for me. I really love running it. It's fun. I just hope I could do some good in it.
Well, what do you think your reaction time is going to be round one here, Rose?
I'm looking for at least a 10.
At least a 10. I like it. Well, it's been a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I wish you the best of luck. Who's going to win the million, Rose?
JBR.
You know what? No one has asked me yet. I got a gut feeling it's his year. He's overdue.
You know, I always have good feelings of what he's going to do, but I didn't have good feelings that year. But I'm so glad I was there to see it and experience it.
Well, the mother intuition, you can't go wrong with that. I appreciate your time and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for putting on this race, too.
They've been there ever since. Rizzoli, he can drive the wheels off anything. Taylor is trying to make up some ground. Cannot do it. How about Rizzoli? 13, 631 with a 6 on a 631 at 106. Scrubbing probably 2 mile an hour to get there second by 8 thou, but Taylor was 12 thou and he was locked out. ATI round 3. Best losing package is going to get $1,000. Something we switched over this year at the Flings. All Flings, the first 4 rounds each day, best losing package gets money. Today it's $1,000. We'll talk about the car count in a few and what the Spring Fling Million will walk away with tonight. John Corbin and Paul Eddins. Corbin is looking over his shoulder, and Corbin turns on the wind light on a hole shot. 13 to a 61. Corbin, 1 above. Eddins was dead on. And Corbin moves on to round 3. So remember, racers, all day today, if anybody hits a perfect run, 000 dead on with a donut is going to walk away with 10 grand. Brodic's bonus. And if it happens more than once, it's the first person to do it that's going to grab that 10 grand. Sean Page and Corey Jackson. .008 reaction time for Corey and a win light. Nice job there. Patting the gas, goes 1 above, takes 10 thou stripe. Ricky Duchel and Larry Scarth. Scarth runs a lot of the NHRA circuit on the West Coast. He's got a beautiful little 62 bubble top, he calls it. And these are really cool pair of cars here. Ricky Duchel, I was talking to him in the staging lanes, 63 split window Corvette. It doesn't get much better than that. I'm going to say thank you to all our sponsors, K&N and Optimum Title Rights. Jags and Hoosier bringing you the live stream. Scarf getting comfortable with the top bowl. Turns on the win light. 12, 2 above for the win for Larry. Ricky Duchel in the split window vet was 15 thou under, getting to the finish line stripe by 13 thou. So even if he did get behind, it wouldn't have changed things. Jeremy Heffler and Kevin Shearer. Pickup truck is off and away, and here comes Heffler. Both of them are 30 on a tree. Win light going to Heffler, double breakout. Shear was 039, got there by 6 thou to break out by 22 thou. Heffler was 33 at the hit and 10 thou under and picks up the win. Kenny Snow and Ricky Needham Jr. Talked to Ricky in the staging lanes. He said, we had 6 bullets in the million. We're down to 1. I said, a chip in a chair, my friend. That's all you need. But not this time. A couple of whomps, but broke out by 300 for 580 on a 579. Nice lap right there for Kenny. Austin Williams and Greg Dreher. Austin, former NHRA world champion. Greg Dreher doesn't care about any of that right now. I think, yeah, he's a hitter from the West Coast. 575 to 589 on the dials. 004 to 006 are the lights. Win light. How about a 6-pack by Austin Williams? Turns on the win light. Greg Dreher was 006, got that first by 11 thou, but broke out by 11 thou. Congratulations, Greg Christensen. Best losing package of Beyond Round 2. You're going to win $1,000. You lost a round, but you're going to win $1,000 courtesy of Beyond Racing Products. So, Greg, you come up to the tower. We'll hand you $1,000 and we'll take your picture and put you on social. Bill Bathello and Joe Kidd. Pretty big handicap here, over a second. Bathello's trying to make up the ground, does it. 13, 2 above was good enough as Joey Kidd had a chance. He broke out by 11 thou, took 200s down there. So Bathello moves on. And that brings up the hitter Andy Schmoll and Jimmy Lewis. Schmoll can hit the top, he can hit the bottom. Does really well at the fling events. 597 is his dial. He'll be looking over his shoulder as the long car of Jimmy Lewis dialed 477. Both drivers away green. How about 009 to 005 win light? Jimmy Lewis, 7-pack, taking 3 thou. He did both drivers do everything right. Lewis did it just a little bit better. How about 005 dead 2? Andy Schmoll's 009 dead 1. Margin of victory 3 thou. I'm telling you, it's getting serious. It's been serious. Pair of diggers, 13 to a 24. Chevy Reeves and Chris Galitti, the Rad Torque sponsored machine, picks up the win on a double breakout, 5 thou under versus Reeves is 8 thou under. The lesser breakout is going to pick up the win. The Rad Torque machine of Chris Galitti moves on. Jeff Serra and Jason Pad. If you haven't heard of Jeff Serra, then it's probably your first time watching bracket racing. This guy, I'm telling you, drives both ends of the racetrack and just continually finds a way to turn on the win light, finds a way to collect big checks. He wants us one of the biggest checks of the year tonight, and that is why. How about a 4-pack? Jeff Serra rocking a scoop, 003, dead on with a 1, 470 at 131, doing what he does. He was 4 thou away from $10,000 win light right there. Donnie Burleson and Kevin Brown. Actually, that's Kevin Brannon, I believe. Rabbit 003 turns on the scoreboard 13 thou under as Burleson is 5 on the red side, and that will end his day in that entry. He is sitting on the bye in his other entry. Jim Glenn and Stan Essery. What hasn't Jim Glenn done this year? He's won an NHRA national event. He won the American shootout. A dragster basically worth $50,000 on Tuesday. He also won the SR20 heads this morning in the Brodic's run for the 50K. Essery Glenn, 009 to a 14, a double breakout win going to Stan Essery, the Canadian. Little feather in his cap. Taking out Glenn, 009, 19th thou under, as Jim Glenn was 14, needed to just get on a brake pedal down there. He went 23 thou under. So Essery moves on, and the kid Donovan Williams. I talked to Donovan last night. I said, you're officially a made man. He is won a few big buck bracket races this year, and it's no surprise with a last name like Williams. And Cortland Carter. How about 006 to 009? How about the kid rocking the scoop and turning the wind light on right there? He got behind, made the right call. Carter didn't do much wrong there. 9 on a tree and takes 12 to go 3 thou under. And I'm joined by my beautiful wife here in round 3. Why are you looking at me like that?
You're making me blush.
Emily Biondo is on the mic. Mark Campbell and Gabe Torres. What do you think, Emily? Any picks for who do you think is going to win $1 million?
Well, we may or may not have a little side pot Calcutta rolling in the tower, and my pick is Tim Markoglu. Is he still in?
Yes, Tim is still in.
Okay, good.
Gabe Torres has him doubled up at the start and turns on the wind light. That's a scenario where Campbell was a little bit behind the stripe, needed to get further behind, loses on a double breakout. Torres moves on.
Right lane, Don Bukowitz. Left lane, Josh Ludke. 445 for Ludke, 478 for Bukowitz. Coming all the way from Perrinville, New Jersey. And Josh Ludke from Boonville, Indiana. Making the trek out here to Vegas.
Ludke out of that Law Chevrolet and Buick stable. So you have Timmy Markoglu, huh?
Yep. Who do
Winning
you have?
Tonight? I have, well, I'll tell you after this pair. Bukowitz is in control.
And Bukowitz takes the win. 479 with a 5 on a 478. Ludke dead on with a 6, but did not make it happen with a 041 reaction time.
So as far as my gut feeling who's going to win $1 million, I just got a feeling it's Johnny Ezel's day.
Okay.
All right, but
Yeah.
who do I have in the Calcutta that we may or may, for the staff, may or may not have done?
It's not yeah.
We did it. All right, just let the cat out of the bag. I have Little Bloomy.
Oh, all right.
I have a feeling. Is he still in, please?
I don't know. I have not been watching the racing. Now I am.
In his truck.
All right, we got Bryson Parks in the right lane, Vinny Domino in the left lane. Big Vin from Staten Island, New York, and Bryson Parks from Venus, Texas, dialed in a 507. And Parks has a little catching up to do, and he does not make it happen. Big Vin takes the win. 4th thou under, but gets there first by, oh wait, 0008. Okay, yep. Won the double breakout by 0008.
Doug for two-seater. Why do they call him two-seater?
Because didn't he used to have the
the
school
racing school
dragster?
with two seats. That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, Jessica Bogacki only needs 1 seat because she is rolling.
Well, she's going to have to carry the Bogacki legacy tonight. Luke's out. Jessica is staging up. Round 3 to K&N Spring Fling Million. Two-seater. 475. Jessica, 470.
Red light for Jessica. 4th thou too quick. Ends her day in the Spring Fling Million. Foley, 018. And goes a little quick, but that's okay because Jessica went red.
Holding just a little chunk. I think this is your, no, Greg Christensen.
Greg Christensen, Rodney Parks.
Hey, Christensen won the, is that ironic that Dylan Biondo just walked into the tower and Greg Christensen in his other car won the
Biondo prize?
Biondo
Best losing
$1,000
package?
best losing package.
Nice. The ATI $1,000 best losing package is up for grabs this round.
And still 10 grand's up for grabs besides everything else.
Yeah.
If someone goes 000 dead on zero.
That's right. Were you sweating during the Brodic's run for the 50K? I didn't see you
know,
much. Were you hiding?
I am always sweating, yes, in that, but not as much as normal.
Why?
I'll tell you what. Hold on. Rodney Parks is 16th out red, and Christensen gets away with one a little bit. 35 at the start. Stops the clocks down there at the 8th mile, 467 on a 470.
Christensen will roll on to round 4 in the Spring Fling Million. This is right when you start like feeling like you're getting on a roll, right?
This is it. Yeah, this is the round. You either got it or you don't.
Shane Molinari, that loud burnout screaming dragster in the right lane, dialed 459. This is not his fast car, is it? Nope. It's
Nah,
not.
he's got.
He still does the screaming burnout, though, right?
He does, and he has a wheelie bar in the back.
All right. And Johnny Ezel, this is your gut feeling. Oh, he takes the win. Molinari drops it red and gives the win to Ezel.
You know what's weird? I watched Ezel go down the track many a time. It's very rare I don't see his hood scoop shaking back and forth.
Even when the guy red lights against him?
Yeah, I was actually looking for it. I thought maybe he just practiced or something. No, he just turned on the scoreboards 5 under. 5 big numbers under.
Yeah, there's been some unders this last couple
There
pairs, huh?
has. And I talked to Johnny Ezel. We did a little interview. You remember that?
Yep.
And I asked him the question, Johnny, gas or alcohol?
Oh.
And he just said, I run gas because it's easier. I think what he was basically telling us is I could win on either one, but because it's easier. I'll just run gas. How about Steve Glenn, 003, dead 2. Goes down to 5-pack.
Nice. 5 thou red for Mike Rock, but Steve Glenn was ready for him, even if he turned it green.
So the reason why I wasn't sweating quite as like I usually do, there were a lot of close to perfects. There was a
I
couple of
happened to be in the
thou
tower
red. Yeah, go
tower
ahead.
one time when I saw the timing screen said 000 and then the ET was dead on with a 0. And my heart dropped and I had to look, of course, quickly to see what the actual person was dialed, but they went 1 over, so it was okay.
That was today. That's
Yep.
right. Yep. Tom Clark and Cooper Chun, the youngster from Vancouver, Washington. This kid's tough.
Good reaction times on both sides. And Tom Clark, 8 thou package, 001, dead on with a 7. He took 5 thou down there at the top end. Cooper Chun, 008, dead on with a 5. He might be in the running for the best losing package. We'll see. ATI giving away $1,000 this round for the best losing package. Michael Pennington in the right lane, Jason Thomas in the left lane. Thomas dialed a 486, Michael Pennington 472.
All right, attention to pits. Larice Pro to lanes for round number 4. You're on a ladder. Larice Pro to the stage and lane. Super Pro door cars, you are on standby.
And Michael Pennington taking the win. Dead on with a 5. 0-16. Jason Thomas, a little tardy on the starting line. Gary Williams, left lane. Clinton Fife in the right lane. 5:17 for Clinton Fife. And Gary Williams, 4:84. Gary was on a roll last night. Let's see if he can keep rolling today.
So final call, round 3. We'll take Pro round 4 and Super Pro door cars on standby.
Gary Williams, 0-18, and takes the win by getting there first by 3 thou. Double breakout. All right, Austin Calhoun in the right lane, the newlywed. Michael Needham in the left lane, dialed 509.
Oh.
Nice. 005 left lane, 004 right lane. Tight trees, and the win goes to Austin Calhoun. 5,000s package. Yes, I
How about
know.
Austin Calhoun, he went out and got married last night. His wife's clapping, his new wife.
So that's his mom on the starting line too,
okay.
and his wife as well. But his mom is the one who came up and told us they were going to go to In-N-Out go shower at the hotel, and then go to In-N-Out Burger. And on their way back to the hotel, the son said, "Change of plans, Mom. We decided we're going to go get married. So come on." And that's what they did.
And then he comes here and puts up a 5-pack with no sleep.
How do you know he had no sleep?
I mean, come on. You're in Vegas.
Maybe it was a nice, calm ceremony. They got their In-N-Out Burger. They went back to the hotel. Mark Kidd, left lane, versus Hannah Cook in the right lane. A 10th separates their dials. Mark Kidd with 471, Hannah Cook 461.
Fun fact, Hannah Cook went best of 5 with Jeff Foster on the tree, and Hannah Cook beat him 3-2.
And she was 009 on this tree. Let's see if she could do it. Yep, 2 thou under.
How about Hannah Cook, 009, getting there first by 6 thou? Doing work at both ends, taking out the veteran, Mark Kidd. At the end of this round, we'll talk about the car count and the payout tonight.
Marco Abruzzi. It looks like he lost the top of his wing. What happened there? Got like chopped off with the windstorm on Monday or what? Marco Abruzzi, left lane. Dennis Lithgow in the right lane. Yeah, it is like a shark fin poking right out of the ocean water.
Attention to pit Super Pro door cars, the staging lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro door cars for round number 4, the staging lanes 1 and 2.
Red light start for Dennis Lithgow. Gives the win right to Marco Abruzzi. He was ready with a 006. Dead on with a 1. 7th out pack.
A lot of good packages this round. We saw a couple of 4, 5, 6, now 7.
Michael McQueen in the right lane versus George or Jorge Saldivar. I think it's Jorge if it's Saldivar.
Is that Team Mexico?
Sure is.
481 for Jorge. Mikel McQueen, 494. A little Texas versus Mexico action.
Can you roll your R's?
I
think Nate has a hard time with that.
Yeah, so do I.
Arriba.
Whoa, that was good. I bet you if he turns his wind light on, Team Mexico's going to go nuts down there. I love how they bring the excitement here to the fling. Both drivers are green. Jorge is in control, 003 wind light, Team Mexico. And the crowd goes wild.
They are excited. Jorge Salvador, 003, 1 over with an 8. Going into round 4 of the Spring Fling Million.
All right, live chat, I'm going to need your help a little bit. We're going to talk about the payout for the million. I know you guys have been asking. Yeah, so while the run for the 50K goes on, I'm going to tell you flat out how I feel, right?
Okay.
When they go 000, I look at it, I get all excited, and I really, truly have mixed feelings. I'm excited for the person that do it. I think it's great for the sport and for the guy and for everything. But then I say, oh, my.
Wait,
no,
this comes out of my account.
Yeah, exactly. Greg Hicks is behind Iron Mike Fuquay, made him pay. Drives it towards the center line a little bit. Goes 17 at the tree, dead 3. Hicks might have hit the bottle and dumped down there. It was 48, 4 under. We get towards the end of round number 3. Scott Lemon and Nathan Martin.
Scott just watched his teammate win right in front of him. He's getting all amped up. See if he can turn on a win light too.
Another good matchup in the water box.
All right, red light start for Nathan Martin. That will give the win to Scott Lemon. The teammates are rolling into round 4.
For Nathan Martin in 1993, Nathan and I staged up in the U.S. Nationals Supercom final.
Wow. And you obviously beat him.
What do you mean, obviously?
Well, because I know that that's your first U.S. Nationals win.
Yes,
so
you are correct.
Clearly you won
and I was the
that
oldest.
round.
I was the oldest out of the 3 semifinalists. I was 22. Nathan was 19, and forget who the third one was, but they were younger also. Scotty Richardson and Scott Ball. Scotty, the 2020 K&N Spring Fling Million champion, is trying to add another big one tonight here in Vegas.
Scott Ball and Scotty Richardson close on the reaction time. Let's see. Dead on with a 1 for Scott Ball. That will give the win to him.
Yeah, Scotty's 13, got there first by 11th thou and broke out by, got there first by 14th thou, broke out by 11th thou.
And Carly Coughlin, it is late there, girl. What are you still doing awake?
Oh, Car. She calls me Uncle Pew Pew. I love it. From the Coughlin family, tuned in Ohio or Florida?
I would assume Ohio, right? Well, it's a Friday. They might have taken a quick trip to Florida.
Here's your horse, Timmy Markerglue.
All right. He is still in. Excellent. Dialed only 100th difference. Reaction times aren't very different either. Win light goes to Not My Horse. Dylan Howe. Dead on with a 2 for the win. 457 with a 2. Timmy Markerglue. Too fast.
Yeah, he went 26 thou under, got there by 33 thou. So Timmy's day is done. Now we'll bring up Chris Gallitti and Shane Carr. Sugar Shane from Bradenton, Florida, dials it in at 461. Chris Gallitti, 448. You guys have any guesses on the live chat what the car count today was?
Yeah, you asked him for their help, and then you left him hanging for a minute.
I'm trying to, call some numbers here. Chris Gallitti, 16 on a tree. and turns on the win like dead 3. Tristan Craig and Preston Peeps Pennington. So what is it? When he's on a hot streak, they call him Peeps, and when he's
When he's professional.
yeah, he
He's
calls himself
Preston.
Preston sounds like a distinguished, like, you know.
Man.
Yeah, like a just, you know what I mean? Like one of the, like a bow tie, suit, bow tie, CEO, 3 Rivers, Texas. Preston, what am I calling? I call him Peeps.
Yeah.
Sent me those cowboy boots and cowboy hat for the father-daughter dance. Good guy. We traded for some Peter Luger steak.
Did he cook the steaks up yet, you think? I didn't ask
Oh,
him.
yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Henry Robertson. Henry Robertson. You won yourself an Impact helmet from the Larice Pro Million Treasure Chest. So, Henry, come up, see the Diva desk. We'll give you an Impact helmet.
The Diva desk has been busy this weekend. It's been fun handing out a lot of prizes. Close on the reaction times. The win goes to Peeps. 2 over with a 6, but he'll take it. Tristan Craig, a little too quick. Breaks out.
See, like you said earlier, Emily, seeing some double breakouts. It's
Yeah, the wind might be picking up a notch. It's cooling down out there.
track temperatures going down.
The mountain breeze is rolling in. I sounded like Nate there
You're
a little
getting
bit.
like all romantic on me or something over here.
But I feel like we're on a date.
We are. Yeah, you're a third wheel, Eames.
Privacy, please. Bodie Bennett in the left lane. Shannon Boppel in the right lane.
See some car counts guesses coming in on the live chat.
Anyone nail it yet?
Nope.
Identical reaction times. 0:24 for both of them. Dead 0 for Bodie Bennett, left lane. He takes the win by 8 thousandths. Good run. Dead on in the right lane as well, but not dead on enough.
Hey guys, I'm gonna tell you as soon as the round's over. I just wanted to be I want to make the announcement when the cars stop, when the Super Pro's over here.
Donovan Williams in the left lane. Carson Wheeler in the right lane. Donovan's been on a roll lately. Watched his dad, Gary, runner-up last night.
He won in his first entry, I believe. How about the Williams brothers and Donovan all had a 5-pack in the run for the Brodic run session?
No
Run for
way.
50K,
There was
yes.
4 or 5 packs, right?
Watch him go 000 and make my heart skip a beat here.
Not a 000. Let's see who's gonna take it. Right lane, Carson Wheeler takes the win. Dead on with a 4, 10 light. Donovan Williams, 0:21. 1 over with a 2. Gabriel Torres in the left lane and another Pennington bro in the right lane. Phillip this time, dialed a 493. Gabe Torres with a 471. Bumping in, taking their time. Phillip is in, and so is Gabe. Phillip Pennington on the tree, but breaks out, gives the win to Gabe Torres. Going dead on with a 6, Gabe.
Oh, Gabe drop it like it's hot down there. 031, 471 at 137. I ran Peeps Pennington in Arizona a few weeks ago. It was late at night, it was cold, and he dropped me like a hot potato.
Ooh.
And I reacted to his dump and aggressively reacted to his dump, and I got a little loose down there.
Little goose?
Yeah. It was a poor judgment call on my...
Glad I was not watching the live feed.
Yeah. Well, you should have been in the car.
Oh, no thank you.
Vinny, Big Vin Domino, and Nick Axman. Did Vin win on his first entry? I think so.
Yeah, I think he did.
Axman brings up the revs. 424 is his dial.
Big Vin is in control, and he lights up the scoreboard. Dead on with a 6, 455. 014 reaction time. Nick Axman Jr. missed the tree a little, went dead on.
And now we'll bring up Jeff Taylor and Brian Bennett. Little Texas-Arizona matchup. Remember, it is the big day, but we still have FTI $30,000 Saturday tomorrow. It's not even a weekend yet.
It's not even the weekend. It's Good Friday, though.
That is it. That is true.
Jeff Taylor left lane, Brian Bennett in the right lane. And Jeff Taylor takes the win, dead 7. Brian Bennett a little under.
The Kamikaze Kid and Jimmy Lewis. Dan Northrup, Pipersville, PA. 475 in the Buckowitz Dragster. And Jimmy Lewis, almost heads up here, 477 to 475.
Hey, that was my last name before you turned me into a Biondo. Lewis. 006, Dan Northrup. And he takes the win. 8 thou under, double breakout. Gets their first. Jimmy Lewis got there first by 1 thou.
Another double breakout.
Couple more pair back here. Oh, only.
Think we're waiting on a few double entries to make their way back. Actually, it's Donnie Burleson on the bye.
It's a nice round for a buy run. I'd take a buy run into round 4. I wouldn't mind that one.
At the million, I'll take a buy run any round. Because round 3 win lights, it's $1,000 per round.
That's right.
So this is a $1,000 win light right here.
And he's going to get it.
Just has to get it staged up. Got Pro under the arch, Larice Pro. Larice Motorsports, insurance. So they've given $1,000 to the policy holder that goes the furthest in today's million. And they're also giving $1,000 to the pro driver that goes the furthest.
That's right. Larice coming through with some sponsorship, showing the bracket racing some love. They have a good presence in the NHRA racing and just as good a presence in bracket racing.
Very, very nice. 11th hour package. All right, as we get ready for round number 4. All right, so I need your guys' help here. I'm looking at the flyer and I'm looking at the pay scale, right? Emily, you're we're on a joint account, so you you have a lot to do with this. The million, right? So the official car count is 260 today.
That's right.
Now here's the deal. It says over 250, 275,000 to the winner. Over 260, 285,000. It's 260.
What do we do?
What do we do?
What do we do?
Hey, third wheel, what do we do? Pay it. Let's pay it.
Let's pay it. Let's do it. It's going to be $285,000 to tonight's winner. Who's ready?
Who's ready? 285K, Showgirls, Limousine, Cosmopolitan Suite. Let's roll. So official car count was 260, right on it, right on 260.
Right on the bubble. Apparently, Carly's not the only East Coast child still awake. Who do you think's up?
Severio and Olivia?
Yeah, both of them.
Are they listening?
Yes.
Oh, guys.
They went to Sonic 2 last night and stayed
That's
up
our
till
kids.
10:30 at Aunt Krista's house. And now tonight it's 9:30 and they're still awake. They have to be worn out.
That's a motherly instinct kicking in. I just want to say hi and I love you. She's worried about how much sleep they're getting.
I'm worried about Aunt Krista and Nicole, of cousin Nicole, on how much sleep they're getting.
Yeah, Steve Rogers, you paid the $300. He said pay $300. Yeah, we're paying $280. We're paying, what are we paying? $285. 260 cars. We're paying $285,000 to the winner of the K&N Spring Fling Million tonight. We're gonna step back and let the professionals take over.
I thought that was us.
We are backups.
Mm.
You know the way there's like alternates and
Yeah.
we're basically the minor leagues and then the majors.
All right.
So we'll carry through round 4 of the pro cars here. This is bottom bulb. This is Andy Schmoll and Joe Kidd. 598 to 623. Be interesting to see what their reaction times are as the sun starts going down. This is the time of day where you could really see the tree.
Well, Andy Schmall saw the tree. Joe Kidd saw the tree too. Andy Schmall takes the win. 1 over with a 6. Joe Kidd breaks out. We have $1,000 on the line for this round for the Pinella Best Losing Package, just like last round, ATI. Second round, Biondo Best Losing Package, and Torque Tools giving away $1,000 in the first round.
Interesting matchup right here. Nick Hastings and Dennis Paz. Dennis, I'm going to tell you something. Nick's one of the best, if not the best, bottom bulber in the country right now. Dennis Paz, I guarantee you, it's just another round for him. He has done this over and over and over for decades.
I think Nick Hastings is pretty comfortable where he's at right now, too. He knows what he is doing also. Green lights for both.
Wow. 006 to a 10. Will it be Dennis? Will it be Nick? It will be Nick. He just continues to find a way to turn on the win light. Gets behind down there at the stripe, makes the right move, breaks out by 9th out. Paz was out by 200s. And now we'll wrap up pro. We'll get to the pro final, and Larice will pay them $1,000 bonus as Super Pro door cars. Round number 4. Get ready to pull under the arch. Super Pro dragsters, you should be getting ready. As a matter of fact, Super Pro dragsters, you could start heading this way for round number 4. So I'm not going to be on the mic anymore, and I just want to say thank you for today anyway. I want to say thank you to the live feed, and thank you to all the racers, crew, and the staffs here. Racers, you showed up huge, 561 entries yesterday. Unbelievable, and I don't know. I'm going to get emotional. I'm going to get off now. It's all you.
Did you tell all the kids what is happening tomorrow morning?
Easter egg hunt.
Easter egg hunt. The bunny is coming, I've heard. I heard the bunny is coming. I don't know. A little birdie told me the bunny heard that there is a bunch of kids at a racetrack and he's going to visit. So we're having an Easter egg hunt, 11 a.m. tomorrow morning behind the tower. Bring all the kids. We have prizes, money, golden eggs with cash in them, scooters. What do we have?
Wait a minute. How do you get eggs
you're
with
not,
money in them?
But you're not a kid.
I'm just wondering, how do you get a chicken to lay an egg that already has money in it?
Well, if it's not the yolk, then it's the money.
Okay. All right, I got
These
you.
are special eggs.
Mrs. B, you done?
Mrs. B out.
Mrs. B, mic drop. All right, Peter, Emily, always a pleasure. As round number 4, Pinella Racing Engines. Spencer Massey in the Nova left side, 646 the dial. Corey Jackson in the orange Corvette Roadster. 5 flat, the number there for Corey. So you turn on a win light here in Pinella Race Engines, round number 4. Guaranteed $2,000. Right, Mr. Biondo?
Correct.
You light up a win light here in round number 4 as we are $1,000 round money. How about 002 is going to leave second? Spencer Massey. 002 taking 7th thou to be 3 above and good as top fuel Spencer Massey will proceed out of Pinella Racing Engines round number 4 and pick up that other $1,000 win light is Gary Smiley and Larry Scarth. Scarth and the Imp, the 62 bubble top, 625 is the dial. There for Larry, Gary Smiley out of Iowa, 507 for the truck over on the Las Vegas side. Gary Smiley and Larry Scarth. Scarth is off and away. Scarth is green. Gary Smiley's 009 and dead on 9 to be 18 total. Scarth is 52 down there at the start and will not be able to turn on a win light here in round number 4. Gary Smiley, cha-ching, adds another GER to his total for the day. Jeremy Heffler and Travis Ringuth. Jeremy out of Texas. Travis out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The TNT Motorsports group that puts on those classics race up there in Canada at Medicine Hat and Edmonton and Mission. Everybody check out those 3 great events. .662 the dial in for Travis on the S10. Heffler, 616 is going to be the winner as Travis is red by 15. Jeremy, a free look at 616. How about 616.4? Was 008 at the start and adds another 1,000 to his total. Once again, we are $1,000 round money. Turn on a win light. Cha-ching. And this just in, Andy Schmall had the best losing package of ATI Performance products round number 3. He was 10 total. Unfortunately, did not pick up a win light, but he gets that $1,000 and a small check courtesy of our friends at ATI. So Andy Schmall, our best losing package. There in round number 3 is Kenny Snow and John Corbin. Corbin in the Camaro, and that car has already seen the winner circle. Double O and 00. John and Kenny. Kenny Snow will move on. 004 green, dead on 8 to be 1 thou in front at the finish. John Corbin. 009, dialed 560, goes 5604, but is 1 thou behind at the finish line. As 13 total is no bueno. Kyle Rizzoli and Austin Williams, and this should be FUN. Kyle in the Camaro, 631. Austin in the Bronco, 589 for the young man out of Texas. These two both very, 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 very accomplished stock eliminator racers. I mean, forget about stock eliminator, just racers in general. Austin will leave second. We are off and away. Rizzoli behind at the start. Watch for the noses to drop. Austin Williams, 006 and 1 above to be 18th thou in front to get the win. Kyle picked a bad time to be 30 at the rip. 6:32 on the 6:31 here in Pinella Race Engines, round number 4, and Kyle Rizzoli is eliminated by Mr. Austin Williams as Bill Bathello and Scotty Richardson. Scotty, your million winner in 2020 when the event was moved over to Bristol. As I need all my dragsters in the lanes for Pinella Racing Engines, round number 4. All my remaining dragsters in the lanes, please. Bill Bathello and Scotty. Richardson a little better at the starting line and dead on 8 at the finish to get the win. 22 for Scotty. Bill Bathello was 33 at the start, 5:09.0 for Bill, and was 13 thou behind at the finish as Scotty Richardson take one entry out of Pinella Race Engines round number 4. We talked about before, every win light here in round number 4 adds $1,000 to your total. As the money continues to go up, 260 entries in first round today, 285 GER will go to the winner. Here at the Spring Fling Million on Silver State Refrigeration Friday at the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries.
What's worse than a backed-up toilet or no running water? Not being able to find a plumber to come and fix it. Fortunately, Silver State Plumbing is available 24/7 with same-day service. For a small fee that's applied towards the repairs, Silver State will assess the situation and get it fixed as soon as possible. And if you have a quote from somewhere else, Silver State will beat any written estimate. Plus, you can find money-saving offers on our website. The next time you're looking for a plumber, you'll find one at Silver State.
All right, well, good morning, racers. Here we are in the tower at the 2022 K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries, joined by Jonathan Fiello up here in the tower. And Jonathan, you know, you've had a long-time career with K&N. You've had a long-time career racing out here. And from its inception, K&N has been a primary sponsor of what's been going on out here at the grassroots effort with these big buck bracket races. And I'd like to know a little bit about like K&N's involvement, how they decided that this would be a good deal for the company, which has turned out to be a great opportunity for the company and a great opportunity for the racers. But this has been fantastic to have K&N on board for so many years. And again, coming back here in 2022, K&N primary sponsor on the Million once again, bringing the big buck bracket racing to the West Coast. There's so much going on here. Tell me a little bit about K&N, why it continues to get involved in these programs, and why it matters for the racers.
Well, you know, K&N, we've really loved this relationship, right? You know, Peter, the entire team, everybody at LVMS, right? It's great hearing you guys on the mic, and you know, it makes it easy for K&N to want to support this type of event, right? You know, all these racers, as you said, they're grassroots racers, right? These guys, you know, they have regular jobs. Most of them do anyway, right? You know, and you know, we felt these grassroots racers, in order to support this, is there are consumers, right? They are the ones that go out and buy the product. They're going to go to AutoZone. They're going to go order it online. They're going to buy our oil filters. They're going to do all that work themselves. So it's just a very natural fit for K&N and to support this kind of stuff, right? You know, and we've got our HVAC filters as well. And I can't even tell you how many times I'm in the pit and people ask me, hey, I sell those new HVAC filters and I want to put one in my house, or I did and I love it. And so not only are we supporting them, you know, we come out here, Steve, myself, Kevin, we come out here, we get a lot of technical questions. It's great. We interact with the racers. And again, there are consumers. So in the end, that's why we want to support it.
Well, I think it's definitely cool that you guys are out here interacting with the folks that are your customers. There's not a lot of companies that get the opportunity to do that. I mean, you know, there's a bunch of folks out there that are putting out products, but they don't get right in the middle of everything with those that are the direct consumer of what they're putting out. And the other thing that I think is really cool, we've talked about it before, but for you, for Steve Williams, for the guys that are out here working with K&N, you guys are actually using your race cars to test the products that you're going to turn around and sell to the customer. So it's not like you guys are just sitting, you know, putting things on paper. You're actually bringing it out here and making sure that is what we're putting out for the customer going to actually work in the environment that it's designed to work in.
That's, you know, being an engineer like we were talking about, I just wanted to be involved in drag racing, you know, and Steve himself, you know, he's you know, obviously a national champion. He's a great racer. And so for him and I, when we saw this and we saw the opportunities to design products like the hood scoops, right? Big thing, right? We give away the hood scoops. We love seeing the door car hood scoops, the dragster hood scoops. But Steve and I together spent a year designing that stuff. And then we were out here for months on months putting them on our cars and then giving them to other people to try as well. And it's funny because the drag race stuff crosses over into other motorsports as well. So one of the first air filters that we designed for the Roush team for NASCAR actually was on my Chevelle. We were testing it on the Chevelle, and we then brought it back and did our analysis, did all the in-house analysis on it, and that's the same filter that the Cup guys run now, right? And so drag racing, you know, it complements all the other motorsports.
I just think that's way cool. Again, we talked about, it's not something that's on paper. It's not in some, you know, confined laboratory going, okay, this is going to work. It's let's really go put it on the track, see how it's going to perform, and then go back, tweak it, make it even better. That's just really cool. And you said, you know, drag racing is something you always wanted to be involved in, and I think it's really cool. We were talking a minute ago about, you know, you've been at K&N for half your life. I mean, 21 years with a company like that. Obviously, not only do they take care of their customers, they take care of their team. And, I mean, what's kept you at K&N for 21 years?
Yeah, I mean, you said it best, right? They take care of us. They take care of the team. They love motorsports, right? They want to support us that support these types of events. And, you know, we've got other guys that do off-road racing, and we've got other guys that do some of the circle track stuff, you know. So they love doing that. And the reason I've stayed that long is because of that. Like, I grew up, that's all I wanted to do was drag race when I grew up. And in order to be involved with a company that wanted to support that kind of environment and that motorsports, it was just so critical and so crucial. And so, you know, I get the opportunity to go to the national events. I get to bracket race myself. You know, I get to go to the NASCAR events. So you combine all that with designing the best products, right? K&N, you know, we engineer all our products. They're the best products on the market. So combine that with that is the reason I've stayed for 21 years.
All right, one more little personal question here. What is the biggest rush that you get from being out on the racetrack? For a lot of folks, it's the burnout. It's the finish line. It's this. What's your big thrill about being out here?
Yeah, it's that win light. I mean, just seeing that win light come on is the biggest rush, right? You know, the burnout, all that stuff. But soon, especially 8th mile, man, you go down there, whether you're gonna leg it or you're gonna drop or whatever you're gonna do. I mean, I can't look up at that scoreboard fast enough, right? And when that win light comes on, it's just that's the rush, right? You know, so you know, we work all week, we tow, you know, 5 hours away, left, you know, and all just so I could see that win light Wednesday morning, all of that. So that's the rush for me. Yeah.
Well, that's very cool. Once again, we are standing up here in the tower at the 2022 K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries, joined by Jonathan Fiello. K&N, the longest sponsorship or the longest partnership that's happened here at the Fling, and we are certainly appreciative of that. Racers, remember, the products that they are testing on their race cars are the ones that you can buy on the shelf. So make sure that when you are in the market for an oil filter, air filter, those types of things, they've been race tested, they're proven, and they're ready for you. Jonathan, thank you so much for coming out here to join us in the tower today.
59 on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Here in round number 4. Turn on a win light. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Chris Galitti, 002 and 1 above to take 7th thou for Chris Galitti. Take out Mike Fuqua, who was 21 green, dead 7, and no good. Chris Galitti will move on as Jeff Serra and Don Butkowitz. Jeff out of Pennsylvania. Serra. 470 is the dial. Don Butkowitz out of New Jersey. 477 for Don. The win light here Adds another $1,000 to your total and moves you into round number 5. As we continue to trim the field in half, Jeff Serra is perfect at the start and 2 above to get the win. Don Buckowitz, 12 green, gets to the finish line by 13 thou, breaks out by 5 thou as Jeff Serra. 0-0-0 down there at the rip. Buckowitz, 12 green, 5 thou, 2 fast as Jeff Serra. We'll move on. Kevin Brannon and Michael Pennington. Brannon out of South Carolina in one of the Houck family dragsters. 461 the dial. Michael Pennington, 471 for Team Pennington out of Texas. So MP right side, Rabbit over on the left side. 3 little small ones is the difference on the starting line. And Kevin Brannon out in front by 6 thou at the finish to be good. 461-3 on the 461 for Kevin Brannon. Michael Pennington, 17 green, dead on 6. And out here in round number 4 is Vinny Domino and Scott Lemon. Domino for Team Numidia Dragway, Staten Island, New York. Scott Lemon for Collector Tethers, Drag Race Solutions, that American assembled dragster out of Tennessee. Lemon will have the opportunity to leave first. 468 on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Vinny has 457 on the Las Vegas side. As we are in, tree, down, and away. Lemon, better on the starting line. And a double breakout win going to go Scott Lemon's way. 005, got to the finish line first by 17, breaks out 4 thou. Vinny Domino, 23 up front, breaks out 5 thou, 1 thou. The margin for Scott Lemon on the double breakout is Gary Williams and the newly married Austin Calhoun. Gary Williams, our runner-up last night during Mosier Engineering Thursday. 482 the dial-in for Gary. Team FTI. And Austin Calhoun out of Washington, 487. The dial-in for Austin over on the Pennzoil side. Calhoun flickering that bottom bowl before fully illuminating it. Gary, a little better at the start, and rips it down there to be 8 thou in front at the finish. 484-3 on the 482. Gary Williams was 007. Austin Calhoun, 16 green, 2 above. And it'll be a round 4 runner-up. Gary Williams, we will see in round number 5. It's Gabe Torres and Preston Pennington. Former Million main event winner, Peeps Pennington. 469 the dial for Peeps over on the Pennzoil lane. Gabriel Torres, G Money, out of La Puente, California. Val Torres Racing, Val Torres Construction. There's few things in life that are certain. Death, taxes, and Gabe Torres is going in last. Pennington rolls up, lights both. Gabe is in. 009 leaves second. Peeps right side, Gabe left side. Peeps, Pennington, 3 total. 002 dead on 1. Gabe Torres was 9 green and just dominated. Peeps Pennington, former Million winner. Nobody's won it twice here. I like his chances. Donovan Williams and Donnie Burleson. Donovan out of Florida, 480. For the young man who had a great weekend over there at Capital City. A big check before coming over here to the Fling. Donnie Burleson out of Texas, 455 for the winged dragster over in the right lane. Drag racing is just an insane deal. Burleson, 50 green, 5,000 in front to get the win. In the last pair, Gabe Torres was 009 and 100% eliminated. Donovan Williams is 43 green. Burleson is 50 green. Donovan's 2 above. Burleson is 14,000 above to be 5,000 in front. Bodie Bennett and Dylan Howe. Bodie out of Shallow Water, Texas. Dylan Howe out of Oregon. Bodie, the young man with 460. You know, I'll bet you like the combined age down here on the racetrack. The combined age is under 40. The combined age. Dylan, 20 green. Dead on 8 is good. Bodie, a little bit late at the rip. 54 down there at the start. Dead on 4. And a comfortable one there for Dylan is Bodie was just late. Johnny Zell and Stan Essery. JBR out of Louisiana. Stan Essery from Canada, eh? Sherwood Park, Alberta. Another one of the rad Torque Tools machines. 466 for Stan. Pre-staged. Ezel flickers the bottom. Essery's in. Red light start for Stan by 5 thou. Ezel going to get a free look at 459. 4583 for Mr. Ezel. It was 005 at the rip. Essery turns it red by 5 thou, and his million day will end here in Pinella Racing Engines round number 4 as Marco Abruzzi and Steve Glenn. Marco out of Ohio. And the Galitti Dragster. Steve Glenn out of Las Vegas. 438 is the dial for Steve. The hometown runner over in the right lane. 2 tiny ones are the difference at the starting line, and Steve Glenn, 13 green in front by 8 thou at the finish to move on. 438.5 on the 438. Marco was 11 up front. 460 on the 459 and 8 thou behind at the finish as Steve Glenn takes out Marco Abruzzi. Greg Christensen and Jimmy Lewis. Colorado left side for Christensen. Washington right side for Jimmy Lewis. Red light start for Greg Christensen by 8 thou. Jimmy Lewis, 009 and right on the money. 4757 on the 475 for Mr. Lewis. As Greg Christensen bows out by the ugly, nasty, heinous, grotesque, putrid, gross, icky red light by 8 thou. Is Jorge Saldivar. and Scott Ball. Yeah, everybody in the chat, bleachers, 260 cars, 285 to the winner. That is confirmed and accurate. Scott Ball, 471 is the dial. Jorge, 479 for Team Mexico. 002 for Jorge. And the win, 4800 for Jorge. Adds another $1,000 to his pot as every win light adds another GUR here for the next couple of rounds. It's Doug Foley Jr. and Carson Wheeler. Doug out of Mooresville, NC, 473 the dial. Carson Wheeler out of Kansas, 462 the number for Carson over on the Pennzoil side. We are in Pinello Race Engines round number 4 at the Million here on Silver State Refrigeration Friday. Foley, let's go perfect. And 473.7 to be 7 total. Carson Wheeler, 22 green, 1 above, and was the hydrant. Doug Foley Jr. was the dog. It's Chris Galitti and Hannah Cook. We had Hannah up doing one of our practice tree personalities alongside Jeff Foster on the practice tree. It was a lot of fun. The very talented young lady out of Novato, California, 459 the dial. Chris Galitti for Team Rad Torque. Galitti out of Texas, behind at the start. Hannah Cook, 003, taking 003. For Hannah Cook, Chris Galitti, 12 green and dead 7. As Hannah Cook dispatches Chris Galitti. Galitti, early in the round, took his other entry through. So Galitti, who was doubled, had one of those entries bested here in Pinello Race Engines round number 4. Hannah Cook. Cha-ching. So we still have a couple of pair left to run as we had a few doubles moving into Pinello Race Engines. Round number 4. We are nearing completion of that round. Again, you light up a win light here. You add $1,000 to the tally. When we move into Mickey Thompson tires, round number 5. Turn on a win light, you do the same. And best losing package here in Pinello Race Engines round number 4 takes home $1,000, courtesy of our friends at Pinello Racing Engines. So this entire event, over $60,000 in racer appreciation prizes will be handed out during the duration of the event. I've had a great time getting those great prizes to a whole slew of our racers over the last couple of days, and we'll still have some for tomorrow. And all my friends in the chat bleachers, it pays $285 to win today. $285K. You guys got $385 in there for somewhere.
We're about to go behind the wheel with Chris Whip. What's up, Call Star TV? At the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Chris, we're rolling into round number 3. What's the strategy?
Don't mess it up. That's the best I can do right now. I don't know. I've had one of those weekends where I'm either low 00 or 40, so it's about trying to find a happy medium, and I'm still kind of searching for it, but I guess the mentality is be ready for the $1 million. So that's where we're at. If we got to do a little test of tuning during the 30Ks, that's what we'll do.
Obviously, you went deep into the rounds last year at this very event, in the main event. How are the vibes? How are we feeling? What's the same? What's different compared to last year?
Nothing really feels the same, to be honest, other than we're at the same place at the same race, but the vibe is very different. Just the fact that we've been struggling so far this weekend, I just want to get things going for tomorrow. Like, that's the main focus. And trying to get that good vibe back. Like right now, I don't know if there is a vibe, but we need to get one. So that's what we're working on.
Well, we know you're definitely more than capable to make it happen. Good luck to you, Chris, here coming up in round number 3.
Gabe, who just lost in one of his entries. As Peeps Pennington was 3 total alongside. And Dan Northrup. Northrup in Don Buckowitz machine with Don at the wheel. Was defeated earlier in the round, being under by 5 thou. So Gabe at La Puente, 470 is the dial. Dan Northrup, 474. This dragster Hales out of New Jersey. Northrup out of Pennsylvania. Gabe is in. Tree. Red light start for Gabe by 2 thou. Dan Northrup's 007 and 4 above. So Gabe, red by 2 itty-bitty ones. 002 red light there for Gabe Torres. He took 2 entries here into Pinello Race Engines round number 4 and takes 0 entries out of Pinello Race Engines round number 4. And once again, pro final Nick Hastings, Andy Schmall. Let's get you up here if you would, please. Nick Hastings and Andy Schmall. Let's get you up, please. We still have I believe we have 2 pair left. I believe. But I could easily be mistaken. It could be 1 pair in the buy, as Marco said. So appreciate everybody's patience as we're at that point with our doubles and things moving around back and forth, forward and backwards. As I'm watching here from my perch, I believe I see Nick Hastings rolling up into the lanes and Andy Schmal right behind. That's our final in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field, where we still have a couple left in our top bulbs. They're from Pinella Race Engines, round number 4. So Nick is up. Andy is up. And just like Tom Petty said, the waiting is the hardest part. Chrissy Schumer, Nathan Hershey says hello.
Check it out, you guys. I'm here in the lanes with
Ryan.
Ryan Gleckhorn. Ryan, you're probably not used to being on this side of the microphone.
Absolutely not. I am like a fish out of water right now.
We're about to go up to make probably the most high-stakes time hit you can do in this sport. What's going through your head?
Well, currently I'm not in the million, so I'm set up on nothing, trying to lay down best run if I can, and it comes up perfect on both ends. We're going to be really happy.
What would you do for 50K right now?
I do a lot of bad things for 50K right now, Tom. A lot of bad things.
All right, put the box in the basement, buddy, and good luck. Let's see it go trip zip.
We're going to try.
Final pair and a single. To close us out here in Pinella Race Engines round number 4, Jeff Taylor and Vinny Domino. So Vinny was doubled. Jeff Taylor, the car is doubled, as that white dragster is the one that Jeff Serra is also wheeling. 473 the dial for Jeff Taylor. Vinny out of Staten Island, New York. 457. That Numidia Dragway team car. Jeff Taylor, Apache Junction, Arizona. Tom Clark getting the solo. $6,000 is the difference on the starting line, and Vinny Domino takes out Jeff Taylor. 006 taking 007 for Vinny. 458-1 on the 457 for Domino. Jeff Taylor was 12 green and 1 above as Vinny Domino will move on. And I believe with Jeff Taylor losing right there, that takes care of all of our doubles. I believe. So Tom Clark in the previous round was 001 on the starting line with an odd number. 001 got him the bye. To wrap up Pinella Race Engines round number 4. And I'll add another 1,000. Cha-ching! Clark off and away. How about 4-5-2-4? That'll do. For your Super Comp Division champion in D6 last year. To wrap up Pinella Race Engines round number 4. And every win light in that round added $1,000 to the coffers. With no more doubles, I'm hearing race control say that, which that helps out race operations a little bit as we can just go, go, go. Not having to wait for 2 cars, 2 entries. Just how everything shook out on that end to wrap up Pinella Race Engines round number 4. As we'll proceed into Mickey Thompson Tires round number 5, and we will start it off with our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Final. And it'll be Andy Schmall and Nick Hastings as soon as they move forward. And then, as I was spying on race operations, we will have a track prep session. So after this pair of cars, we'll be down for a little bit. And then we will continue to pick up the pace as we work our way through Spring Fling Million Main Event Friday, brought to you by Silver State Refrigeration. Here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented.
Good morning. So we are getting ready to go racing for a nice payday here at Galant Motorsports Park, here at the Rad Torque Systems Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries.
One of the best races of the whole year for me. I don't care if it's not $1 million, but it's $1 million to me.
So we're going behind the wheel with Carson Wheeler here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Carson, I saw a trip zip flash on the board this morning on the run for 50K. Didn't quite make it happen. What are we thinking going into round 1 here of the $1 million main event?
I'm thinking throw a little bit in the box, and I mean the car was deadly from the first pass earlier, and basically just judge it off of that and let go 00 and take 00.
What's going through your mind? I mean, this is a very prestigious event. There's a lot of investment to get here. Do you treat this event any different than a regular race, or what? I mean, is there added pressure? What's in your head?
There's a little bit of added pressure just from money costs, but otherwise, no. I mean, I'm always set up good, and that's really what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to set up a good package and beat the dude next to me.
Carson, real quick, tell us a little bit about the hot rod that you'll be piloting here today.
All right, so I got a 20 Miller here. It's got a 565 with an 871 blower on it, and it's got a 1450 carburetor, and we're running it's a little light right now because we're pulling timing. Other than that, it's running good.
What's going to be on the dial board?
460 or 461, we'll see.
From what we've seen this morning, it looks like you're more than capable of making it happen today. We're looking forward to seeing you out on the track, and good luck.
Thank you.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. And we still got a whole bunch more racing to do tomorrow. Did this get turned back down? I don't think it did. No, it did not. Okay. Getting that there we go. That's going to be a little bit better. Had the mic a little hot because we had some other folks in here who talk a little bit quieter than I do. So after we get that adjusted, hey, see something. All right, so we know that that's up and going. Our Super Pro door cars have been called into the staging lanes. And as we do get ready to go into round number 5, I do know that we talked about it a little bit earlier this morning. Kind of losing those that matter to us is not an easy thing in any way whatsoever. You know, we've been racing today in memory of Kyle Seipel. Everybody's been putting up some awesome laps. You know, we haven't been using the word homie quite as much as we need to, because that was pretty much Kyle's word. What up, homie? And my man. So we got to use that a whole bunch more here. So we need all of our Super Pro homies in the door cars to make their way into the staging lanes. But as we were saying a minute ago, it's never easy when you lose somebody that you really, really care about. And recently, some extended Fling family folks have lost somebody that they truly and dearly care about. And for Lori and Jared Dillenbeck, we understand that right now you guys are going through a whole lot of pain. It's never an easy thing, but it's always a little bit easier when you know that you've got a lot of folks out there that are sending their thoughts and their prayers your way when you are struggling with things in life. And for Lori and Jared Dillenbeck, hey, we just want you guys to know that right now, with what you're going through, and we won't share a whole bunch of the details because that's definitely a difficult situation. But for Lori and Jared, I want you to know that each and every one of us out here at the Fling, your extended Fling family, are thinking about you. Our thoughts are with you. Our prayers are with you. And we certainly hope that you can feel the love coming through the airways here. We know that you are listening in on the live feed. Just know that we're thinking about you, and we certainly hope that, you know, time has a way to heal all wounds. This one's going to take a long, long time, but we're with you. So our thoughts and prayers go out to you, your entire family during this difficult time. Know that we're thinking about you, and we hope that at least right now, as you're watching along on the live feed, watching all these racers race for some big money out here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, hopefully you can put that aside for a minute, think about something else, because we know that the next several months, several years are going to be very difficult. So our thoughts are going out to you, and we certainly hope that you know that. Dragsters, let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Dragsters for round number 5. Super Pro Dragsters for round number 5, the Mickey Thompson round. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes. We should have our door cars already back there. So door cars should be back there round number 5 on the Super Pro side. Dragsters, let's get you headed this direction as well. From what I'm being told, we got about 23 on the Super Pro side that are going to be coming back. We've got one from the Pro side, just one spot that will be available after we get through this final round. Our final comes down to like Nick Hastings and Andy Schmall, who are already back in the staging lanes awaiting word that we are ready for them on the racetrack. So we do thank the folks at Larice Motorsports Insurance. Jake has been out here throughout the weekend helping some folks get some quotes for their program to get that protection that they need. Mike Eames, you are an absolute 100% total sweetheart. Oh, that's from my wife. Well, I still think you're a total sweetheart, and my wife is even better. Round number 5. Man, I got some ravioli. Got some chicken fettuccine Alfredo. A little bit of Caesar salad. That's kind of bougie. That's definitely kind of bougie. And then Craig Merrilees, who hooked us up yesterday with the chilled grapes. That was awesome. But it has been a really cool day. And again, I will say thank you to Miss Tana Taylor for the last couple of days providing our national anthem. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We appreciate you coming up and sharing your talents with us. And there's my beautiful wife. Thank you so much for getting me my dinner. I appreciate that. I did say that. Well, you know what it is my wife, I love her to death. She's the kind of person where I'll say, thank you, honey, and she'll come back a second time just to hear me say it again. So, thank you, honey. I appreciate you doing that. Yep, Nick Craig, bougie. Because we roll like that. We roll like that. And I'll tell you this, we tried it in Tucson. And just before we get ready for our pro final round, we'll try it again. Because it'll be good. I hope. I hope. It is going to be good. I mean, it's got the garlic breadstick. What are those? Croutons. Croutons. I like it. Oh, and the salad dressing's really good, too. Alrighty, then. I don't know, Mike. Christy Schumer says Mike Eames' favorite tower snack is Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That's not bougie, man.
There's a long story behind that.
Not bougie. That's why we don't have Cinnamon Toast Crunch at this race. Instead, we've got applets and cotlets. We've got cheesies. We've got M&Ms. We've got Charleston Chews. You, Throck, what makes you think I'd be in the doghouse with my wife? Luckily enough, I think I've only found my way there maybe 3 or 4 times in the whole time we've been together. She may, 3 or 4 times today. We'll see. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, it is Good Friday. Sloppy Joes and steak fries. That is bougie. You heard I was in trouble? What did I get in trouble for? I don't remember what I got in trouble. Of course, there's been so many things I get in trouble for, I don't remember. So we are filling up the staging lanes. We've got dragsters back there. We've got super pro door cars back there, and our pro final getting ready to roll forward. Again, remember, our last car standing coming out of that Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category will get inserted in with the rest of our cars. And let's see here, Mike, if I'm figuring it out right, if we do have 23 Super Pro cars coming back, right now, we've got 2 Pro cars sitting back there. That means that in round number 6, we'll be coming back on a ladder with 13. If I'm doing my math correct, right?
23 gives you 12 winners.
And then 1 from the pro
plus
side.
1. Here, hold on a second. It's 12 plus 1. I got to take off a shoe and a sock. Okay, so 10. Okay, 13. We're good.
Bougie. Bougie. It's a shortened version of like bourgeois or bougie. It means stylish, fancy. At least in my mind, that's what it means. Goodness gracious. Magna, I totally read that comment wrong. Magna said, I ate well for dinner and had a huge thing of hummus and Tunisian-style Turkish coffee. What I actually read that as, I didn't read hummus. I read humans. I'm like, I ate well for dinner and had a huge thing of humans. Oops. Whoops. I guess I read that wrong. I was like, wow, that's a little bit crazy. Oh, a little bit crazy.
Tastes like chicken.
Tastes like chicken. Hey, congratulations, John Corbin. Condolences, John Corbin. And congratulations, John Corbin. Of all of those that were runner-ups in round number 4, the Pinella Race Engines round, you were the best runner-up of the bunch. So with a best runner-up of the bunch, that'll get you $1,000 worth of Pinella Race Engines money as our best losing package in round number 4. So John Corbin, best losing package round number 4. You can come on up here and see the Divas at the Diva desk. Get your $1,000, and we'll go from there. I mean, seriously, if you think about it, we actually kind of made a joke about it, about this race being a bougie one, because we've had like 2 Ferraris and a Porsche that have all been out here racing with us, and then we had like chilled grapes for snacks, and we've had all kinds of really great food.
You forgot the Chrysler Cordoba.
Yes, we do have a Chrysler Cordoba with the rich Corinthian leather. Has been part of the whole program. Cowboy was eating strawberry shortcake, sitting in his high-top bar stool back there, directing traffic. And at the end of the race today, we are going to have the limousine. We are going to have the overnight stay in the suite at Cosmopolitan. We are going to have the showgirls. And we're going to have 2 gigantic bottles of champagne available for our winner.
Well, I thought there was only one.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There is only one now. Oops. Dang it. I let it slip again. So, again, with the 2 bottles of champagne, it's pretty much their choice. They can pop one open. Everybody gets a champagne shower in the winner's circle. Or they can choose to take both of them back to the Cosmo with them. And, again, kind of, I think it was Luke when he won, wasn't it? Posted up a video of them chilling in the hot tub as a family, enjoying the suite. I think that would be kind of the way to go. You can chill in the hot tub, 2 bottles of champagne. The bubbly champagne. For those of you that get the SNL reference, but would you like some champagne? But it's going to all be good. So I know that we are getting really, really close. And I mean really, really close. And as we get really close, I'm going to send a shout out to each and every one of our sponsors. Again, thank you very much, K&N, for being on board from day number 1. When the dream, the idea, the seed was planted, K&N jumped right into the mix and said, we want to be part of this. We're going to be part of this, and they have been from day 1. So K&N, thank you very much. Optima Batteries has been the presenting sponsor for so many years with us. I've even had a little bit of fun giving out Optima batteries to those of you in the chat bleachers. Again, getting the chat bleachers involved in the Racer Appreciation Prizes. Of course, thanks to Larice coming on board with the pro stuff this year, offering up the pro treasure chest. I'll tell you what, here's kind of a cool little experience that I had. While Pete and Emily were on the mic, I got the chance to go back into the staging lanes and just kind of, give everybody the fist bump, shake hands, say good luck, stuff like that. I happened to be standing there with Henry Robertson when the text came out that Henry had won the Impact helmet out of the Larice Pro Treasure Chest. And we were just standing there talking about kind of all kinds of different stuff. Pulled the phone out of my pocket, read the text, and I went, hey, Henry, you may want to see this. And I pulled it out, showed him the text, and he kind of gets those big eyes like, what, really? So it was actually kind of cool to be standing there right next to one of the racers when they find out that, hey, guess what you just got? That was pretty cool. I enjoyed that experience. So, again, we do thank K&N, Optima, Impact, giving out the helmets, Mazir Enterprises, all part of that Pro Treasure Chest. Of course, each and every one of our round sponsors, we do send a special thank you out to the folks at Torque Tools, our round number 1 sponsor, Biondo Racing Products, our round number 2 sponsor, ATI Performance Products, Pinella Race Engines, Mickey Thompson, the round that we're about to go into, Goodyear Tire, Hoosier Tire. Thank you so much for all that you do. Autometer, Altronics, Goethe Enterprises. Brett Goethe is on property. You want to talk to him about one of those really cool CVD drives, the dude can hook you up. Rigiels for the scoops. Thanks to Computech. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Racers, your attention, please. All drivers, if you are back in the staging lanes, we need all drivers to the front of the lanes, please. All drivers, we need you up to the front of the staging lanes, please. All drivers, come on down. Thanks to Computech giving away the weather station for our Best Dialer Award. We've got, of course, Ivy Hutto, the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award. Kid Performance and Dyno putting up that golden ticket for the entry into the million. Thanks to the folks at APD Carburetor. Thank you to Rad Torque, Strange Engineering, Barton, Page Pro Products, Fig Speed for that Calcutta that we're doing tonight. I mean, so many sponsors, so many folks. Race Tech, of course, and our Race Tech shootout. Thank you very much to Todd's Extreme Paint, part of that shootout as well. Definitely Drag Race Solutions. The list just keeps going on and on and on for the sponsorship that has been helping us out. Again, remember, tomorrow we're going to have the Easter egg hunt down behind the tower. We've still got a whole lot more that we're going to be doing. But it is certainly good that that we've been able to do that. Thank you to BANGshift. Appreciate Chad being up there on the scissor lift, swinging the camera back and forth for the entire race. Thanks to Warren being back up here behind the monitors, switching the camera views, making sure that everything handles smooth up here. So for those guys that have been out here for the hours and hours and hours to make sure that the coverage goes out over that Jegs and Hoosier live feed, thank you, Jegs. Thank you, Hoosier, for sponsoring the live feed. And thank you to each of our day sponsors. I mean, Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, your sponsor on Wednesday, sponsor today for the main event. Thank you so much. Mosier Engineering sponsoring Thursday's race. And then thank you for FTI, who are going to be back out here tomorrow for another $30,000 wrap-up Saturday. But again, for those of you that do live down here in the Southwest, Silver State Refrigeration, that is Shane Thompson's company. They are the best in the business. The guy's got nothing but professional techs that work for him. I've actually had a couple of times, once at my old house and once at the new house. It seems like each time I buy a house, it's just in time for the AC to go out. And each time I've called them, they have certainly come out, made sure that everything was right. Just a quality company from top to bottom. You live in California, Arizona, Nevada, wherever it is, reach out, make sure that Silver State's the one you turn to for those needs, because he's just going to turn around, take that money, and put it right back into your racing program, just like all of the sponsors do.
Keep trying to talk Shane into opening up a couple of Utah locations.
I think he should.
I mean, we have cold, and we have hot.
Yeah. You need air conditioning, that's for sure. You need air conditioning, that's for sure. So they are having a quick little impromptu meeting back there at the front of the lanes. And as soon as they are ready, we'll be getting drivers back into their cars. Man, that looks like some good stuff. Yeah, that's a good salad. Kind of bougie. So we've got everybody checking in. On the chat bleachers right now, we got folks watching from Medicine Hat, Alberta, where Rod Hagen is checking in from. Finnish Fireball. I don't even know how you would pronounce that. Oulu. Oula? Oulu? I don't know. How do you say that? Oulu, Finland, wherever it is. Scranton, Pennsylvania, checking in. Warren Ortiz is watching from the grandstands. How would you say Oulu, Finland? Oulu? OU, Sally busting out with a hairband reference. OU 812. I love it. I love it. Warren Ortiz, you watching from the grandstands? Sweet. Which that one? That one I'm sitting there going, wait a minute. I'm sitting in the grandstands. Mm-hmm. Are you flashing your light at us from way down there in the grandstands, Warren? He's sending, I don't know if it's an SOS signal or what it is. I don't know Morse code.
Send bougie
food,
wine, and cheese.
All right, so let's see here. We've got Libby, Montana, Omaha, Nebraska, Louisiana, Mentone, Texas. Luther, you're watching from Maryland International Raceway, Colorado checking in. Billings, Montana, where it is a balmy 17 degrees outside, which I am wondering why would you relocate to the balmy 17 degrees of Billings, Montana? I mean, it's an awesome place, I'm sure. Murray, Utah, Millstadt, Illinois. Who's that? Jim Jensen's in Murray, Utah. Got some folks rooting for Smiley from Imogene, Iowa. Jim Gleason pops in with a Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
No, Jim. No.
Down there in Alabama. Is that Ravenna, Ohio? Spokane, Washington. Payson, Arizona. Joplin, Missouri. Greg Parker checking in from our next stop, Galat Motorsports Park. I like it.
I'm going to go there.
Summer Duck. That's cool, too. Chris saying it's bougie here in Chandler, Arizona. Fargo, North Dakota, where it's an even balmier 11 degrees.
But the thing about Fargo, when it's 11, they don't even wear a jacket when they go outside.
That's true. I mean, if it's 11 degrees outside in Fargo, North Dakota, they're like,
fire
get
up
the
grill.
shorts.
Fire up the grill.
Get the shorts.
Get the brats.
Big Jed said, you hush, Mike Eames.
I heart you, Big Jed. Heart. Big heart.
Oh. Northeastern Ohio. Valpo, Indiana. There you go. Vega John listening from Valparaiso. There's a Green Acres, Illinois. They've got their own theme song.
It's a place to be.
It is the place to be. Is the pig still alive? Arnold? It was Arnold the pig, right?
That was part of your sandwich earlier.
Oh. Well, thank you, Arnold. I appreciate your sacrifice.
The pig was definitely committed to your sandwich.
Auburn, Indiana checking in. Of course, Big Jed checking in from down there in Alabama as well. How many cars are left? Here's what we understand. 2 are left in Pro. 23 are left in Super Pro. You got Greenwood, Indiana. Man, y'all are everywhere. Victo checking in from the grandstands, man. Victo made an appearance in the Million today as well. In the green pickup truck. I'm loving it. Heddick, Illinois, Woodlawn, Illinois. We got everybody out here. I'm loving it. Glad that everybody is in here. From what we are showing, at least on my screen, we are over 1,900 strong. Watching on the Jegs and Hoosier Tire BANGshift.com live feed as we are drawing closer and closer to crowning a champion in the 7th Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. And guess what? I see our pro cars getting ready to roll forward. At least I thought I did. I think Andy Schmall's in the car. There we go. All right, so I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try it. We did it in Tucson.
Let me get ready for this in case, because I know what this did to you last time.
We did it in Tucson. We'll see if it works here. Hot rod fans and everybody, you remember what the glory days of radio was like when a man named Wolfman Jack was on the microphone, and we'll do this real quick.
All right, all you cats and kittens, we're getting ready to go live with round number 5 here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We got 2 left in the pro final. Nasty Nick Hastings going to be going up against Andy Schmall as Schmall rose up in the banana and the Beretta. His time, 5:98 up on the scoreboard. It's going to be a 6:11 on the wall for Nasty Nick Hastings. We're about to find out who'll be the last man standing and coming back for round number 6. Let's hear it for the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Let's go rock and roll and have some fun.
Okay.
And I love you hit it. And okay.
Clap for the Wolfman. So with Nasty Nick dialed in at 6:11 over the left side, and Andy Schmall with a 5:98. Rolling up on the right, the last one to light up the win light will come back in the next go-round, and we will go racing for big money.
Do you want me to go get you a bottle of water?
Nope. Don't need a bottle of water. Do need a Tylenol, though, and an Advil. So as we are in, pre-stage bulbs are lit. Ow! It's game on. Final car in pro about to be decided. 4th thou, the split between the two in reaction time. Schmall right side, Nasty Nick left side, and Andy Schmall will claim the title of last man standing. 14 green and dead on 9 for Andy Schmall, taking a 14 thou stripe. Nasty Nick was 10 on the tree, 27 thou above the dial, and the win light belongs to the Beretta. So just like Justin Lamb did last night, just like Lucas Walker did the night before, when we come back on the ladder, there will be a spot for the yellow Beretta. And with 23 Super Pro cars about to battle it out, we've got Spencer Massey. And we've got Jeremy Heffler. Jeremy's Nova, 616 is the dial. Spencer Massey dialed in at 647. As the two racers out of Texas are going to have the shootout in OK Corral. It's not high noon, but we'll see what happens. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Spencer Massey will get the opportunity to move first, and then the Chevy 2 is going to be working on chasing him down. Oh, baby. 18th thou, the split between them in reaction time. Spencer Massey puts up 8 total. 002 and dead on 6. Jeremy Heffler was 20 on the tree. Goes dead on 7. But the win light belongs to Spencer. Quick jab of the brakes down at the finish line. He's 002, dead 6. Take 19th thou at the stripe to pick up the win light, as Gary Smiley and Austin Williams will be up next. Williams in the Bronco, the people's champ. Another Texas-based car going up against Gary Smiley. I know we got folks listening in the chat bleachers out of Imogene, Iowa. 506, the number for the pickup truck over on the left side. Finish line says Austin Williams is bringing the Bronco back. 589 on a 589. 11 on the tree. Dead on 3. As we push 2 Texas-based racers deeper into the million. Imogene couldn't quite hang in there as Gary Smiley bows out as we bring up Scotty Richardson, Kenny Snow. Gary was 63 on the tree, dead 5, and well, with 14 total in the other lane, unfortunately for Gary, it's just not quite going to work out. We've got Scotty Richardson. We've got Kenny Snow. Snow, the racer, out of La Habra, California, dialed in at 579. Scotty Richardson, who has been there, done that. And I believe I'm thinking right. The last of the million winners still has a chance at making it 2, right? Peeps is still in. Okay. Okay. All right. So we got 2 that have still got a chance at the repeat. Scotty's looking pretty darn good against Kenny Snow right now. Snow was 91 on the tree and dead on 9, and essentially at this point in the race, I mean, if you're not like 15 or better, you're going to be in deep trouble. Scotty was 007. Gets their first 0.04 of a second. And then goes 4 above to get the win light, the Nova. Moving on, Kenny Snow, unfortunately, just a bad time to be late on the bulb, and that ends it for Snow is Kevin Brown. No, that's Kevin Brannon. KB over on the left side, 460 is the dial. Scott Lemon on the right with a 467. 7 thousandths of a second differentiate him in reaction time, and Brannon 007, the margin down at the stripe. Brannon was 14 green, 14 thou above. Ends up 28 total. Scott Lemon was 21 on the tree and 14 thou above, to be 77 10 thousandths of a second behind at the finish line. So the Rabbit hops closer to a big payday as Hannah Cook out of Novato, California, and G-Dub. Gary, your runner-up last night, to Chris Whitfield in the $30,000 Mosier Engineering main event. Going to be taking a swing at it, as although we know that Nasty Nick won't be continuing on, he did win that ATI converter in the Release Pro Million. It's going to be GW 008, dead on 6, 14 total for Gary, taking a 21,000 stripe. Hannah did her job at this end of the racetrack, 002 on the tree, and then runs a 462 on a 459, ends up 3 above the dial and bows out just shy. But Hannah Cook making her way all the way into round number 5, lighting up 4 win lights already. Not a bad little deal is Jorge Saldivar and Dan Northrup. Northrup, 474 dial out of Pennsylvania on the right side. Jorge Saldivar for Team Mexico Rolling in on the left, dialed in at 477. Both drivers are green. Win light belongs to Northrop. 475 on a 474. Northrop 18 green. Jorge Saldivar was 24 green, 2 above. And unfortunately for Team Mexico, I believe, what's the word for closed? Cerrado. Closed. The night is closed. El Cerrado. Vinny Domino, Johnny Ezel. How about this matchup? Big Vin, 457. Coming in out of New York on the left side, Johnny Ezel. Coming in out of Louisiana on the left. Great. And I mean, great interview between Peter Biondo and Johnny Ezel. You just find it on the live feed from night number yesterday, just before the semifinals. It's just, go back and rewatch it. It's awesome. 459 is the dial for Ezel. 457 is the dial for Domino. Two on the split. $9,000 the difference in reaction time. 459 on a 459 for Johnny. 11 on the tree. And then goes dead on 8. 19 total. Vinny Domino was 20 on the tree and locked out at that point in time. So Domino with a 20 light ends up running 456 on a 457. Ezel 11 green, dead on 8. JBR to round number 6 as Jeff Serra and Steve Glenn. Glenn with a 437 dial from right here in Las Vegas, relocating down here from up the northwestern part of the world. Jeff Serra, another one of the Pennsylvania-based cars. We punched a whole bunch of Texas cars into the next round. We're punching some Pennsylvania cars into the next round, and trying to keep that balance out there as far as representation across the globe. Serra in the white Jeff Taylor-owned car has been brutal and continues to be so. 008 dead 7, Jeff Serra. Serra's 15 total. Steve Glenn was 16 green. Same scenario as it was last time. By 1,000th of a second. The racer gets locked out with that reaction time, and Brennan pressed. I understand that. Unfortunately, he is going to come up just a little bit shy here against Serra in our Mickey Thompson round number 5 of the K&N Spring Fling Million main event presented by Optima Batteries. So we've got Chris Gallitti and Jimmy Lewis. 14,000 the difference between them two. Lewis dialed 475, runs 474.0. Oh, Chris Gallitti, 15 green, dead 5. He's 20 total. Jimmy Lewis gets to the stripe first by 29 thousandths of a second to break out 10 thousandths of a second. So Donnie Burleson rolling up on the right side. And Peeps Pennington. Winner here a couple of years back in the Roadster. Sitting behind the wheel of the dragster, 469. The dial in for Peeps on the left side. 455. The dial in for Burleson on the right side. We're going to punch another Texas-based car into round number 6. Identical reaction times between Peeps and Burleson, and Donnie Burleson, 8 total, 003, dead on 5 for Burleson. Peeps was 003, take 12 thou at the stripe to break out 7 thou. 468 on a 469, Peeps.